The thought of how easy it would be to shoot around into the foot. Sergeant Egger considered it, but I did not have the nerve to shoot myself. I thought about dropping a case of rations on my foot, but I did not want to live the rest of my life with that on my mind. I decided to stick it out and trust in the Lord. A man in Lieutenant Linebaugh's platoon begged his squad leader, "Do me a favor, Sergeant. Shoot me in the leg." Captain Rowland of the 99th Division recalled, "Men began to wound themselves one way or another in order to get away from the front. Sometimes this was intentional. Sometimes it occurred through a gross negligence born of fear, exhaustion, and misery." "There were two things in front of you always," Corporal Claire Galdonic of the 90th Division remarked. "The enemy and death. Sometimes morale was so low that you preferred death instead of a day-by-day agonizing existence. When you were wet, cold, hungry, lonely, death looked very inviting. It was always close at hand, and I found myself being envious of a dead comrade. At least he suffered no more physically or mentally." Private Bert Morphus of the 1st Division remembered that on Christmas Eve he was on an outpost right in front of the German lines, where the choice seemed to be between moving and being shot, or lying perfectly still and freezing to death. Most of them stuck it out. Dutch Schultz of the 82nd Airborne was one of hundreds who refused to be evacuated because of trench foot. But when he also came down with dysentery and the flu, his CO ordered into the rear. He commented, "I secretly experienced a great deal of guilt about going to the hospital for anything other than a bona fide wound. Anemia, bronchitis, dysentery, and trench foot seemed to be an easy way out. In hindsight, I understand that if you are sick, you don't belong on a battlefield. But when you are an immature kid trying to be a hero, it is something of a problem, particularly when you're trying to prove your courage to no one other than yourself." Getting out of there honorably was every man's dream, thus the expression $1,000,000 wound. Sergeant John Sabia took 5 machine gun bullets in his right thigh. His CO asked if he could make it back to the aid station on his own, as the company couldn't spare a man. "Hell yes, I can do it." Sabia took a limb to use as a crutch and began hopping awkwardly in the snow. After 10 meters, he stopped, turned around, waved his limb in a gesture of defiance and exuberance, and bellowed at his buddies in their holes, "Hey, you bastards! Clean sheets! Clean sheets!" Private Donald Shue of the 80th Infantry Division recalled seeing one of his buddies, named Steehorst, take a hit from an 88 that blew off his hand. He was crying and running around yelling, "I'm going home! Thank you, God, I'm going home!" Steehorst was lucky, at least according to the standards of the men of the Bulge, and specifically to Sergeant Richard Wallace of the 90th Division. After one shelling, Wallace told his squad, "Boys, I'd give my right arm up to here," holding it at his elbow, "if this war would end right now." The shelling resumed. Shrapnel tore into Wallace's face. "I can't see!" he cried out. "I can't see! Oh my God, I'm blind!" He never saw again, and the war was a long way from over. Sleep deprivation was a universal experience. 2, 3, at most 4 hours of fitful sleep was about it. But no matter how sleepy a man was, he lived in constant tension. The men in the front line shivered in their foxholes, attempting to stay alert, straining to see, straining to hear, straining to stay awake. They would chew gum or tobacco. Private Ken Russell of the 82nd Airborne remembered chewing one or the other very slowly. I didn't want to finish too quickly and have nothing to do but think of the precarious position I was in. Lieutenant Glenn Gray, in his classic book, The Warriors, calls this the tyranny of the present. In a foxhole, the past and, more important, the future do not exist. The only thing in the world that matters is the moment. Gray says that there is More time for thinking and more loneliness in foxholes than anywhere else, and time is measured in other ways than by clocks and calendars. Private Dave Nutt of the 99th Division recalled, "The cold, the snow, and the darkness were enough to set young nerves on edge. The thud of something as innocuous as snow plopping to the ground from a tree branch could be terrifying. Was it snow? Was it maybe a German patrol? Should you fire at the sound and risk giving away your position, or worse, hitting one of your own men? But did the Germans have us surrounded?" Lieutenant Otts heard a thud one night and went out to investigate in the morning. He found a dying German soldier who murmured over and over, "Oh God, I meant no harm, I meant no harm." The boy was unarmed and wore no helmet, so he may well have been coming in to surrender when he set off the booby trap. But the Germans often went on patrols unarmed, so if they were captured, they could say they were coming in to give up. Otts commented, "I imagine quite a few Germans would have surrendered, but it was impossible in the daytime, as their own men would shoot them, and at night they were afraid to try to run our gauntlet of booby traps and machine guns." An experience shared by many foxhole soldiers was the screaming of a wounded man in front of the outposts. Otts recalled, "A hell of a night. Someone out in front of us was screaming, 'Help! Help! Can't you hear me? For God's sake, help!' This went on all night. You can't imagine what it does to you to be sitting in a foxhole with the black night all around and someone yelling for help in a mournful voice." Otts knew that there were American wounded out front, but he also knew that the Germans used such calls to trick the GIs and would ambush anyone going out to give aid, so he ordered his platoon to stay put. Tension was at its most pronounced when changing guard. Every 2 hours, the platoon sergeants would get 2 men from a foxhole and lead them to the outpost position to relieve the men on duty. The trip out to the OP was always eerie. Sergeant Burton Christensen of the 101st Airborne remembered of his nights outside Bastogne. You eyed all silhouettes suspiciously, skeptical of any sound. Reluctantly, you approached the OP. The silhouettes of the men in their positions are not clear. Are they Germans? The suspense is always the same. And then, finally, you recognize an American helmet. Feeling a little ridiculous, yet also relieved, you change the guard, turn around and return to the main line, only to repeat the entire process in another 2 hours. You always slept with one eye open, Private Arnold Lindblad of the 104th Medical Battalion recalled. Unless you were on duty, you hit the hole when it got dark and stayed there till full light. There was no walking around in the dark, no talking from hole to hole. You never got used to it. On his first night in a foxhole, Private Richard Hoyer, a replacement with the 84th Division, was suffering from dysentery. "I didn't want to crap in my helmet," he related, "so I decided I'd crawl outside at night." As he wore 2 pairs of long johns beneath his wool pants, it was a real chore getting down to the point where I could do my duty. As I was doing my duty, I heard some noises behind me. I thought they were Germans. I jumped into the hole without pulling my drawers up. That really startled my foxhole buddy. I had crapped in the first pair of drawers, so I had to stand there in the middle of the foxhole and cut it out. This wasn't easy because I had to do the cutting with my bayonet. Shelling made foxhole living worse. Mortars and artillery could come in at any time. The Germans would watch the GIs take up a position at the end of a day, mark it on their maps, and shell it at night. Private Arnold Ben Parrish of the 2nd Infantry Division remembered a night during the Bulge when he and a buddy had dug a hole long enough and wide enough to accommodate both men, but only about 8 inches deep. As they worked on it, shelling began. It was raining shells, and they were exploding all around our hole. The air was full of shrapnel, and spent pieces were hitting us as we laid on our backs with our helmets over our faces. The noise was unbearable, and the ground was shaking, and we were shaking from fright and cold. We didn't dare raise our heads. it would have been impossible to survive outside of the hole. Cries of "Medic!" Tree limbs hurtling through the air, the smell of powder, the bangs and flashes and booms and screams, red-hot bits of metal zooming through the air. The only movement you could make was to press ever closer to the ground. Those who endured such a cataclysm were forever scarred by it, even if untouched by shrapnel. We were helpless and all alone, and there was nothing we could do, so I prayed to God. The time went by very slow. I tried to keep warm, but that wasn't possible. I thought about my mother and hoped she didn't know where I was or what I was doing. Maybe this is the end of the world, I thought. Feelings of helplessness were universal. Corporal Stanley Calberer, a college student at the beginning of 1944, was by December a replacement in the 84th Division. During the bulge, he too got caught in a shelling and described his experience. I never felt so alone, frightened, forgotten, abused, and degraded. I truly believed I would never survive, or if I did, I would be maimed by the weather or killed by the enemy, or both. Private Vonnegut described a shelling during the bulge with a novelist's insight. The incredible artificial weather that Earthlings sometimes create for other Earthlings when they don't want those other Earthlings to inhabit Earth anymore. Shells bursting in the treetops with terrific bangs, showering down knives and needles and razor blades. Little lumps of lead in copper jackets were crisscrossing the woods under the shell bursts, zipping along much faster than sound. During a January shelling, Lieutenant Ott's platoon was on the verge of breakdown. During a lull, some men were crying, others telling Otts they couldn't stand anymore. Otts told them of the system he and his foxhole buddies used to keep from going crazy. We pretended that the company area was a target, as on a rifle range, and that our foxhole was the center, or bullseye. We would lie in our hole and score the Heinies on their artillery rounds according to how close they came to our hole. 5 for a bullseye, and 4, 3, 2, and 1 as they landed farther away. We gave them a Maggie's drawers, as the red flag on a rifle range is called, for a complete miss. Decades later, Otts commented, "This helped pass the time, but I could think of things I would rather do." Every man in a foxhole, especially during a shelling, could think of things he would rather do. It seemed it would last forever. It seemed you couldn't possibly survive. In contrast to the ordeal of shelling, there were endless hours in which nothing happened. But as Sergeant Fred Clayson of the 78th Infantry Division described his experience in the bulge, holding the line didn't mean just sitting in foxholes waiting for something to happen. It meant a continual battle against trench foot and mental depression, sweating out artillery barrages which the enemy habitually sent in at chow time, and nights which were lighted with flares and flashes, fighting off enemy patrols. But most of all, it meant hours and days of deadly boredom. Men talked softly to relieve the boredom and the tension. Sergeant Robert Rader and Private Don Hubler of the 101st Airborne came from the same town on the banks of the Ohio River. Don and I would talk all night about home, our families, people and places, and what the hell we were doing in a predicament like this, Rader said. Private Ralph Spina of the same company recalled discussing with his foxhole mate, "Politics, the world's problems, plus our own. Wishing we had a drink or a hot meal, preferably in that order. We talked about what we were going to do when we got home, about a trip to Paris, go to the Follies. Mainly, we talked about going home." "I never observed any loners on the front lines," Sergeant Egger said. "The men automatically paired up. The buddy system worked very well. It provided additional security. It provided additional warmth. We were a team, and sharing the adversities of the elements and combat brought us together and created a bond." Foxhole buddies developed a closeness unknown to all others. They were closer than friends, closer than brothers. Their relationship was different from that of lovers. Their trust in and knowledge of each other was total. They got to know each other's life stories, what they did before they came into the Army, what their parents, brothers, and sisters were like, their teachers, what they liked to eat and drink, what their capabilities were. Sometimes they hated one another. More often, they loved one another, in a way known only to combat veterans. Without thinking about it, they would share their last bite, or last drink of water, or a blanket, and they would die for one another. They also complained, constantly, about the other guy's habits, physical and mental, his farts, his cough, the songs he hummed, his size, his intelligence, or lack thereof, his politics, his nationality, his Confederate or Yankee sympathies, his taste in books or comics. Private Keith Lance of the 84th Division was that rare creature, an atheist in a foxhole. His buddy was a good Catholic boy from upstate New York. They were being shelled, and the buddy hailed Mary all night. After taking so many hours of that, Lance commented, he had had enough, so he dashed out of the foxhole to check on the guys. As he threw himself into the next hole, Lance heard an explosion. He looked, aghast. It had hit his old hole. His buddy was badly wounded and buried in mud. They were young men with high testosterone levels. As combat infantrymen, they were not having sex for weeks, sometimes months. But homosexual activity in the foxholes was rare to non-existent. Beyond the danger inherent in forgetting where you were, the U.S. Army in World War II was brutal in its punishment of known homosexuals. They were stripped of all insignia, drummed out of the service, given long sentences in the stockade, disgraced without mercy. They were also beaten up by their fellow soldiers, who were strongly homophobic. Instead of acting out their sexual needs, the men in the foxholes talked about girls and dreamed about them. One night outside Bastogne, Private Al Vittori and Private Ed Babe Heffron of the 101st Airborne managed to catch some sleep. Heffron woke when Vittori threw his heavy leg over his body. When Vittori started to rub Heffron's chest, Heffron gave him a shot with his elbow in the belly. Vittori woke and demanded to know what the hell was going on. Heffron started to give him hell in return. Vittori grinned and said he had been dreaming about his wife. "Al," Heffron said, "I can't help you, as I got combat boots, jump pants, and my trench coat on, and they are not coming off." Private Kurt Gable of the 17th Airborne dealt with the sexual deprivation problem by talking to his foxhole buddy Jake as if they were a married couple. On one of their first nights together, following a shelling at the chow line, Jake commented indignantly, "This is no way for civilized human beings to dine." They lay down in their hole and tried to get comfortable. Gable turned, jabbing Jake with his elbow. Jake jabbed back and issued a warning. "And another thing, dearie, if you thrash around like this habitually, you'll simply have to sleep in the guest room." "Calm down, dear," Gable replied. "We'll be moving out of here before long, and I just know you'll find us a much nicer and larger place. Now let's kiss and make up, and I'll take you to a fantastic little place for dinner." Sitting in front-line foxholes was bad. Being on OP was worse. Going on combat patrol at night was worse than that. Battalion commanders on both sides ordered patrols, sometimes to take prisoners for interrogation, often just to give the men something to do. Such patrols proved that the battalion commander was aggressive. Company commanders and platoon leaders, not to mention the men, hated night patrols. Lieutenant Otts had his own method of complying with such orders. I would send a couple of men out to see if the heinies were still there, telling them to take a look and come right back without drawing any fire. I believed in letting well enough alone. We could have gone over, tossed a few grenades, and fired a few shots into their holes, but they would only have come back and done the same thing to us, with nothing gained by either side. I liked everything as it was, nice and peaceful, and couldn't see the sense in stirring up a hive full of sleeping bees. The battalion CO might have known best, but he was several thousand yards from the enemy, while we were only 50. Sometimes, on night patrol, young Germans passed by young Americans within touching distance. Despite the adrenaline rush, most often each side waited to see what the other would do, which usually was nothing. On at least some occasions, 18-year-old GIs and Germans smiled at each other as they passed. Lieutenants Harold Linebaugh and John Campbell of the 84th Division were out one night during the Bulge, feeling their way through the dark, forcing their way through the drifts, stopping frequently to listen for sounds of nearby troops. We paused, Campbell remembered, and heard a rustling noise, very close. We dropped to a crouch alongside a narrow trail. A dozen men passed by, taking care to make as little noise as possible. They were Germans, Campbell said, and they weren't lost. They passed so close we could have reached out and tripped each man as he hurried by. Private Gus Schroeder of Wisconsin grew up speaking German. He was in the 90th Division. A buddy described him as a big man, incredibly strong, and almost a child otherwise. One night on patrol, Schroeder fell in with a German patrol and spoke to them in fluent German. He was brave to the point of being foolhardy, but he personally captured 100 German soldiers. Lieutenant Colby of the 90th went out on a night patrol in Normandy to keep an eye on a new squad leader. Colby was in the middle of a string of 7 men, following a railroad track. The private in front of him began crawling. Colby asked him why he was crawling. "Everyone ahead of me is crawling." They crawled on for 50 meters. Colby bumped into the man in front of him. "Now what's up?" "I bumped into the man ahead of me." After another advance, the patrol stopped. "Why have we stopped?" Colby whispered. "I sent our scout on ahead," the squad leader replied. After an hour, the scout returned. "Can you see anything?" Colby asked. "Shit, I think I've seen my whole life pass in front of me," the breathless scout exclaimed. "I have seen every damned thing imaginable out there. I have seen tanks and battleships coming down these tracks right at me." Later, Colby was promoted to captain and took command of the company. One night in the Bulge, he went into a wooded area to check on his overextended outpost line. He bumped into a 2-man German patrol. Colby dropped his carbine and put up his hands. The Germans dropped their rifles and put up their hands. The 3 men talked in broken English and fractured German. The Germans persuaded Colby that as they had him outnumbered, he would have to take them in. They became POWs. Their war was over. Colby's went on. Much of the time it was pitch black during the Belgian night. Private Jean Amici of the 84th recalled the blackest night of all. "It was raining, no stars, no moon, no nothing, and not knowing where you're going. Everybody hanging on to the guy in front, hanging on to his belt, and just walking. You just kept walking. All you see was a head up there in front of you." At Hagenau, Germany, in February 1945, Major Winters of the 101st sent out a patrol that succeeded in bringing back a couple of prisoners. His CO, Colonel Robert Sink, was so delighted that he ordered another one for the next night. But that day it snowed, then turned colder. The snow was frozen on top, crunchy, noisy. The cold air had cleared the sky, and the moon was shining. Winters thought a patrol under the circumstances was suicidal, so he decided to disobey orders. Sink and a couple of his staff officers came to Winters' CP to observe. They had a bottle of whiskey with them. Winters said he was going to the line to supervise the patrol. When he got to the foxholes, he told the men to just stay still. With the whiskey working on him, Sink would soon be ready for bed. The patrol could report in the morning that it had penetrated the German lines, but had been unable to get a live prisoner. There wasn't anything the colonel could do about it. How do you intimidate a combat infantryman? As every GI and ETO understood, the stockade was infinitely safer than a foxhole on the front line, and far more comfortable. Being attacked by a German force at night was the worst experience. On the night of December 27th, Sergeant Dwayne Burns of the 82nd Airborne had it. He was on outpost duty when, at 01:15, the Germans attacked. A machine gun crew to his right put a string of tracers into a haystack 100 meters in front of the line. As it flared up, all we could see were Germans. They were down on their bellies, crawling toward our lines. "Good Lord," I said. "How did they get there so fast? Another minute and they would have been crawling up into our holes with us." The forward observer called in artillery. The men in their holes started shooting. I didn't see how anyone could live through it, but the Germans were still coming. They just kept coming right into our fire. Some of them reached the ditch on the other side of the line. It looked like they would overrun our position just by the sheer strength of numbers. The observer called for American fire right on top of the line. "I had seen a lot of incoming artillery fire," Burns said, "but nothing like this. It was turning night into day. It was fantastic. I wanted to watch, but I also wanted to be at the bottom of my hole." The German attackers fell back. The artillery fire died down. Burns got a call on the radio. It was the company's CP. The phone line had been cut by a shell. A man had gone out from the CP to find the break and repair it, but he had not come back. Someone had to do the job. "The someone they were talking about was me," Burns remarked. "Funny how when there is a dangerous job to do, they don't call names. Just someone had to do it." Burns slipped out of his hole and started back, holding the wire in one hand and his M1 in the other. "I took off on a dead run, doubled over to keep low, trying to make a very small target. As I ran, ice and snow from the wire would build up in my hand. I would have to stop, shake it off, and then start out again. 100 yards out, I found the break in the wire. I also found the man from the CP. He had found the break, but had been killed before he could make the splice. I stripped off my gloves, dropped down to one knee, and went to work, while watching out for Germans at the same time. We had heard about how the Germans would cut our wire, wait for someone to come out to fix it, and then take them prisoner. I tied and taped the wire in record time and ran from my hole. I didn't even slow down when I got there. I just went in head first. In the morning, we started a count of the dead. We had only one man killed and a few wounded. We could see enemy dead everywhere, some within 20 feet of our line. We counted more than 100 dead Germans. When men got out of the holes, they looked like slaves coming up from a coal mine shaft. In February 1945, Company C of the 395th Regiment was relieved in position by the 69th Division after living in holes in the ground for almost 3 months. When we popped out of the ground, some of the green 69th Division troops passing by were convinced that they were relieving an all-black infantry battalion. God-awful though the conditions were, men endured and prevailed. How they did so differed with each individual, but all had a sense of fatalism. Private Ken Webster of the 101st Airborne expressed his feelings and insights in a letter to his mother. "I am living on borrowed time. If I don't come back, try not to take it too hard. I wish I could persuade you to regard death as casually as we do over here. In the heat of battle, you expect casualties. You expect somebody to be killed, and you're not surprised when a friend is machine-gunned in the face. You have to keep going. It's not like civilian life, where sudden death is so unexpected." "There was no time to mourn the dead," Captain Colby remarked, "even if they were good friends." When his mother wrote to express her considerable alarm at this attitude, Webster replied, "Would you prefer for somebody else's son to die in the mud? Somebody has to get in and kill the enemy. Somebody has to be in the infantry and the paratroops. If the country all had your attitude, nobody would fight. Everybody would be in the quartermaster. And what kind of a country would that be?" Carwood Lipton was a sergeant in the 101st Airborne on D-Day, a lieutenant with a battlefield commission during the Bulge. By the end of the war, he had been involved in many different kinds of combat. Asked to comment on how he managed to cope with the challenges of combat, and insofar as he felt he could speak for others in his answer, Lipton said, "When men are in combat, the inevitability of it takes over. They are there's nothing they can do to change that, so they accept it. They immediately become callous to the smell of death, the bodies, the destruction, the killing, the danger. Enemy bodies and wounded don't affect them. Their own wounded and the bodies of their dead friends make only a brief impression, and in that impression is a fleeting feeling of triumph or accomplishment that it was not them. There is still work to be done, a war to be won, and they think about that." According to Lipton, it is only later, when a man got off the front line, that he had time to think about how buddies were killed or wounded, or about the times when he personally was inches from death. Out of the line, far from combat. Death and destruction are no longer inevitable. The war might end. The missions might be canceled. Such thoughts made men nervous about going back into the line. But Lipton insisted, once back in it, all doubts and nervousness disappear. The callousness, the cold-bloodedness, the calmness return. 50 years later, I remarked to Lipton that in December 1944, the stockade was preferable to a foxhole. He turned on me and snapped, "Come on, Steve. No man would choose disgrace. If the stockade was preferable, the stockades would have been full, the foxholes empty, and we would have lost the war." Just there is the point. In the face of conditions scarcely equaled anywhere for fear, degradation, and misery, the great majority of front-line soldiers in ETO in 1944 through 45 stayed in the line and did their duty, and prevailed. There are no unwounded foxhole veterans. Sergeant Ed Stewart of the 84th Division commented decades after the war that he had never known a combat soldier who did not show a residue of war. Stewart's mother told him that he left Europe but never arrived home. Sergeant George Thompson said that when he came home, the sounds of war came with him. Decades later, "When I'm home by myself at night time, it all comes back. I'll hear the noise, the shells exploding. I stay awake thinking about it. I guess it comes from being in a foxhole, the long hours of nighttime." Chapter 11. Replacements and Reinforcements. Fall, 1944. Frontline divisions in the protracted wars of the 19th and 20th centuries were sooner or later decimated. They were still carried on the roster as divisions when they were no more than 2 or 3 companies strong. In World War II, the German and British armies withdrew their divisions after they had suffered severe losses for rest, reinforcements, and reorganization. The U.S. and Red armies kept their divisions, once committed to combat, in the line for the entire war. They were replenished by a steady stream of replacements, to the point that the majority of fighting men in their armies in the campaigns of 1944 through 45 were individual replacements. Divisions that were in contact with the enemy from Normandy until they reached the German border were well over 100% replacements by December, and 4, the 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 29th, were over 200% by the end of the war, and 7 others were over 180%. The 90th Division, for example, had more than 35,000 replacements during the course of the campaign, the functional equivalent of 3 full-strength divisions. General Marshall made the decision to keep American divisions at full strength through regular infusions of replacements, brought forward not in company or even squad strength, but as individuals. That system seemed to hold great promise. American divisions would be able to stay in the line continuously, as they would be drawing in fresh men daily. The replacements would join veteran squads, platoons, companies. They could be integrated into the unit and taught the tricks of survival in combat by old-timers. They would be young, fit, eager, and well-trained. The Normandy battle, however, caused far higher casualties than had been anticipated. From late July on, ETO was short of men, especially riflemen. It would get worse. The 29th suffered 400% casualties in its rifle companies. The Army scrambled to make up ETO's 300,000-man shortfall in fighting men. Eisenhower put cooks, drivers, mechanics, clerks, and other rear echelon personnel into the replacement pipeline for the infantry companies. But it was the home front that had to provide the bulk of the reinforcements. Marshall speeded up training time for youngsters still in the States. He also greatly expanded the immediately available pool by ending the Army Specialized Training Program, ASTP. The ASTP was a pet of Secretary of War Henry Stimson. The idea was to take 150,000 of the brightest draftees and offer to put them through college if they opted for the Army. The Navy had a smaller but similar program already in place. Stimson wanted to compete. Those given the offer were young men whose test scores indicated they would get cushy rear echelon jobs with rapid promotions, or be sent to officer candidate school. Those who accepted had to forego those opportunities. While they were in ASTP, they would remain privates. But the Army would provide their room, board, and tuition, and pay them at a private's rate, $50 per month. They would take regular classes at the colleges and universities, majoring in areas where the Army anticipated specialists would be needed later in the war, such as mathematics, engineering, or foreign languages. Naturally, these whiz kids were much resented. A popular saying with ordinary infantry had it that ASTP stood for All Safe Till Peace. Most ASTPers got started on their education in the fall semester of 1943. By the summer semester of 1944, most were gone. In February 1944, in anticipation of manpower needs after the battle became joined, Marshall cut the program from 150,000 to 30,000. Simultaneously, General Arnold decided that with air superiority won over Europe, the Air Force wasn't going to need anywhere near as many pilots as it had thought. He released 71,000 aviation cadets for the ground forces. The would-be pilots dubbed themselves grounded butterflies. So suddenly, there were 190,000 of the best and brightest of the Army's inductees from 1942 through 43, enough for more than 10 divisions available for assignment. What an asset, at a time when every other combatant was taking conscripts too old, too young, too ill to fight. The U.S. Army was feeding into its fighting force its best young men. More than half the ASTPers got sent into rifle companies as replacements. The Army had promised them a free education, then changed its mind and put them into the front lines, where most of them would never have ended up if they had declined the offer to enter the program. There was some bitterness and much bitching, then off to a brief basic training course. When Private Robert Curtis arrived at Camp McCoy, Wisconsin, fresh from Hope College, he joined other ex-ASTPers in a large room. An officer gave a welcome speech. "With your ability and background," he said, "you are something special, and we are therefore going to give you a choice." As we moved to the assignment table, the officer looked up at you and inquired, "What will it be, rifle, machine gun, or mortar?" In training camp, they merged with another stream of replacements on the way to Europe. The ordinary American kids who turned 18 years of age in 1944 and who either volunteered so they could select a service or waited to get drafted. Working-class kids, the kind many ASTPers would never have met in civilian life, but the two often hit it off immediately. Kurt Vonnegut had been an ASTPer at Cornell University before joining the 106th Division. He was in a rifle squad. And those guys were the best guys I ever met. Roughly half the reinforcements flowed from the States to France, usually Le Havre, organized as divisions such as the 99th and the 106th. The remainder of the men were not organized at all. They were simply privates on their way into the battle wherever they were needed. They would be assigned as individuals to companies in the line. They were called replacements. About half the 3 million-plus men who served in the U.S. Army in ETO came onto the continent as replacements. A disproportionate number of them went straight to the rifle companies. Tens of thousands of others came as members of quickly put-together high-number infantry divisions composed of units drawn from all over that had not trained together. At the time of the Bulge, possibly more than 4 out of every 5 infantrymen up front were replacements or men who were members of inadequately trained divisions that were new to combat. How those reinforcements got from their basic training to a foxhole was the responsibility of the replacement system. The colonels on the staff felt their first responsibility was to the needs of the front, which they decided meant keeping the flow going at maximum speed without regard for what was going into the flow. When a ship arrived at Le Havre, a replacement went directly to a reception depot, a tent city where he knew no one. Then on to a stockage depot where he received a rifle, lectures in hygiene, and, if lucky, some desperately needed additional training. Some of the replacements had never even held an M1 or qualified with any weapon. Lieutenant George Wilson, CO of a rifle company deeply involved in the Bulge, received 100 replacements on December 29th. We discovered that these men had been on the rifle range only once. They had never thrown a grenade or fired a bazooka, mortar, or machine gun. After 2 days to a week at the stockage, the replacement went to the 3rd Replacement Depot, or Reppel-Deppel, which supported the 1st Army, and later to a forward battalion supporting a corps. Finally, he was brought forward to a company CP and led out to a foxhole. He did not know the name of anyone around him. Being a replacement is just like being an orphan, one soldier told an Army survey team. You are away from anybody you know and feel lost and lonesome. Private Morris Dunn, who ended up with the 84th Division, spent weeks in a Reppel-Deppel. We were just numbers. We didn't know anybody, and I've never felt so alone and miserable and helpless in my entire life. We'd been herded around like cattle at roundup time. On the right of the front, it was cold and raining, with the artillery fire louder every mile, and finally we were dumped out in the middle of a heavily damaged town. That was how most of the replacements got to the most dangerous place in the world. Unknown, unknowing, scared, bewildered, untrained. According to Captain Rowland, only a Kafka could truly describe the depersonalizing effects of the replacement system. Every one of nearly 1 million men who went through it agreed. Had the Germans been given a free hand to devise a replacement system for ETO, one that would do the Americans the most harm and least good, they could not have done a better job. The Reppel-Deppel was universally despised and denounced. When the war is over, one replacement said to another, I'm going to attend the war crimes trial of the men responsible for this system. I want to watch them shoot the bastards. Yet the system had been based on some solid thinking and past experience and, of course, good intentions. It failed because of unexpected but predictable consequences. The Army knew it had problems and did some studies. These led to inconsequential reforms, such as putting recreational facilities into the Reppel-Deppels and changing the designation from replacement to reinforcement, for its perceived psychological benefit. One suggestion was on the mark. It was to put the replacements in squads that would stay together from basic training to the foxholes. That would have helped. To have put them into companies would have been even more effective in creating that bond that is critical to combat infantry. Best would have been as battalions, ready to relieve combat-weary units at the front. Better than nothing at all would have been orientation lectures on life at the front, taught by wounded veterans. These suggestions were not acted on. The Repel-Depel system stayed. At the end of the war in Europe, men were still assigned as individuals to combat units. In this, the Army failed to look after its own. The replacements paid the cost. Often more than half became casualties within the first 3 days on the line. The odds were against a replacement surviving long enough to gain recognition and experience. They came in, according to Private Ken Russell of the 82nd Airborne, all good boys with the strength of a mule and the ignorance of old maids. We pitied the scared, shy, eager youngsters who were awestruck around us old boys. Russell was 19. In the first battle, they usually died in heaps. It was to the obvious benefit of the old boys to help the new kids, but nevertheless most veterans tried to avoid replacements. For one thing, the new men tended to draw fire because they bunched up. Ken Russell commented that veterans died separately and not in bunches as replacements often did. Talked too much or lit cigarettes at night. For another, men just didn't want to make friends with guys whom they expected to die soon. Veterans resented replacements for one overwhelming reason. When replacements came, it meant the division was staying in the line or attacking. So most of his first days on the line, the recruit remained alone. If a replacement did get some attention from the veterans, it didn't help his morale. As one old-timer said, "When you bring in a bunch of recruits, the talk gets louder and more boisterous to make an impression." Private Clayton Shepard found himself with Company K, 332nd Infantry, 84th Division. As he got to the platoon, a patrol came in. They said, "This man got his head blowed off, this man his arm blowed off, and all that." And I thought, Jesus Christ, what am I getting into here? They shouldn't have told us new guys that. They scared the hell out of me before I even got started. Veterans in the 90th Division, themselves replacements just a few days or weeks earlier, told newcomers not to worry about getting killed. "Death can't be all that bad," they pointed out. "No one ever heard a dead man complain." In February 1945, Captain Douglas Smith, 94th Division, gathered a bunch of replacements in a cellar just behind the front lines. He wanted to instill some confidence, so he told them they were joining the finest combat outfit in the whole damned Army. After, he asked his sergeant, Jim Morrison, "Did I make sense, or did I sound like I was full of shit?" "You sounded sincere enough," Morrison replied. "But they know the only reason they're here is because someone else got hit or killed. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here." Replacements usually came up in small groups. They clung to one another because other recruits were the only ones in the entire U.S. Army with whom they had anything in common. Their first day, they bunched up physically on the front. If they survived the almost certain shelling, they learned not to. Dutch Schultz remembered a time in the Bulge when 5 replacements were killed by one shell before they were even assigned to any of the platoons. In the Repel-Depel, the soldiers were merely numbers, with no choice as to where they were going to go. Except once, when Captain James Eichner of the Rangers showed up. The Bulge was on, and the Rangers had been decimated in the Hurtgen Forest. Eichner was there to pick some recruits. "The Rangers select the people that they want," he explained, "and they have to measure up. They have to be outstanding young men, above average in physical and mental stamina, and we took in no low IQ cases." Eichner got a few thousand men together in the auditorium at the Repel-Depel. He told them, quite frankly, who we were and what we were, that we would do our best to give them whatever training we could, sort of an on-the-job training, and that when we left, we would go directly to the front line and combat. He asked for volunteers and got hundreds. He selected 53, who seemed to measure up. He took them by truck back to the bulge. Just as we were dumping them out, why, here comes an enemy artillery barrage, and these poor guys, new to combat, the first shell fire they had heard, scattered in all directions. It took us a while to get them all rounded up. 2 or 3 were killed and many wounded. Replacements exposed themselves senselessly. Private Robert Curtis of the 76th Division remembered his first day on the line. His mortar crew moved to a bluff hanging over a river. Since everything seemed quiet on the other side of the river, Curtis said, I stood up to get a better look. There was an almost instant explosion. A mortar shell went off a few yards away. "Jesus Christ, get down!" the sergeant screamed. "I've got a wife and kids at home." In early January, Sergeant Lick of the 1st Division received 5 replacements for his platoon. 1 was from the Air Force ground crew, 1 from the quartermaster, 1 a mechanic, and 2 fresh from basic training. The Air Force man got a fever and was sent back. So too for the quartermaster. The mechanic became a machine gunner and survived. As for the 2 replacements from the States, they volunteered to go back to Battalion HQ for rations, and on the way, both got hit by a shell, killing one and wounding the other. They didn't even get their names on our platoon roster. Private Jim Graff of the 35th Division was a 19-year-old replacement who went into the line at night and never saw his foxhole companion until first light. A month later, he was a veteran. His squad leader saw some replacements being dumped in the middle of a village. He told Graff to pick out an assistant BAR man for himself. "I went out in the streets, and this one individual looked lost," Graff recalled. "I asked if he knew anything about a BAR. "Hell no," the replacement replied. "I don't know anything, not even about this rifle they just gave me." It was an M1. Graff figured everyone in the Army had qualified on an M1 and was astonished. The replacement explained that he had been a mechanic in the artillery for years. He had taken his basic in 1941 when the Army was still using the 1903 Springfield bolt-action rifle. Graff took him anyway. War is full of surprises. On at least one occasion, the greenness of a replacement officer paid big dividends. During the bulge, Company Commander John Colby told a platoon leader, fresh from the States, to capture a house. He walked up to it and knocked on the door. Jesus! I had not given him instructions on how to take a house on the outskirts of a village. Instead of heaving a grenade and having his men kick in the door and rush in firing away, he was standing there waiting for someone to open it. A German sergeant in his undershirt, suspenders hanging down, answered the knock. The replacement lieutenant said something to him. The German came outside and yelled. Several other Germans rose up from positions behind a fence and barn and put their hands in the air. The sergeant sent a runner to his machine gun crew with orders to come in and give up. The entire group, American and German, moved into the village. At each house, the German sergeant called on more of his men to give up. Germans and Americans alike were wearing white sheets. They milled together in the village square. Americans frisked Germans for watches, pistols, and binoculars, and the astonished Colby noted, "Some Germans were doing the same to my men." German sergeants abhorred disorder. This one barked out orders in English and in German. He ordered Colby's men to line up on one side of the road, the Germans on the other. He called them all to attention. Then he formally surrendered his company to Colby. Colby commented, "Had our new green, inexperienced officer taken that first house properly, as I intended, all kinds of shooting would have broken out with lots of casualties. As it was, no one got hurt, and we took about 100 prisoners. That's the way to fight a war." It was bad enough being an untrained infantry replacement, It could be worse, going into armor untrained. Yet many did. One tank commander remembered that in the Bulge, "I spent long hours in the turret when I was literally showing men how to feed bullets to the gun. Could they shoot straight? They couldn't even hold the gun right. In the midst of the toughest fighting of the Third Army's campaign, I was teaching men what I had learned in basic training." Sergeant Raymond Janis of the 1st Infantry Division got a new 3-man crew for his light tank. They were all 18 years of age. Only one had driven a car, and that only to church on Sundays. He became driver. Neither of the other two had any experience firing a machine gun or a 37mm tank gun. Janis gave them a 2-hour demonstration. Then he moved out on a mission. The tank had hardly proceeded a half-kilometer when the driver panicked and rolled the tank down a hill. The crash threw Janis out of the turret and on his head, causing a severe concussion that cost him his hearing. The replacements paid the price for a criminally wasteful replacement system that chose to put quantity ahead of quality. Its criteria was the flow of bodies. Whose fault was this? Eisenhower's first. He was the boss. And Bradley's. And Patton's. They demanded an ever greater flow of replacements while doing precious little to insist on improving the training, and got what they demanded. In no other way did the American High Command in ETO show such disengagement as Eisenhower, Bradley, et al. Did in failing to look at the source of their replacements, and then to force some obvious and relatively easy improvements in the repel-depels and in the assignment methods. It can only be that Eisenhower, Bradley, et al. Had no clear conception of life on the front line. They didn't listen to foxhole GIs often enough, so they threw the 18-year-olds and the former ASTPers into the battle, untrained, alone. The American Army approaching Germany in the fall of 1944 was, in part, a children's crusade. It had hundreds of thousands of 18 to 20-year-old soldiers, most of them at the cutting edge of the general offensive, and almost none of them properly trained for combat. Captain Rowland remembered receiving replacements in January, a number of whom had eaten Christmas dinner at home with their families, who were killed in action before they had an opportunity to learn the names of the soldiers in the foxholes with them. As noted, Eisenhower said that in war everything is expendable, even generals' lives, in pursuit of victory. If victory required replacements, some of them would have to be expended. One had to be tough. The problem here is that the replacement system was guilty of the worst sin of all in war: inefficiency. It was paying lives, but getting no return. It was just pure waste, and the commanders should have done something about it. Example. In January 1945, Captain Belton Cooper of the 3rd Armored Division got 35 replacements to help crew the 17 new tanks the division had received. These men had just unloaded from the boat in Antwerp a few hours earlier, Cooper said. They had received no previous indoctrination on what they were to do. Not one had any previous experience with tanks. Most of them had never even been in a tank, or even close to one. Cooper gave them a brief verbal orientation. Then his mechanics took small groups into tanks, where each recruit got to fire the main gun 3 times. This was all the training time permitted, Cooper remembered, because the guides came to take the tanks to their assignments to the various units. The previous night, the 35 replacements had been in Antwerp. At 1500, they lumbered off in a convoy of 17 tanks headed for the front. 2 hours later, 15 of the 17 were knocked out by German panzers firing 88s. It often happened that more than half the replacements sent directly into combat became casualties in the first few days. Green divisions put into the front also suffered needless casualties. In December, the 87th Division replaced the 26th Division in the line. So there we sat and shivered in the rain and darkness while contact patrols were sent back to try to lead the relieving company up to us. Lieutenant Otts of the 26th remembered. Finally, just before midnight, they arrived, fresh and green. We had been afraid to talk above a whisper for fear of bringing a mortar or 88 barrage in on us. But they came up, talking loudly, wanting to know where their foxholes were, shining flashlights, and making quite a racket. Otts got his platoon, down to 15 men, out of there. On the road leading to the rear, the 26th had only dared to use a single jeep, driving at full speed, and then only once a day. Now it was bumper to bumper, with 87th Division vehicles. We shrugged it off with a few remarks of, "They'll learn," and forgot about them. Captain Linebaugh remembered a platoon thrown together in the Reppel-Deppel and led by a captain, obviously fresh from the States, that was thrown into the bulge. They were close-shaven, clear-eyed, and wearing clean uniforms. Their bayonets were fixed. To Linebaugh, they seemed totally out of place, an alien caste which had wandered onto the wrong stage. The new captain led his men out to a blocking position on the line, but rather than working through the wood and flanking the objective, he sent the men straight across a field of deep snow toward a fieldstone hut. The Germans let them get in close. When they opened fire, every one of the GIs was killed. We were as mad at the new outfit as we were at the Germans, maybe more so, Linebaugh remembered. We kept calling them dumb bastards. 12 good men were dead. This sort of thing couldn't have happened to us. We knew better. They should have passed on what they knew. The Army should have set up a system to make sure they passed it on. Little things that took only a minute in the telling, like the German practice of firing machine gun tracer ammunition high to coax Americans to maneuver beneath it, then firing low without tracers, or how to distinguish the distinctive smell of German infantry with their sweat-stained leather equipment, or that the easiest way to judge how close to danger you were after riding a deuce and a half to the front was how fast the trucks drove away. The only way to learn about combat is to experience it. But surely the Army could have done more to promote passing on information to replacements and to new divisions, from division staffs down to frontline squads. If a replacement survived the first few days, he had become a combat veteran, but still with a lot to learn. In the good outfits, old-timers took charge. It came down to a hard core of those remaining who hold the unit together, Captain Douglas Smith decided. A core that can accept the replacements, train them, fit them into the squads, even when they had passed their own limits of endurance long ago. And so they are able to carry on until they are gone and the process starts all over again. The 29th Division's saying, "We are 3 divisions, one in the grave, one in the hospital, one at the front," could be applied to more than 24 U.S. divisions in ETO. And the one at the front consisted of replacements who did not know what to do, and war-weary veterans whose fatalistic attitudes suggested that it did not matter what they did. Fortunately, there was that corps Captain Smith described, who could teach as well as fight. It was critical to the victory, because by the end of the war, men who had been stateside on D-Day made up virtually the whole of the fighting Army. The Army was always learning. After the war, it conducted surveys among the ETO veterans, including detailed material on their training, rightly figuring that it was the combat veterans who could best judge its effectiveness. A majority of the men surveyed had their training in 1944 and fought in the last 6 to 8 months of the war. Perhaps half of them had been through Reppel-Deppels. Every combat veteran I've interviewed, when asked about training, starts with some version of, "Nothing can prepare you for combat." Virtually all the men surveyed agreed. The paratroopers commented that they thought they had been put through a training regime so tough that combat can't be worse than this, only to discover it was. There was a consensus among the GIs that training should be tougher with more live ammunition, and that the best way to prepare a soldier for combat was to improve his stamina and physical strength. The veterans pointed to many additional shortcomings in their training. About 80% said they did not know enough about German weapons, how to defend against them, or how to attack them. They further felt their knowledge of German tactics was deficient. They wished they had been taught more aircraft identification. 90% were unprepared for mine warfare. No one had said to them one word about trench foot, much less how to prevent it. No surprise, they felt all those hours spent doing close order drill and learning military courtesy were wasted. They felt their weapons training had been good, but they had not been taught to follow close behind supporting artillery fire. They tended to slow down on making contact. They allowed German indirect fire to pin them down. Their noise and light discipline at night was poor. They bunched together when fired on. Those that survived the first few days learned how to do better, but they could have been taught at far less cost back in the States. Captain Rowland remarks, "The marvel is that the drafty divisions were able to generate and maintain any esprit de corps at all. Formed originally by mixing men indiscriminately from throughout the nation, thus severing all personal, social, community, and regional bonds, identified by anonymous numbers and replenished through the notorious Repple-Depples. Their only source of morale, other than the shared experience of hazard and hardship, was the character and patriotism of the soldiers. Fortunately, that proved to be sufficient." In an article in Army History, published by the U.S. Army's Center of Military History in 1994, Professor Francis Steckel indicts the Army for two reasons. First, the replacement system rushed men into combat without adequate preparation and created an unnecessarily arduous challenge of adjustment on the field of battle. Second, the small number of divisions required units to remain in the front lines without rest and beyond the limits of individual human endurance, thus causing an earlier than necessary breakdown of veterans whose invaluable combat experience and skills were lost prematurely. I'd add a third indictment: failure to pass on even rudimentary information. It was not the job of the frontline machine gunner or tanker to train replacements. The Army was supposed to do that, and it failed. Chapter 12. The Air War. Between June 6, 1944, and May 6, 1945, an average of 5,000 American soldiers and airmen per day entered the continent. At the end of 1944, the U.S. Army in the European Theater of Operations numbered 2,700,000 men. Of these, 500,000 were in the Army Air Force. In the ground forces, roughly 300,000 were frontline infantry, with another 300,000 or so in the artillery, armor, or other combat support roles. Of the Air Force personnel, about half were ground crews and administrative types. The other half, some 250,000 young Americans, were pilots or air crew in the 8th and 9th Air Forces. They saw plenty of combat, but their living conditions were far better than those on the front lines. Airmen had beds, clean sheets, hot food, showers, clean clothes. They had some privacy, if only a footlocker in the bunkhouse. They had regular and easy access to a London in which a pack of cigarettes would pay for a woman and a night's worth of booze. They got medals and promotions faster than the ground soldiers. They were the envy of the men in the foxholes. But there were moments when airmen envied the infantry. For the crews on the bombers, there was no choice about whether to enter a raging battle, or stay put and out of it, or run away. Willy-nilly, the bomber crews went in when the plane did. On a B-17 or a B-24, the pilot took, rather than led, his 9 crew members into an apparently solid wall of exploding 88mm shells. The men could not move around, hide, duck, run away. The gunners could shoot, but only if a German fighter came at the bomber from the right angle. For those not shooting, flying through flak was an experience similar to an infantryman's getting caught in the open in a shelling. Men were helpless and terrified. One difference in the combat experience of ground and air warriors was in depth of perception. In interviews, infantry veterans emphasized that their war was 20 meters to the left and 20 meters to the right. Beyond that, they saw little and knew less. Seldom did a foot soldier get to see more than a tiny bit of the U.S. Army in Europe. Airmen saw the war on a continent-wide scale. They were on one of thousands of planes, spread as far as one could see. It frequently happens that infantrymen, asked in an interview what they remember most vividly about the war, will recall a specific incident, while an airman will generalize, as did Lieutenant Marvin Kraft, a navigator in the 8th Air Force. What struck me most was the scope, scale, and intensity of the war. Looking back, it seems we were on some kind of giant assembly line. We moved to a grand design. Kraft was part of an assembly line, one that reached from Willow Run, where the B-24s were made at the Ford plant, to Berlin, where bombs made in a munitions plant in Mississippi were dropped. And he was part of a grand design to destroy Germany's ability to make and move weapons. To that end, the United States invested a considerable portion of her total effort in the bombing campaign. At the pinnacle of the effort were the 4-engine bombers in the 8th Air Force. It is best described by oral historian Gerald Astor in his 1997 book, The Mighty Eighth, The Air War in Europe as Told by the Men Who Fought It. In all likelihood, the world will never see another organization like the Mighty Eighth, which at its zenith nearly blotted out the sky with aircraft. Astor goes on to note, like all great enterprises, particularly when operating under the demands of war, it was hardly a smoothly running machine. The frustration inherent in the air war was very high. The infantry could measure progress by numbers of enemy killed or taken prisoner, and by ground gained. But the airmen seldom saw an enemy fall, never took a prisoner. Far from winning, they seemed in the late fall of 1944 to be in danger of losing, as the Luftwaffe proved exceedingly difficult to kill off. In the summer and fall of 1944, the bombers had gone deep into Germany to strike oil, transportation, and industrial targets. Often there were no German fighters to contest the skies. But by late fall, in time for the Ardennes counteroffensive, the Luftwaffe had made a comeback. It was able to put planes in the air for night bombardment of Bastogne and other towns when conditions permitted. On Christmas Eve, the Germans mounted their biggest aerial effort of the entire campaign in northwest Europe. On New Year's Day, some 600 German planes hit British airfields at Eindhoven and Brussels, destroying 180 or more parked planes. This was discouraging in the extreme. For nearly half a year, the Americans had been going after the Luftwaffe's fuel supplies and the factories where the planes were being made. And now, there were more enemy planes in the skies than there had been 6 months earlier. The Germans had dispersed aircraft production from 27 main plants to 729 small ones. The number of single-engine fighters reaching the Luftwaffe rose from 1,016 built in February 1944 to 3,013 in September. Overall, German armament production rose in November 1944 to 260% above the beginning of 1942. Still, as a result of the oil campaign, the new planes were rather like the new tanks that went into the Bulge. Great weapons, but what was the use of them when there was no fuel? And the German pilots entering the battle in late 1944 had insufficient training time to become competent. In most cases, no more than an hour or two in the air a week. For the Allies, the big worry in late 1944 about the air war was Germany's jet aircraft production. The Me-163 single-engine and Me-262 twin-engine fighters had already been built by the hundreds. The Arado 234 jet bomber was just coming into production. They were capable of 550 miles per hour, about 100 miles per hour faster than the P-51s and P-47s. Not until October 1945 did the Americans expect to have a jet airplane, and in the event, 2 years after the end of the war, the Me-262 being flown at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Dayton, Ohio, was still judged superior to the new USAF P-80 jet fighter. Going into the year 1945, some Allied airmen feared that if the war lasted until June, the jets might yet restore control of German skies to the Luftwaffe. As early as September, General Karl Spaatz, commanding the 8th Air Force, had given jet production priority among his targets, second only to oil. On January 9, 1945, he gave jets first priority. Still, they came on. In the air, as on the ground, the Germans had demonstrated a resourcefulness and determination that in the wake of the pounding they had taken, invited the use of the word miracle. The air crews of the American bombers, meanwhile, discovered they had to fly more missions. First it was 25, then it was raised to 35. It kept climbing as high as 70 in a few cases. There were volunteers who completed 100 missions. Occasionally, the missions were so-called milk runs, with no fighter opposition and no flak. More often, there would be one or the other. Much too often, they faced both fighters and flak. In 1943, before the P-51 provided long-range fighter escort over Germany, only 35% of the 8th Air Force crews survived 25 missions. The figure rose to 66% after the P-51 came along in 1944. The crews on the 4-engine bombers, 9 men plus the pilot, were like an infantry squad in size, but not in rank or function. The 4 men in the forward section of the plane, pilot, co-pilot, bombardier, navigator, were officers. They were on the offensive. Their job was to deliver bombs on target. 6 sergeants were on the machine guns, 1 at the nose gun, 1 in the top turret, 2 waist gunners, the ball turret gunner crammed into a tiny rotating plexiglass sphere that hung below the plane just behind the bomb bay doors, and the tail gunner looking to the rear. When the Air Force leaders learned that the Germans treated sergeants better than privates in POW camps, they made every enlisted man who flew over Germany a sergeant. They were on the defensive. Their job was to shoot down or ward off attacking German fighters. Rank made little difference in the Army Air Force, at least within a crew, where the officers and sergeants were as close to one another as in an infantry squad. They trained together and fought together. The B-17 was dubbed the Flying Fortress. It bristled with machine guns, 13 50 calibers in all. So did the B-24 Liberator. The idea was that with all those heavy machine guns blazing away, a bomber could defend itself from any attack. In fact, in 1943, the Army Air Force discovered it could not. Indeed, scientists doing studies for airmen recommended getting rid of the machine guns, the ammunition, and the gunners altogether. Then the bombers could fly higher and faster and would be safer. "No way," replied the pilots. "We want to shoot back." So the guns and the gunners stayed. The pilots and their crews were all in it together. The British, meanwhile, had given up on daytime bombing altogether because of the unacceptable loss rate. So the British bombed by night, huge raids by hundreds of bombers, making no attempt to hit a specific target smaller than a city, while the Americans went in during daylight. Huge raids by hundreds of bombers, making every effort to hit a specific target. The B-17 had a top speed of 287 miles per hour, with a range of 2,000 miles when carrying 6,000 pounds of bombs. A total of 12,731 were built by Boeing, Douglas, and Lockheed during the war. The B-24 could carry up to 8,800 pounds of bombs and had a maximum speed of 300 miles per hour, with a range of just over 2,000 miles. By the end of the war, 18,190 had been built. The American pilots and their crews were astonishingly young to be in control of such huge aircraft. Sergeant Robert Hastings was a ball turret gunner on a B-24. In a 1996 interview, he described his fellow crew members. The oldest was the navigator, who was 25 years old. 3 men, including the pilot, were 23 years old. 1 was 21, 1 was 20, 2 were 19, and 2 were 18. They were civilian soldiers with no previous flying experience. Before joining the Air Force, the navigator had been in advertising and was a copywriter. 4 were students, Hastings remembered, including me. 1 was a farmer, 1 was a draftsman, there was a truck driver, a grocery clerk, and a milkman. 3 were married, and of the 10 of us, we represented 8 different states. The stress began with wake-up, breakfast, and briefing. In February 1943, Sergeant Andy Rooney, a reporter for Stars and Stripes, went on a mission on a B-17. He stumbled with the officers through the pre-dawn darkness to the briefing hut. The briefing officer stood in front of a wall covered with a blanket. He had a long pointer in his hand. When all were seated, he stepped up to the wall, scanned the room, then grasped the lower right-hand corner of the cloth and threw it back. There was a hush at first as the flyers stared intently at the map. Gradually, a murmur developed, and then gasps as they realized it was a large-scale map of a western sector of Germany. Our destination was Wilhelmshaven. Wilhelmshaven meant flak and terror. Most missions were like that, and sometimes the briefing left men immobile. One navigator was paralyzed by the briefing time after time. His buddies would carry him to the plane. Once aboard, he was okay. Captain Robert Johnson recalled there were 3 pilots he knew who got a bad case of 109 jitters, referring to the ME-109. 2 were useless. The 3rd was trembling and had to be supported as he left the briefing room. "But he was the bravest guy I ever knew," said Johnson, who had the 2nd highest number of aerial victories in Europe. "He was a Jewish boy and built like the Liberty Bell. Narrow shoulders, but a hell of a big butt. He fit the P-47 beautifully. He was absolutely scared to death of flying combat, but he forced himself to, and he did. He flew. He never became an ace, but was certainly there and helped out." The stress increased on the airfield. The men pulled themselves into the planes through an opening in the side. The officers moved from the midsection through the bomb bay, walking on a narrow steel beam, with the 500 or 1,000-pound bombs hanging down on either side. The cockpit in a B-17 was above and immediately ahead of the bomb bay. The top turret gunner was behind the cockpit. To get to the nose area, the bombardier bent down and went under the pilot and past the radio man's position. All this had to be done while wearing heavy coats, gloves, boots. The ball turret gunner's fighting position was in a plexiglass bubble, hydraulically powered, which he moved around with foot pedals. The gunners had silk gloves with electrically heated gloves on top. Every man on the plane was cramped. Whether in the pilot's seat or in the tail gunner's position, once in place, a man could scarcely shift his weight, stretch, scratch, or otherwise give physical release to his pent-up energy. Nor could he close his eyes or otherwise rest. He had to remain at full alert for 3, 4, 5, 7, or more hours. Men took care to drink only 1 cup of coffee and hold down on the food at breakfast. Lieutenant Chuck Halper had a navigator who needed to go on almost every mission. He carried big paper containers with lids. Despite layers of clothing, parachute harness, Mae West, heated suit, trousers, lawn johns, etc., he would make his contribution in the containers, slap the lid on, and get dressed. Later, when the bombardier took over on the bomb run, the navigator would hook up to a portable oxygen bottle, pick up the carton, and go back and stand in the bomb bay. When the bombs fell free, he would throw the container out. We were all somewhat flak-happy, and each of us accepted his behavior as perfectly normal. We named his special bomb Fliegerscheisse, German for flying shit. With his crew settled in and checking the equipment, the pilot started his engines one by one. The roar of hundreds of engines revving up overwhelmed the senses. Then came the taxi to takeoff position, then the signal to go. Then the pilots starting down the runway, one right on the tail of another. Lieutenant Les Lennox, a B-17 pilot, recalled 40 years later, "The people in air traffic control today would be absolutely appalled if they could see our only method of controlling all those bombers, taking off at 30-second intervals and climbing through all types of weather, in darkness, while maintaining radio silence. When 2 aircraft have a near miss today, it makes national news. We had so many each day we thought nothing of it." Climbing through cloud cover, trying to maintain formation, flying wingtip to wingtip, made for a high pucker factor. Collisions happened. Lieutenant J.K. Havner, a B-26 pilot, said, "On numerous occasions, a 36-ship formation would join up below the overcast and then bore on up through it in formation." He recalled Lieutenant Roy Russell, who was flying number 2 wing position in a flight of 6, when the clouds got so black with rain he lost sight of the lead ship's right wingtip. He drifted slightly left. His left wingtip hit the vertical stabilizer of the lead plane. That plane, its rudder badly damaged, had to abort. It successfully crash-landed on a farm near the cliffs of Dover. Russell, meanwhile, despite the loss of his wingtip, flew on and completed the mission. He loved the war, he once told a buddy. "I was young, crazy, and looking for glory." He volunteered for a second tour and flew a total of 70 missions. In 1943, in the first 9 months of 1944, when the bombers got above the clouds and headed east, they were often set on by German fighters rising up from airfields in France. Following the liberation of France, thankfully, the skies were free of the enemy until the flying armada crossed into German airspace. That meant, however, hours of fighting off boredom and tedium in a cramped position, in freezing cold, in an unpressurized airplane at 24,000 feet, taking in oxygen from a tank, staying warm with electric heat in the gloves and boots, with nothing to do but watch for the enemy and stay on the tail of the guy in front. When the bombers approached the target, everyone burst into activity. The 88s on the ground would begin to fire. Their radar told them the bomber's altitude. They set the fuse and then sent the shell up ahead of the formation, where the bombers would fly into the explosion, which sent out shrapnel of considerable size. The Allied countermeasure was to drop chaff to confuse the German radar. The German countermeasure to that was to have a scout plane fly on the edge of the bomber's formation and radio down the altitude. Spreading out and taking evasive action was the natural reaction to concentrated flak ahead, but it was forbidden for 2 reasons. First, to achieve the precision results the bomber generals demanded, the flights had to stay close together and drop their bombs when the lead plane did. Second, to provide the concentrated firepower necessary to drive off German fighters, the pilots had to keep their wingtips in a near-touching position. And from the initial point, IP, to the target, they had to fly slow and steady, in parade-like formation, no evasive maneuver of any kind allowed. For the pilots, that went against every human instinct, but they were helpless, because from the IP until the bombs were dropped, the bombardier was in command of the plane. It went where he told the pilot to take it. Sergeant Stan Catarazole, a ball turret gunner, said, "The worst part is coming in and the flak is busting out. They would just saturate that area with these 88 shells, just exploding all around you. Now you have to fly right through it, and the ones that didn't hit you, above or below or beside, you could feel the compression waves from the explosion, and the whole plane would vibrate. Me, being in the ball turret, I was scared shitless countless times. My job was to watch the bomb bay door, and when he hollered "bomb bay doors open," then I would radio back and tell them that the doors were open. Then I would confirm that the bombs were away. When you got back and saw the holes here and holes there from the shrapnel, you get a sense of how you cheated death every time you went up. Those holes caused by shrapnel and the opening of the bomb bay doors let in a rush of cold air. In the mission Andy Rooney went on, shrapnel clipped off the tip of the plastic nose of the plane, leaving a jagged hole the size of a man's fist. The bombardier, in a moment of panic, tore off his gloves and tried to stuff them in the gaping hole, Rooney remembered. Within minutes, his hands had frozen, and chips of flesh broke off his fingers as they caught on the jagged edges of the plastic. The surgeon of the 95th Bomb Group, Captain Jack McKittrick, remembered gunners coming home with all the skin torn off their hands. Their guns would jam, and in the excitement of battle, the men forgot about how cold it was in those planes and shed their gloves to clear the jam, and their hands would freeze to the bare metal of the machine guns. The B-24s could take an amazing amount of punishment and still fly, and the B-17 pilots claimed theirs were the most durable plane ever built. The B-17s were not fast, they were not maneuverable, they didn't carry the heaviest bomb load, but they were as close to indestructible as anything made by man that can fly could be. Thousands of them returned to England with 2 or 3 engines gone, hydraulic systems drained, wounded crewmen on board. Sergeant Catterazole had a fairly typical experience on a mission to Munich. On the bomb run, flak put one engine out of action, then another. So now we have only 2 engines, and we are coming in, and we drop our bombs, but when we turn around, we can't stay with the group. Not enough power, so we start falling behind. The captain eased her down to 10,000 feet. And we were trying to hold that altitude, but we still didn't have enough power, so we began throwing everything we could off the plane. Radio sets, anything that would lighten our load. We threw off our guns, and then the pilot called back to me and said that I had to drop the turret. This huge turret had to go, so I loosened the 4 nuts on the yoke. There's a big yoke that holds the turret in place, and we are hanging on, and I jump on the turret and kicked it one last time, and the damn thing is just hanging there on this one nut, and the pilot is yelling at me to release it, and I am yelling back that I'm trying. Catterazole gave it one last kick, and it was, "Turret away!" He looked down through this huge hole where the turret used to be, and there, 300 feet below, was the channel. It looked pretty damn close, so I put my Mae West on. I don't swim so good. But the pilot managed to bring her in at a place the English call the Wash, a big long beach where planes would make emergency landings. In 1996, an 18-year-old student asked Catterazole, "Since you were on bomb runs where you were dropping bombs on people you never saw or ever knew, what were your feelings and emotions when you were doing something like that?" Catterazole's answer could not be improved upon. "First of all, I always thought that I don't want to be here." Sergeant George Hintz was a ball turret gunner on a B-17. On February 25, 1945, he was at 24,000 feet, 8 miles from the target, when the 88 shells began bursting about him. The flak put the number 4 engine out of action. The plane began to lose altitude. The pilot dropped the bomb load over an unidentified town and turned back toward the French border. Enemy fighters attacked. They shot away a part of the nose, and their machine guns made Swiss cheese out of the wings and fuselage. The rear gunner had his gun shot out of his hands. Then our number 3 engine took a hit, Hintz recalled. The loud hissing of punctured oxygen tanks below the flight deck and the leaking hydraulic tanks just above those oxygen tanks increased the possibility of an explosion. The number 2 engine caught fire, and flames threatened to explode the leaking fuel tanks. The pilot ordered a bailout. And although we were now at a dangerously low altitude, we all made it, landing near the Swiss-German border, but luckily on the Swiss side. Incredibly, our severely damaged and now pilotless B-17 flew on and made a respectable crash landing in a forest clearing. Navigator Marvin Kraft recalled the time Luftwaffe 50 caliber bullets caused a serious gasoline leak. Fumes were filling the bomb bay. The pilot ordered everyone to get out of the flak jacket, put on a life vest and parachute, and prepare to jump. He dropped the bombs over the North Sea. Kraft was standing over the open bomb bay, looking down into the cold North Sea far below, with my parachute on my chest. I was terrified. It hurt to move, and I was numb with fear. Fortunately, we were able to shut off a valve ahead of the leak, and the pilot got us home safely. On such aborts, we did not get credit for a mission. For all their legendary toughness, the B-17s and B-24s went down in staggering numbers. In the 8th Air Force, 6,537 B-17s and B-24s were lost, along with 3,337 fighters. The life expectancy of a four-engine bomber that didn't get destroyed by flak or fighters was about the same as for a crew, some 35 missions. The record for a single plane, named Rum Dum, was 101 missions. But even when they were war-weary, almost incapable of rising from the ground or being controlled in the air, the generals thought up a use for them. They were stripped down, loaded with 20,000 pounds of explosive, and set out after the toughest targets, submarine pens and V-weapon launching sites. A two-man crew would take the flying bomb to the English coast, where they would bail out over land, and a mothership would take control by radio signals and guide the pilotless bomber over the sea and onto its target. That was the theory. In practice, several pilots were killed in this hazardous undertaking, including Joseph Kennedy, Jr., before it was mercifully called off. For all bomber crews, it was distressing in the extreme to watch B-17s or B-24s explode and disintegrate, or to watch a wounded plane begin to descend, obviously out of control, and to start counting the parachutes as they popped open, hoping to God that the count went up to 10, seldom getting that high. And for the airmen, there was no ceremony of burial, no opportunity to say goodbye to a dear friend. But if they could not gather up his body, they did have to gather up his belongings, and that was one tough moment, back at barracks, sorting through the footlocker of the guy you ate breakfast with, making sure there was nothing in his personal effects that would shock his parents and loved ones. Andy Rooney witnessed a particularly awful death. He was on an air base in England as a flight returned. The radio was crackling as there were half a dozen bombers with dead and dying men aboard. Then there was a frantic call. The ball turret gunner in one B-17 was trapped. The gears that rotated the ball to put the gunner in position to shoot and then returned him to the position that let him climb out and back up into the airplane had been hit and were jammed. He was caught in his plastic cage. Two engines were out and the plane was losing altitude fast and barely making 135 miles per hour, close to stall-out speed. The pilot ordered the crew to throw out everything. The men started pitching out machine guns, ammunition, oxygen tanks, and every instrument they could tear loose. The pilot opened the petcocks on the fuel tanks to drain them down to the last few gallons. The hydraulic system was spewing fluid. The wheels could not be brought down. A belly landing was inevitable. For 8 minutes, the pilot, the tower, and the ball turret gunner talked on the radio. The gunner knew what was coming. Rooney wrote, "We all watched in horror as it happened. We watched as this man's life ended, mashed down between the concrete pavement of the runway and the belly of the bomber." The pilots, mostly in their mid-20s, were generally admired, respected, obeyed, even loved. A special favorite with all who knew him was Major James Stewart, the actor already famous for parts in the Philadelphia Story and Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. Stewart had enlisted as a private, made his way into pilot training school, earned his wings. The Air Force knew he was a good flyer, but didn't want to risk him, so he was assigned to the staff. he insisted on flying. He became a squadron commander. One of his pilots, Lieutenant Hal Turrell, said of Stewart, "He was a wonderful human being and excelled as a command pilot. He was always relaxed with crews, but rarely visited off the base because of his celebrity status and famous face. He would be mobbed by civilians. He never grandstanded by picking missions. If our group led the wing, he flew." Stewart was one of the sensible pilots and thus a survivor. As his fellow pilot, Lieutenant Saul Levine, put it, "Most losses were on the early missions. Survival rates improved with experience, learning how to fly high-altitude close formation, hoarding your gas supply, being particularly watchful during assemblies, all contributed to better survival chances. Keeping rested and laying off the booze before flights also mattered." Missions could be a soul-searing experience. Lieutenant Leo Fenster was a bombardier navigator in a two-engine B-26. He was part of a crew that had survived 5 crash landings before its 61st mission. Fenster remembered that the last one was the worst one. The crew's mission was to toss chaff out of the plane, which required it to fly ahead of and far below 3,000 feet, the bombers coming on in formation. The German gunners concentrated their fire on Fenster's plane because they knew the purpose of the chaff drop. "Of all the missions," Fenster recalled, "I never incurred the volume and the intensity of ground fire we suffered in this one. The Germans literally threw their entire arsenal of ack-ack. The barrage was so unbelievably intense that for a period of 15 minutes before the dropping of the bombs and 15 minutes after, the noise of the continuous explosions engulfing us was overwhelming. Our plane, for a period of 30 minutes, rocked from side to side and up and down, and frankly, I did not believe we would survive." If one can have a conversation with God during such an intensive barrage, I did, and frankly, I made certain commitments with God which affected the rest of my life in the way I conducted myself. Lieutenant Raymond Murray, a B-17 pilot, recalled a mission against an oil refinery. "There was no ducking anything for us in the box barrages of flak. There was nothing you could do but sit there and say Hail Marys as fast as you could. Planes were going down all around us. But I'll always remember the first one. I was looking right at this plane because I was flying on him when it took a direct hit between number 3 and number 4 engines. I saw the wing rise up in the air. The pilot turned his head very slowly and looked out at me with no expression. Then we saw parachutes spilling out, a couple of them bursting into flames as they opened. Then the plane started cartwheeling and spinning. Not too many chutes got out, possibly 4 or 5. Then the aircraft exploded. And that is when I became a very religious man." Murray was 19 years old. "I was so young that with the passing years, time has erased most of the bad things I'd seen. The only memories that I now have of combat missions are hours and hours of boredom, interrupted by moments of sheer terror. But until that last one, I felt detached. I didn't have anything to do with it. I was never going to get hit." I talked to our flight surgeon, Captain Jack McKittrick, about this one day. He was a very nice guy. He said, "That's why we give you whiskey, and that's why you're all so young. If you thought about it, you wouldn't fly combat." The combat experiences were different for airmen from the ground troops, but there was a similarity in reaction. After 3 months, most infantrymen suffered some form of battle fatigue. For the airmen, that happened after 25 to 30 missions. Still, their commanders kept them in battle. Flight Surgeon McKittrick treated men who had reached, and sometimes passed, the breaking point. Men would approach me and say, "Captain, you can do anything you want, but I just can't fly the next mission. I'm too scared." He recalled an incident in 1943 when one of our good pilots got hysterical on the truck taking us down to the mess hall. He went absolutely berserk. McKittrick sent such men to a nearby general hospital. where the doctors would use sodium pentothal injections to get the boys to recount their experiences, because a lot of them couldn't express themselves when they were conscious. Getting it out of them was an important form of therapy. In the last week of February 1944, McKittrick's group flew deep penetration raids every day. The boys were getting exhausted, and they were coming home so terrified they couldn't eat or sleep, and then they'd have to get up at 0300 hours and start all over again. McKittrick and some other flight surgeons sent a letter to General Curtis LeMay, CEO of the 3rd Air Division, 8th Air Force, asking him to ease off before the crews broke from shell shock. When he got the letter, LeMay called every flight surgeon in the division to his headquarters. According to McKittrick, "He reamed us out, but good. I can still see him sitting there with a big cigar in his mouth, and he said, 'Gentlemen, I know you are professionals, but we are too. I don't want you to interfere with the way we're running the war, and we will not appreciate any more letters.'" McKittrick saw to it that crews got liquor rations after a mission during debriefing. "It was done methodically," he said, "and it did a great deal to settle them down, and it gave them a little more appetite. It helped to relax them slightly from the horrors of a particularly terrifying mission that all too often surpassed fiction, and I'll be damned if the Women's Christian Temperance Union didn't try their best to put a stop to that." The Allies were putting much of their productivity and some of the best of their young men into the air war, paying a tremendous price in treasure, lives, and physical and mental suffering. It was frustrating in the extreme, therefore, to deal with the fact that night area bombing had not destroyed German morale, and that daylight precision bombing had not destroyed German production. Frustration added to the stress and led to some desperate measures. 8th Air Force Headquarters, unhappy with the results of previous forays, attributed the errors to a shortage of time for the lead bombardier to set his Norden bomb sight once his plane began its run from the IP to bombs away. So the staff ordered the next mission over Cologne to make its final approach upwind. That would slow the planes and give the bombardiers more time. It also gave the 88s a slower target. In the event, the lead plane's release mechanism did not function, so the whole formation flew through the flak without dropping a single bomb. The lead swung around for another go at it. The others followed, fearful but obedient. "We expected hell and caught it," Navigator Frank Aldrich recalled. "Aircraft were dropping out of formation all over the place, and when the bombs failed to tumble out of the lead aircraft for the second time, we wheeled around to form for a third run. But there were not enough planes left for a run, and the lead pilot abandoned the mission. Aldrich's plane badly shot up, dropped its bombs in a field, and made a successful crash landing." There were many aborted raids, and screwed-up ones. On the afternoon of March 2, 1945, the men of the 323rd Group, 9th Air Force, set out on a mission to the Zinzig Railroad Bridge. The formation consisted of 216 B-26 Marauders carrying 400 tons of bombs, and 11 B-26s bringing chaff along. On the bomb run into the target, with bomb bay doors open and the bombardiers keyed to trigger their bombs away when the lead aircraft dropped its bombs, the plane flying on the wing of the leader got a hard flak hit. The concussion caused it to release its bombs prematurely. The rest of the formation let loose when the bombardiers saw those bombs dropped. As a consequence, all 400 tons of bombs landed 6 miles short of the target. The cost to the Americans was 1 plane shot down, 1 lost in the crash landing, 8 damaged, and another case of almost unbearable frustration. By the beginning of 1945, most of the 9th Air Force was stationed in France. To keep the Marauders flying over targets in Germany even in bad weather, the airmen adopted a technique first used by the Germans for night bombing of London during the Blitz. Specifically equipped Pathfinder planes would lead the B-26s. The Pathfinder would follow a radio beam that would take it to the target. Along the way, various radio signals from other stations in France told the Pathfinder where he was with respect to the drop point. It made fairly accurate bombing possible, when everything worked. But it had disadvantages. As Lieutenant Ned Grubb explained it, the IP was located 25 or 30 miles from the target in order to allow time for the Pathfinder pilot to bracket the beam and nail it down for an accurate run. This resulted in a much longer than usual straight flight path to the target, which was most unpopular with the pilots behind, as it provided a better than usual opportunity for the enemy gunners to set up their flak patterns. But it also allowed the marauders to bomb through snow and cloud, so, as Grubb pointed out, the enemy now had to worry about bombing attacks during rotten weather, a time that up to now was a period of relative relaxation, when they could attend to the maintenance of flak guns, aircraft, etc., and possibly get some rest. If everything worked, of course it seldom did, the system was amazingly accurate. The circle of error was only 300 feet. When the skies were clear enough, the P-47s stationed in France provided fighter escort for the B-26s. Prior to the bomb run, half of the escorting force would orbit above the bomber formation as top cover, while the other half peeled off to dive bomb the 88mm batteries. At first this was successful, but the Germans adjusted. They held their fire until the bomb run had begun. The P-47s then had no way of knowing the exact location of the 88s because of smoke, and they couldn't risk getting hit by the falling bombs, so they had to wait until the bombs had hit. Then they would go in again. B-26 pilot J.K. Havner commented, "The courage of these fighter jockeys diving right into the maws of 88s, spewing out lethal shells, is beyond description." Fighter pilots were special. They had swagger, bounce, energy. No more than most airmen, perhaps, but these qualities were on display more often, in the air and on the ground. As one example, fighter pilots downplayed the danger from flak. Lieutenant Wayne Gatlin, a P-51 pilot, remarked that one of those bomber fellows was saying, "Why, the flak was so thick even the automatic pilots and the bombers were bailing out." Gatlin said he hardly noticed the flak, but when pressed, confessed that, "What's nice about fighters, you can dodge flak easily, whereas the bomber boys can't do it very well, especially on the bomb run." The workhorse P-47s could carry a surprisingly heavy bomb load for a single-engine, single-pilot plane. 6 5-inch rockets and 2,000 pounds of bombs, plus 8 50-caliber machine guns. But the pilots had to see the targets. To continue to operate in bad weather, General Quesada came up with a radar device that would allow his P-47s to bomb through cloud cover. American radar operators in France would track the flight of a group of P-47s. The pilot of the lead ship would follow a radio beam to the target. The radar controllers back at base would tell the lead pilot when to drop the bombs. "We hated this," Lieutenant Philip Wright recalled, "and were furious over the authority given the controllers, safely tucked away from the action. Flying straight and level at 10,000 feet and 250 miles per hour, we were sitting ducks for the Germans' radar-controlled flak, nothing more than lousy bomber pilots." In mid-February 1945, Quesada flew in a 4-plane mission with Wright and 2 others. On the way to the planes, P-47s armed with 2 500-pound bombs and ammunition for the 8 50-caliber machine guns, Quesada said, "Gentlemen, just forget I'm a general." With a grin, he added, "If you can." As the planes approached the target, the radar started acting up. The pilots peeled off, formed up for another run, and were again frustrated by the malfunctioning radar. After 4 more tries, Quesada scrubbed the mission. So, in Wright's words, "We opted to dive bomb and strafe a panzer division. It was too good a target to pass up while we still had all our bombs and ammunition. Diving down through a barrage of 20 and 40mm flak, I lined up on the target and let fly. My bombs made a great hit, and I hoped Quesada was as impressed with me as I was. He was, and that was the end of the radar-controlled missions. On another mission, Wright had an unusual experience. He got a radio call from a man who identified himself as the ground controller for an armored division. The controller said German tanks were hiding in such and such a wood and asked the P-47s to go after them. Wright and his buddies flew to the wood, where the ground and air erupted. Bursts of 88mm flak were going off everywhere. We had been suckered into a flak trap. The Germans had located the American radio frequency and had a controller, speaking with a perfect American accent, who had fooled us. The most famous bombing raid of the war against Dresden on February 13th through 14th, 1945, has been called the most barbaric, senseless act of the war. During the night, RAF Bomber Command carried out a raid with 873 bombers, dropping thousands of incendiaries and high-explosive bombs up to 4 tons. This set the city on fire and started a firestorm as the rising column of intense heat sucked up oxygen and burned it, creating hurricane-like winds and temperatures up to 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or higher. At noon, 311 B-17s from 8th Air Force released 771 tons of bombs on the flaming city, with the aim of catching firemen and rescue workers when they were out on the streets. The following day, 210 B-17s dropped another 461 tons. The firestorm raged for 4 days and could be seen for 200 miles. In Dresden, people in air raid shelters suffocated or were baked alive. Kurt Vonnegut described the scene in a letter he wrote his parents shortly after the war. On February 14th, the Americans and the RAF came over. Their combined labors killed 250,000 people in 24 hours and destroyed all of Dresden, possibly the world's most beautiful city. But not me. After that, we were put to work carrying corpses from air raid shelters. Women, children, old men, dead from concussion, fire, or suffocation. Civilians cursed us and threw rocks as we carried bodies to huge funeral pyres in the city. Vonnegut was eventually liberated by the Soviets after their Soviet planes strafed and bombed us, killing 14, but not me. His POW railroad car had earlier been shot up by Americans. Vonnegut says he is the only man to be shot at by Germans, Americans, and Russians, and bombed by the British, and survive. On the 50th anniversary of VE Day, during a discussion of World War II on television among Joseph Heller, Vonnegut, and me, Vonnegut said, "The bombing of Dresden didn't shorten the war by 1 second. There is only one person in this world who benefited from that raid, and that's me." But although Dresden is generally considered to be the most destructive raid in the European war, it was not. Just before Dresden, the Allied bombers had hit Berlin, a 1,000-bomber raid, and Leipzig, even harder. Those bombings were feebly protested, if at all. What made Dresden special was its apparent absence of military or industrial targets. People were outraged at the destruction of the heart of a relatively undamaged city, known throughout the world for its beauty. Further, the death toll at Dresden was initially wildly inflated to as high as the 250,000 figure cited by Vonnegut. The Germans later revised the figure to 135,000. Recent disclosures put the figure at 35,000. No one knows for certain, as Dresden had many refugees in the city. The protest came first from Nazi propaganda, but as soon as the widespread damage in Dresden became known as fact, there was an outcry in the Allied world. British critics of area bombing in general raised numerous questions about the necessity for the raid. Even Churchill, who had helped set the Dresden raid in motion by asking RAF Bomber Command to find more means of harrying the German retreat, backed away. On March 28th, he warned his chiefs of staff of the folly of any bombing of German cities simply for the sake of increasing the terror, and as a result, coming into possession of an utterly ruined land. Why would the Allies want to bomb a commercial city devoid of genuine targets? There are many answers. The one that makes the most sense to me is that the Allies had just plain run out of targets. The cities along the Rhine-Ruhr in western Germany had been demolished and/or occupied by mid-February. Berlin, Leipzig, and other central German cities were rubble. Dresden was one of the few relatively intact cities left. It is not true that Dresden attracted refugees because it had never been bombed. It had been, twice, although in much smaller raids. When questioned by Secretary of War Henry Stimson about the need for the raid, General Marshall indicated that the Russians had asked the Allies to disrupt German communications. There was a significant railroad marshalling yard in Dresden, seeming to put the blame on them. But the Soviets said they had made no such request. But by this time, mid-1945, the Soviets were already creating what would become Communist East Germany, and thus had a political motivation to pretend they were the great friends of the common German people, when the capitalists were destroying their homes and families. The British, unjustifiably, got most of the blame. Dresden became something of a mark of shame to the British establishment, as it became the symbol of terror bombing. So much so that General Arthur Harris, commander of RAF Bomber Command, was the sole major British wartime leader not honored with a knighthood. The Americans involved in the raid will have none of that. Lieutenant Dave Nagel said in an interview, "If you saw London like I saw it, you wouldn't have any remorse. I don't know anyone who was remorseful. I didn't hate anyone, but near the end we were nervous, uptight. And as time went on, for me a dead German was the best German. To this day I won't buy German goods, if I can help it. I am prejudiced." Lieutenant John Morris declared, "I am hardly ashamed of having gone to Dresden that day. It was sound strategy to prevent the Wehrmacht from falling back to regroup and be lethal again. So we bombed the hell out of the railroad marshalling yards and road hubs along the Wehrmacht's line of retreat, up and down Germany's eastern border. I don't rejoice at the 35,000 Germans killed there. I doubt there were many Jews in that number. The good burghers of Dresden had shipped them all off to Auschwitz." Morris went on to put the raid in perspective. "It is true that the RAF purposely started a firestorm, causing many of the casualties. It was a tactic they frequently tried. But they and we killed more people in other cities on other days. So did the Russians. So did the Japanese. So did the Germans. Dresden was not unique." 8th Air Force prided itself on its pinpoint bombing and all but denied its role in the Dresden bombing. But from a German point of view, in the last few months of the war, one could hardly tell if those were British or American planes dropping bombs on their cities. Captain Dan Villani of the 398th Bomb Group was a pilot of a B-17 who was part of the massive raid on Berlin in mid-February. Decades later, he recalled that most of the formation spread out to avoid the flak, and in so doing ruined the accuracy of the drop. I'm sure many of the pilots didn't give a damn. They just wanted out of a target area as fast as possible. The aiming point was the center of Berlin, and I don't think this was bombing a military target. But I personally felt no remorse. They brought Hitler to power and supported him, and sealed their fate. From 1943 onward, after he was thrown on the defensive, Hitler had exhorted the German people to hang on just a bit longer. Secret weapons were on the way. Most of that was typical Hitler bombast. The closest he came to a secret weapon that could reverse the situation was the jet airplane, and in a variety of ways he grossly misused it. His biggest mistake was to insist that the Me-262 be built as a bomber rather than a fighter, a mistake compounded by his insistence on continuing to build conventional bombers. Half the planes produced in Germany in 1944 were bombers. In 1945, it was still 40%. Meanwhile, Germany was losing 82% of its effective strength in the air per month, or a loss rate of about 1,200 planes out of an average strength of 1,300. The jets could have cut those losses considerably, but there were never enough of them. Total production was 1,433, but only 200 or so got into combat, and never more than 25 at a time. These were paltry figures compared to the numbers of Americans in the air. In one March 1945 raid on Berlin, there were 1,250 B-17s escorted by almost as many fighters. The Me-262 and other German jets outclassed all other World War II planes, but they were no more war winners for Germany in the last year of the war than were the V weapons. If the P-51s could not match the Me-262s in the air, they could shoot them up on the ground or drop their bombs on the telltale extra-long runways the jets required. By early 1945, the jets were reduced to hiding in the woods and using the Autobahn for a runway, or, along with the big bombers, to go after known production sites. Reportedly, some 500 jets were destroyed before delivery to the Luftwaffe. The jets and the V-weapons were cause for worry, and both did considerable damage. But both came too late, in too small numbers, and were so badly mishandled that they could only postpone and make more costly the Allied victory, not prevent it. That does not answer the questions. Was strategic bombing critical to the victory? Was it a wise use of resources? It certainly was costly to the enemy. It is estimated that 2 million people, soldiers and civilians, were engaged either in anti-aircraft defense or in the cleanup and repairs after the bombings. But it was terribly costly to the Allies, too, in resources and lives. America put some of her best young men in those B-17s, and it cannot be said, one way or another, if that was the best utilization of their talents and abilities. As a personal judgment, it is hard to see that the terror bombing of cities had a significant impact on the fighting fronts, or that going after specific factory systems, such as ball-bearing plants, was worth the cost. Where the payoff came, and it was critical, was to force the Germans on the defensive in the air, which freed the Allied armies in Europe from fear of the Luftwaffe, and in the oil campaign, which was such a spectacular success that by the spring of 1945, the Wehrmacht was out of gas. In and of itself, that justified the investment in 4-engine bombers. The war could not have been won without them. Chapter 13. Medics, Nurses, and Doctors. It wasn't any different getting killed in World War II than in the Civil War. But if the shrapnel, bullet, or tree limb wounded a GI without killing him, his experience as a casualty was infinitely better than Johnny Reb's or Billy Yank's, beginning with his survival chances. Military medicine had vastly improved in the 20th century. The medical team, from medics in the field to the nurses and doctors in the tent city hospitals, compiled a remarkable record. Over 85% of the soldiers who underwent emergency operations in a mobile field or evacuation hospital survived. Fewer than 4% of all patients admitted to a field hospital died. In the Civil War, it had been more like 50%. Wonder drugs and advanced surgical techniques made the improvements possible, but it was people who had to get the wounded into a hospital before it was too late for the nurses and the drugs and the surgeons to do their work. Those people were the medics. In an infantry battalion of 12 platoons, there were 30 to 40 medics. After time on the line, whether a week or a month, most units were down to 1 medic per platoon. The medics varied as much in motivation as in size and shape, but a common theme was a refusal to kill along with a desire to serve. One of the heroes at Point du Hoc on D-Day was Private Ralph Preacher Davis of the Rangers, asked in September to be transferred to the Medical Corps for religious reasons. He was accepted immediately, as volunteers for the medics were hard to find. On a night patrol, Preacher got hit in the back by a sniper. He was paralyzed below the waist. After the war, he achieved his ambition of becoming an ordained minister before he died of the wound. Sergeant Frank South said Preacher was deeply respected for his courage, proven in battle, and his devotion, also proven. The combat experience brought forth from Preacher a strong moral reaction. Others had strong responses too, but sometimes in the opposite direction. Preacher couldn't bring himself to kill anymore. Some men who started out as medics because of religious conviction changed on encountering the reality of war. They requested transfer to the line company, meaning they wanted to pick up a rifle and shoot back. The medics had done all the training and infantrymen did, except for weapons. In training camp, the medics had been segregated into their own barracks, kept away from the men they were learning to save, apparently for fear of contamination of the real soldiers. The rifle-carrying enlisted men and the medics developed little camaraderie. One lieutenant confessed that he and his platoon mildly despised the men of the Medical Corps because they were conscientious objectors. Their mere presence cast a moral shadow over what the infantrymen were training to do. They were often ridiculed, called names such as pill pusher or shank mechanics because of the salt tablets they handed out, and the tourniquets and bandages they put on imagined wounds in field exercises were a joke. So was their only real work, treating blisters and the like. But in combat, they were loved and admired without stint. Overseas, medic Buddy Gianalone recalled, "It became different. They called you medic, and before you knew it, it was doc. I was 19 at the time." On countless occasions, when I've asked a veteran during an interview if he remembered any medics, the old man would say something like, "Bravest man I ever saw. Let me tell you about him." Here is a typical account. Private Mike DeBello got hit by a machine gun bullet that ripped right through the upper muscle of his right arm. "Doc Mellon was the bravest kid I ever saw. He came running right through the machine gun fire and put a tourniquet on my arm." Mellon got smashed by the concussion from an .88. His shoulder was out of the socket. He should have gone back to the aid station, but, as he later explained, he felt, "There were just too many wounded guys to work on, so I took some codeine and morphine. I couldn't raise my arm beyond my waist, so here I was trying to work on these wounded guys with one hand." To preserve their non-combatant status under the Geneva Convention, the War Department did not give medics combat pay, $10 extra a month, or the right to wear the combat infantryman badge. This was bitterly resented. In some divisions, riflemen collected money from their own pay to give their medics the combat bonus. As to their right to wear the badge, 5 enlisted medics in ETO were awarded the Medal of Honor. Hundreds won silver or bronze stars. Medic Ed Grachik of the 4th Division had earned a Bronze Star. Later, when his company underwent a shelling in the Hurtgen Forest, one of the sergeants was killed by shrapnel in the neck, and Grachik took a large fragment in the back of his head. He was unconscious and looked gone. Beside him, a third man was screaming for a medic. Lieutenant George Wilson ran to the wounded man and found him frantically gripping what was left of one arm with his remaining hand. The arm was gone, almost to the shoulder. As Wilson stared helplessly, medic Grachik came to. He told Wilson to get a tourniquet on the man, handed him some morphine, explained how to use it, then gave verbal instructions as Wilson sprinkled sulfa powder on the gory stump and bandaged the wound. As Wilson completed the job, both the wounded man and Grachik passed out. Wilson got a jeep to carry them back to the aid station. They survived. Medics served in the line companies. They were in the foxholes in static situations. But if the Americans were on the offensive, they sometimes had to stay behind with the wounded, feeling lonely and abandoned. On other occasions, when an attack failed and the men fell back, medics had to go between the lines to deliver aid and start the wounded man on his way to the field hospital. Private Byron Whitmarsh of the 99th Division described what it was like for the medics during a shelling. There are worse things than being a rifleman in the infantry. Not many, but being a medic is one of them. When the shelling and shooting gets heavy, it is never long until there is a call for medic. And that's when your regular GIs can press themselves to the bottom of their hole and don't need to go out on a mission of mercy. Once the medic reached the wounded man, he did the briefest examination, put a tourniquet on if necessary, injected a vial of morphine, cleaned up the wound as best he could, sprinkled sulfa powder on it, slapped on a bandage, and dragged or carried the patient toward the rear. Private Robert Phillips, a medic with the 28th Division, came to dread the sound of incoming shells and the invariable "medic" cry that forced him to leave his hole. As he worked, shell fragments whittled down the trees and casualties increased. He remembered for the rest of his life the job of examining a wounded man at night, cutting away clothes in the darkness, feeling for the wound. It was like putting your hand in a bucket of wet liver. Private Benedict Batista was a medic with the 90th Division who went the whole way from Utah Beach to Central Europe, trying to save lives. After the war, he reflected, "I don't regret what I did, but if I had to do it all over again, I wouldn't want to be a medic. I have seen too much blood. I would want to be in a maintenance outfit in the Army." On his initial mission in the field, Sergeant Gianalone came near to total failure. The first person that I treated who was wounded happened to be an old rough and tough sergeant. He had a piece of shrapnel go through his boot and up there by his toes, and it wasn't a serious wound, but to him it was. I sat down alongside of him, and he was moaning and groaning. And I said, "Well, I have to cut your shoe off." And he said, "Well, come on, don't talk, get me taken care of." So I cut his shoe off, and I'm getting ready to put the bandage on, and I look down, and there is blood all over my hand. So I lean over the side, and I have the dry heaves. And he is getting more aggravated by the minute, this sergeant. He says, "Come on, don't do that." He said, "Take care of me." I said, "I am doing the best I can." The patient was getting nervous, and he was armed and angry. Gianalone decided to give him a shot of morphine, not because he needed it, but because I didn't want that son of a gun to get all worked up. So I got a morphine packet out of my pouch, and I rolled up his sleeve, and I pushed it in his arm there, and I am squeezing that thing and squeezing it, and he is yelling, and I'm squeezing, and finally the damn thing broke. I said, "Oh, I forgot to puncture the needle." I said, "Oh." Gianalone threw the packet away. His patient picked up his rifle. And he said, "You bastard, you better take care of me or I'm going to shoot you." I said, "Just one more time." So I got another packet and I punctured the needle that time, and I gave him a half grain of morphine. That got him reeling. It should have. According to Gianalone, 1/16 of a grain is sufficient to knock a man out for an operation. If the medic didn't do the job right and fast, he lost the patient, and sometimes he had to deliver his first aid while under aimed enemy fire, because occasionally Germans would fire at a medic at work between the lines. Private Phillips was wounded while tending to a wounded man. On Christmas Day, Private Louis Potts of the 26th Division was fired on while attending a wounded soldier. He stayed in the snow-covered field and went to work on another casualty. This time the German sniper got him in the forehead. His sergeant commented, "Potts was small in stature. He did his very best to help the wounded, regardless of personal danger." I've heard dozens of such stories, from German and American veterans, usually, however, from a man who heard about such a thing, as opposed to seeing it himself. Albert Caudry of the U.S. Army's Center of Military History insists that they were uncommon. He points out that careful studies demonstrated that the Germans, by and large, were following the Geneva Convention. Although men wearing their Red Cross armband were shot, sometimes it was because the Red Cross had not been seen. The response of the medics is conclusive. It was to make themselves more visible, not less. They began to wear 2 armbands and paint a red cross in a white square on their helmets. They were confident that most Germans or GIs would respect the symbol if only it could be seen. Caudry contrasts this with the Pacific War, where medics were special targets of the Japanese and responded by taking off the armbands and even dyeing their bandages jungle green. Lieutenant Wenzel Andreas Borgert commanded an anti-tank unit in the German army in Normandy. He described an American attack in which 10 of his 15 men were wounded. He radioed for an ambulance. "And this much I can acknowledge," Borgert said in an interview, "that at the very second that the big Red Cross flag came over the hill behind me, the Americans stopped firing immediately. I can honestly say that made a big impression on me, because there was no such thing as Red Cross on the Russian front." Both sides tended to their wounded. Borgert noticed an American officer and crossed no man's land to talk. The American opened the conversation in German. "Where did you learn such good German?" Borgert asked. "My family is German," he said. Then he asked Borgert if he didn't want to surrender, as Germany has lost the war in any case. No, Borgert replied, he would continue to fight. But he let the American know that as soon as dark came, he intended to pull back from his present position. "Then I won't attack you till dark," the American replied, and it was done. Americans sometimes shot medics. Major John Cochran of the 90th Division recalled a forward observer who would call for a barrage when he knew the Germans were eating. He had a sixth sense about it, according to Cochran. After calling for a ceasefire, he would say, "Get ready to do it again." He explained to Cochran that in 5 or 10 minutes, their medics will come out to treat the casualties, and we'll get them too. Sergeant Robert Bowen of the 101st recalled that on December 23rd, in the Bulge, 2 men from his platoon were wounded. They lay in the snow, one babbling incoherently and the other screaming. Bowen tried to get to them, but German fire drove him off. Medic Everett Paget said he would try, explaining that the Germans would honor his Red Cross patch. "He went out there. It was one of the bravest acts I had ever witnessed. Enemy bullets were plowing up the snow around him until he reached the wounded men. Then the German fire slackened and he tended the 2 men, although both were beyond rescue. At least Paget gave them some morphine. Then he returned to the American line and the firing resumed." Bowen confessed, "I thought of the wounded Germans who had lain in the road the day before, and our guys had tried to kill whomever went out to help them." In Normandy on D-Day +2, Private Ken Webster of the 101st saw a German jeep pop out of some smoke and drive boldly through the village of Vierville. It was flying a large Red Cross flag and carried 2 wounded Germans on stretchers in back, with a big, husky German paratrooper at the wheel. It was so surprising a sight, no one made a move to stop it, until finally, when it was almost out of the village, an American officer stopped it. Webster described the result. The jeep was commandeered. The driver, a medic, was shot for carrying a pistol, and the 2 wounded men were left by the side of the road to die. Lieutenant Charles Stockel saw medics fight each other. His diary for July 25th reads, "An American medic and a German medic in no man's land, treating the wounded, get into a fistfight. The war stops for 10 minutes until the American clobbers the crowd." On one occasion, a medic inspired a company to seize an objective. Captain Colby's company was on the Our River during the Bulge. Colby told his men to attack across the frozen river. They did, but were driven back by a machine gun. All but one man made it back to the American-held bank of the river. He was a casualty. As Colby related the story, he lay still in the middle of the frozen river. A medic, I am pretty sure it was Vosberg, left the pitiful concealment on our bank of the river and made his way to the fallen man's side. The machine gun opened up again. Spurts of snow flew up from the burst, which were falling around the two. The medic got to his feet and stepped across the wounded man, thus placing himself between the machine gun fire and the casualty. Lying in the snow, he began tending his patient. With that, the rest of E Company headed across the river to the far side, each man banging off a few shots as he went. The wounded man survived, and the attack was a success. Too often, when the medic arrived, the man was dead. In that case, it was the medic's responsibility to oversee the retrieving and hauling of the body back to a graves registration crew. Bill Malden described one such crew. Its personnel, he said, could have played the grave diggers in Hamlet. They were usually drunk, a necessary condition for their job. They became callous. Private Kurt Gable of the 17th Airborne described the day he had participated in the gruesome job of finding and stacking up the dead from his outfit following a failed attack in a snow-covered field. The bodies were frozen. After a morning's work, Gable and his buddies had a large stack. A graves registration crew drove up in a deuce-and-a-half truck. 2 guys got in the back of the truck. 2 others went to the pile. The 2 on the ground grabbed a body by shoulders and legs and swung him 3 times to gain momentum, chanting, 1, 2, 3, heave! The body flew through the air and landed on the truck with a thump. The men on the truck dragged the corpse to the far end and got ready for the next. They did it again. Gable stepped forward. He looked like the combat infantryman he was. He had his rifle dangling from his shoulder. Touching it lightly, he said in a matter-of-fact voice, "You do that once more and I'll blow your goddamn heads off." For a moment, no one moved. Then the men on the truck slowly climbed down, and the 4-man crew gently lifted the next body and placed it on the truck. The men killed in action were buried as soon as possible in small temporary cemeteries, later dug up and taken to a division or army cemetery in the rear. This, too, was temporary. After the war ended, the family had the right to have the body brought home. Many parents or widows decided, however, to leave their loved ones where they fell. Those bodies went into one of the beautifully landscaped military cemeteries maintained by the American Battle Monuments Commission. The largest are in Normandy and Luxembourg. Robert Bradley was an aide man with the 30th Infantry Division. He had been a medical student before the war. A religious man, he preferred to save rather than to kill. He went into Omaha Beach on June 10th. He slept along a hedgerow. Starting at dawn through to the end of the war, he set about saving lives. His instruments were crude. He tied scissors to one of his wrists with a shoestring in order to have them handy to cut away bloody clothing. He carried extra compresses in his gas mask container. His raincoat had many patches cut out of the tail because he had learned to slap a piece of raincoat on a sucking chest wound, then cover it with a compress. In Normandy, Bradley learned how to get to his patients in a hurry. In basic training, he had detested learning to turn somersaults, but he found that the best way to go over a hedgerow was in a dive, head first. Then he would dash to the wounded man in the open field, a man who had been abandoned and who was utterly dependent on the medic. Bradley remembered the unspeakable light of hope in the eyes of the wounded as we popped over a hedgerow. Sergeant Frank South, a medic in the Rangers, noticed something that also struck other medics. During training, it was not uncommon to hear one say, "If I lose a leg, arm, or whatever, please shoot me. I don't want to come home a cripple." Never in combat did I or anyone I know hear this, no matter how bad the wound. An officer in the 90th Division remarked, We had so much faith in our medics' ability that we firmly believed we would not die if they got to us in time. Lieutenant Jack Foley of the 101st Airborne had typical praise for his medic, Private Eugene Rowe. He was there when he was needed, and how he got there, you often wondered. He struggled in the snow and the cold, in the many attacks through the open and through the woods. When the temperature went below the 0 mark Fahrenheit, even the medic couldn't help. What worked against the soldier was shock, Private Richard Roush, a medic in the 84th Division, said. It didn't really make much difference whether a soldier was barely or severely wounded in that extremely cold weather. He would immediately go into shock. We couldn't do anything for him because we didn't have any means to warm a wounded soldier. We could not save him. The medic could do more with less to do with than anyone, Ken Russell of the 82nd Airborne remarked. The medic seldom had much, and often not enough. Morphine was a most important drug because it would relax the wounded man and help keep him from going into shock. In the bulge, to keep it from freezing, the medics carried it next to their bodies. One man carried his in his underwear top. Others carried their morphine under their arms. During the bulge, Medic Roush kept the life-saving plasma in a metal pan he placed on top of the engine. Since his Jeep had no antifreeze, he had to run the engine every half hour anyway, which kept the plasma from freezing. But after about 5 days of this, I could go no further, so I just fell out and went to sleep. When I awoke, my Jeep was frozen, and so was the blood plasma. Carrying so much morphine around a battlefield proved to be a temptation at least one medic could not resist. Medic Gianalone related the story. There was a shelling. He heard the cry, "Medic!" I said, "Oh, shit," and got up and went in the direction of the call for help. It took him to the next platoon's area. He asked who was hurt. "Doc, look over there," one of the GIs responded. There was the platoon medic, walking like a zombie, even as shells continued to come in. Gianalone tackled him and discovered he had given himself morphine when the shelling began. It turned out he had become an addict. Once the wounded man was behind the main line of foxholes, 4 litter bearers from the forward aid station, located a few hundred yards to the rear, summoned by radio or telephone, would come forward to evacuate him. That usually took about 15 minutes. They would haul the soldier to wherever they had parked their Jeep, 25 meters to 100 meters back, load him into one of the 4 litter bearers mounted on the Jeep, and drive as rapidly as possible to the battalion aid station, a kilometer or so to the rear. In early August, Lieutenant Stockel of the 2nd Infantry Division was hit badly in the leg, 20 deep shrapnel wounds. A medic got to him, did some patchwork, and helped him to the rear. There, a Jeep awaited. "I am laid across the hood," Stockel wrote in his diary, "like a slaughtered deer." At the aid station, "It is a blur. I did wake up in a field hospital to find 2 doctors taking my combat boots off and stealing my Luger pistol. I protest, but then the fog closes in again." In the field hospital, doctors gave Stockel more morphine and plasma and an anti-tetanus shot. They removed his bandages and cleaned up the wounds, put on fresh bandages, made a tentative diagnosis of his case, and labeled him for evacuation. An ambulance took him to Omaha Beach. He remained unconscious, where he was transferred by landing craft to an LST, then taken to Portsmouth, then by rail to the hospital. I next woke up in England. From the time he was wounded until he was in a modern hospital across the Channel took 20 hours. There he recovered, as did more than 99% of the men evacuated from Normandy to England. Corporal Walter Gordon of the 101st was one of them. Outside Bastogne on Christmas Eve, he was hit in the left shoulder by a sniper's bullet. It passed out from the right shoulder. It had brushed his spinal column. He was paralyzed from the neck down. 2 buddies hauled him out of his foxhole and dragged him back into the woods. as a gladiator was dragged from the arena, according to Gordon, where the medic gave him morphine and plasma. Sergeant Carwood Lipton held the plasma bottle under his arm to keep it flowing. Within minutes, a jeep was taking Gordon to the forward aid station. An hour after he was wounded, Gordon was in an ambulance headed toward an evacuation hospital in Sedan. There, still the same day, it was marked for air evacuation to England. Once there, the doctors put Crutchfield tongs on him to keep him immobile. For 6 weeks he lay on his back with no movement. His recovery was not rapid, but it was complete. Gordon went on to live a full and successful life. Air evacuation was more comfortable as well as much faster than going to England by LST, and it was safer. Worldwide, only 46 of the 1,176,048 patients air evacuated throughout the war died en route. The remarkable rate of recovery for wounded GIs was based on mass production assembly line practices. How well it worked, from the medic to the aid station to the field hospital to England, can be judged by the reaction of the men of the front line, who were almost certain to get caught up in the process, with their lives depending on it. As one lieutenant put it, "We were convinced the Army had a regulation against dying in an aid station." The recovery rate also benefited from the general physical condition of the wounded. First of all, the GIs were selective, even within their age group. 1 out of 3 potential inductees was rejected by the Army doctors for physical reasons, a telling reminder of the effects of the Depression on the American people. Second, they were generally in excellent physical condition. Third, they were free from body lice, thanks to DDT, and adequately fed. As against this, they were generally exhausted even before the shock of injury hit them. But if the medic could get to the wounded man in time to stop the bleeding and prevent shock, his chances for recovery were excellent. Most patients came back to consciousness in the field or evacuation hospital. They were groggy from the morphine. The first sight many of them saw was a nurse from the Army Nurse Corps, ANC. She was harassed, wearing fatigues, exhausted, and busy. But she was an American girl. She had a marvelous smile, a reassuring attitude, and gentle hands. To the wounded soldier, she looked heaven-sent. The first nurses to enter the continent came in on June 10th at Omaha. They were members of the 42nd and 45th Field Hospitals and the 91st and 128th Evacuation Hospitals. They were the vanguard of the 17,345 ANC who served in ETO in 1944 through 45. That was 17 times as many ANC personnel as existed in the entire Army in 1942. By 1945, total ANC strength was nearly 60,000. These pioneers had to overcome many obstacles. The first was the act of volunteering. There was a nationwide slander campaign about women in uniform, as vicious as it was false. The jokes were gross. They were told by rear echelon soldiers and civilians. No one who had ever seen an Army nurse in action in a field hospital, nor any wounded soldier, ever told such jokes. But because they were so widely told by people who didn't know what they were talking about, recruitment slowed down to a trickle. A questionnaire showed that of those nurses who did volunteer, 41% had to overcome the opposition of close relatives. Only half said their closest male friends were supportive, whereas 80% of their closest female friends had supported their decisions. Under the circumstances, recruitment was insufficient. To speed it up, the Army made the ANC more attractive. From June 1944 onward, nurses were given officers' commissions, full retirement privileges, dependents' allowances, and equal pay, and the government provided free education to nursing students. In his January 1945 State of the Union address, President Roosevelt referred to the critical shortage of nurses in Western Europe and proposed that nurses be drafted. A bill to do so passed the House and came within one vote in the Senate. One untapped source was African American nurses. When the war ended, there were only 479 black nurses in a corps of 60,000. This was because the Army assigned a quota, not because the black nurses didn't want to serve, but in the America of that day, it was unthinkable that black nurses could care for white American soldiers. In June 1944, one unit of 63 African American nurses went to a hospital in England to care for German POWs. The continuing shortage of nurses meant that those who served at field or evacuation hospitals were badly overworked. The experiences of the 77th Evacuation Hospital were typical. By mid-1944, the 77th was a veteran outfit. It had been in England in the summer of 1942, then went to Oran in November, on to Constantine in January 1943, Tebessa in February, La Mesquiana in March, Tebessa again, Bonn in April, Palermo in September, on to Lichta in October, and in November back to England to get ready for D-Day. Clearly, the battalion-sized team knew how to pick up and move in a hurry. On July 7, 1944, the 77th entered Normandy at Utah Beach. It set up at Saumur-Église. It was open within a day. During the first 12 hours, it treated 1,450 patients, or 2 per minute. In the first 6 days, the 77th handled 6,304 patients in triage. For the first week, patients came in at a round-the-clock rate of 1 per minute. The ambulances coming from the battalion aid stations had to line up 3 abreast in lines reaching up to 200 yards. The 6 doctors worked as rapidly as possible, but were only just able to keep up with the litter bearers carrying patients in from the ambulance and out the back of the receiving tent. Not only were litters coming and going, there was space for 100 litters in the tent, and it was nearly always filled. There were litters bearing wounded men in open spaces on the ground outside the tent. Along the sides of the tent sat the walking wounded, clutching their souvenirs. A tag showed whether and how much morphine the casualty had received from the medic. The doctors went from patient to patient, asking questions, scanning each record, lifting the dressing to check each wound. The nurses changed dressings, administered medications, checked each record, monitored the vital signs, and while they were doing those jobs, they rearranged the blankets and gave the soldier a smile. They were too busy to do much more. As Lieutenant Eileen Hogan described her experiences in Normandy, "I have never worked so hard in my life. I can't call it nursing. The boys get in, get emergency treatment, penicillin and sulfa, and are out again. It is beyond words." Red Cross volunteers helped meet the need for comfort. The first 2 Red Cross women to arrive in Normandy were hospital workers Jean Dockhorn and Jaska Hart. They waded ashore with the first Army nurses on June 10th and went to work. On July 31st, Red Cross hospital worker Beatrice Cockram described her activities and emotions. "To walk down a ward virtually made my heart bleed, to see how much was to be done, just washing faces and giving drinks of water. The nurses are too busy with the vital blood plasma, penicillin, and sulfa treatments." Lieutenant Eileen Hogan was 42 years old when she volunteered for the ANC a few days after Pearl Harbor. She was with the 2nd General Hospital Unit in Normandy. She described her duties on the penicillin team. At 1900 hours, all the penicillin needed for the first round is mixed, and 2 technicians and 1 nurse make the rounds of the hospital giving penicillin to the patients. One loads the syringes and changes needles, the other 2 give the hypos. At the rate of 60 to a tent, one gets groggy. It is an art to find your way around at night, not a glimmer of light anywhere. No flashlights, of course, the tents just a vague silhouette against the darkness. Ropes and tent pins a constant menace, syringes and precious medications balanced precariously on one arm. When the nurses had waded ashore at Omaha or Utah, they had rolled their pants legs up to keep them from getting wet. Such niceties didn't last long. Lieutenant Mary Eaton told her friends back home that the nurse in France shows only trousers and shirts, leggings and boots in her summer wardrobe this year. Headgear is a tin helmet, worn at all times. After its month at Saint-Mère-Église, the 77th Evacuation Hospital moved forward to Saint-Lô, then Le Mans, next Chartres, where it arrived on August 24th, close behind the advancing line. One member wrote a vivid description of the countryside in the wake of battle. Along the sides of the roads, the fields were filled with grain, and the farmers were beginning to harvest. An occasional field was dotted with foxholes, where the infantry had dug in. All along the road, on each side, about 40 yards apart, were foxholes covered and marked by a wisp of straw tied to the top of a pole. These had been dug with military preciseness by a retreating enemy for protection of the drivers, who could leap into them when Allied planes began a strafing attack. Just outside Chartres, enemy hangars and barracks had been blasted into heaps of debris. Neighboring fields were pockmarked with bomb craters, stacks of enemy aerial bombs still piled around the field. Near the barracks, a large garden had been planted by enemy airmen, and the vegetables were still in the neat, orderly beds. The hospital set up outside Chartres in a field that soon became mud up to the hubs of the trucks. The mud clung to shoes in huge clumps. Nevertheless, by evening, the pyramidal tents for quarters and many of the hospital tents had been erected, and by early afternoon the next day, the hospital was completely set up and ready to receive patients. Later, outside Verviers, during the Bulge, the 77th underwent a heavy artillery bombardment and deliberate strafing from German fighters. 24 nurses were wounded. Even as the strafing planes returned, most of the injured nurses were being tended to. They had become patients. The mission of the 77th at Verviers, which was about 20 kilometers east of Liège, was that of a holding unit, which meant a combination of triage, holding, and evacuation. It was at this point that the patients were sorted out. The doctors made the decision. They sent a few men directly back to duty. Others were tagged for a general hospital in Liège, where they would spend a few days before being returned to duty. Those who would take longer to heal went to Paris. Most of them traveled by rail. A few were tagged for immediate air evacuation to England. During the Bulge, the hospital was all but overwhelmed. The capacity was supposed to be 750 patients, but more than double that number were in the hospital by late December. Despite the overload, the Red Cross workers and nurses managed to put up some Christmas decorations and provide wrapped Christmas presents to the patients. Candy, books, various toilet articles. And the cooks provided a Christmas dinner for all that featured turkey and the works, plus grapes and apples. Funny stories helped them keep going. One concerned a Red Cross worker, Miss Eisenstadt, who picked up a chart expecting to see where and how the patient was wounded. What she saw astonished her. "How on earth did you ever get shot with 2 arrows?" she blurted out. The full-blooded American Indian on the cot replied with righteous indignation. "That's my name, not my injury." In a letter home, Nurse Ruth Hess described setting up and opening a field hospital that had moved forward in the wake of the American sweep through France. "We arrived late in the evening and spent all night getting ready to receive patients. We worked until 3 p.m. Then started night duty, 12 hours at 7:30 p.m. For 9 days we never stopped. 880 patients operated, small debridement of gunshot and shrapnel wounds, numerous amputations, fractures galore, perforated guts, livers, spleens, kidneys, lungs, etc. Everything imaginable. We cared for almost 1,500 patients in those 9 days. Then the hospital packed up and moved forward. Like many of the nurses, Hess found herself weak with admiration for the wounded men. Lieutenant Francis Slanger of the 45th Field Hospital expressed the feeling in an October letter addressed to Stars and Stripes, but written to the troops. "You GIs say we nurses rough it. We wade ankle-deep in mud. You have to lie in it. We have a stove and coal. In comparison to the way you men are taking it, we can't complain, nor do we feel that bouquets are due us. It is to you we doff our helmets. We have learned about our American soldier and the stuff he is made of. The wounded don't cry. Their buddies come first. The patience and determination they show, the courage and fortitude they have, is sometimes awesome to behold. It is a privilege to receive you and a great distinction to see you open your eyes and with that swell American grin say, 'Hiya, babe.'" Slanger was killed the following day by an artillery shell. She was one of 17 Army nurses killed in combat. In January 1945, Lieutenant Marjorie LaPalme was with the 41st Evacuation Hospital in Belgium, caring for the wounded from the Bulge. Her patients, she wrote home, "always have a smile, always wanting to talk to us about home and families. Great kids. I love them all, like my own brothers. When I came over here, I was just 21, among the youngest. Now these kids are coming in at 18. Whatever their age, the nurses bore their burdens and met their responsibilities and stayed cheerful. "The life of an Army nurse," Lieutenant Hess wrote home. "I love it." Doctors in all military hospitals did a great job, Ken Russell of the 82nd Airborne remarked. He knew he had been their patient. The doctor in the Forward Field Hospital was one of the most dedicated people you could meet. He would work long hours without adequate supplies, and the wonderful nurses did the same thing. They did not even have decent lighting. I have heard of them picking shrapnel or a bullet out of a wounded man by flashlight. Their patients were often mangled beyond imagination. Dr. William McConaughey was a battalion surgeon in the 90th Division in Normandy. "I've never seen such horrible wounds before or since," he wrote. "Legs off, arms off, faces shot away, eviscerations, chests ripped open, and so on. We worked at top speed, hour after hour, until we were too tired to stand up. And then we still kept going." Dr. Joseph Gossman was an orthopedic surgeon with the 109th Evacuation Hospital. He got to Normandy in time for the Saint-Lô battle. "I was floored by the turmoil," he recalled. One patient had been in a jeep when it set off a mine. X-rays showed undamaged bolts, washers, bushing in the muscle as on a workbench. Another man had been shot in the side. The bullet entered a large vein and floated in the current of the vein into the right ventricle of the heart and then into the left auricle. The X-ray showed it bobbing in the heart chamber. A third soldier was carrying a Swiss Army knife in his pants pocket. Shrapnel had hit it, and bits of knife and shell entered his thigh together. X-ray picture looked like a table setting with a knife, fork, and spoon and other stuff. A fourth was crouched beside a manure pile when a shell landed on it, filling his thigh from knee to buttocks with manure, all tightly packed as into a sausage. These were a few of the almost 200,000 battle-wounded men who were treated in the hospitals in 1944. Gossman noticed a look among survivors of such wounds. It was an appearance of naked bankruptcy, the stunned emptiness of men whom death had breathed on and passed by. He was especially struck by a GI lying on his bunk, silent, who looked like somebody rescued from the ledge of a skyscraper. He read the chart and was astonished to learn that the soldier had been shot in the neck. The bullet had entered on the left, missed the nerves, carotid artery, and jugular vein, drilled a neat hole in the spinal column without touching the spinal cord, and exited. The man needed no surgery. His chief symptom was a sore neck. In Bastogne, the medical team of the 101st was sorely tired. The aid station became a field hospital, accumulating wounded. There were doctors present, sometimes working 24-hour shifts. When they ran out of plasma, they took fresh blood from the lightly wounded and combat exhaustion cases. The surgeons attempted no major operations, concentrating instead on keeping their patients alive until definitive surgery could be done at a general hospital. 2 days before Christmas, a successful airdrop provided penicillin, morphine, litters, and blankets. Still, the patients suffered. Infection was spreading in the wards, which were generally in cellars, and they stank of gas gangrene. The 101st put out a call for help that was answered by volunteer surgeons who flew into Bastogne by glider and set up their operating theater in a tool room next to a garage. For all medical teams, the bulge was a huge crisis. Trench foot cases outnumbered gunshot, shrapnel, and wood wounds. Army medical historian Albert Caudry comments, "The marvel is that the medical system continued to operate under the burdens imposed simultaneously by weather and war." Both sides treated the enemy wounded in their hands as well as they could. Captured medical teams were put to work. Lieutenant Briand Bowden, a surgeon with the 101st, who parachuted into Normandy shortly after midnight, June 6th, was taken prisoner at 0300 in the aid station he had set up. The Germans helped carry the American wounded to one of their aid stations, where we medics were treated as friends by the German medical personnel. The doctors worked together through the night and the following days. Although a prisoner for some weeks, Bowden found his stay at the 91st Feldlazaret to be most interesting. He learned German techniques and taught them American methods. The German doctors with a landline of communications had a supply crisis in France, while the American doctors with the Atlantic Ocean between them and their supplies were well supplied. This was due to the Allied air forces dominating the skies over France. It put the German medical teams in a desperate situation. They made do with what they had. Nurse Ruth Hess wrote home on August 8th to report, "We sent our surgical teams and our men to a German hospital that had been captured to operate and evacuate the patients to us. All the work the Germans did was dirty surgery. Every one was covered with pus, gangrene, bed sores, and filth. Absolutely skin and bones." Her scorn was real but not typical. Usually when the young warriors started comparing living conditions, "What's it like on the other side?" the answer often came out, "Better." Ex-GIs tell me vehemently how much better the German boots were than the American, but I've heard just the opposite from ex-Wehrmacht. So too for equipment and weapons. Most of all, for food. The Germans envied the Americans their rations, especially the cigarettes and chocolate bars, not only in their quantity, but quality. But whenever GIs overran a storage area for the German field kitchens, they marveled at the wonders they beheld. A nurse in the 77th Evacuation Hospital remembered the glories of a ration dump outside Chartres, including vegetables ready for harvest outside the barracks. "Delicious sardines and cheese," she wrote. "The cheese was put up in a collapsible tube like toothpaste, and was of the variety which smells so bad but tastes so good. There were eggs and oranges." The doctors had to be shrinks as well as surgeons. Some of the patients, as many as 25% when the fighting was heavy, were uninjured physically, but were babbling, crying, shaking, or stunned, unable to hear or to talk. Those were the combat exhaustion casualties. It was the doctor's job to get as many as possible back to normalcy, and back to the lines as soon as possible. In the field hospitals, the American doctors treated the men as temporarily disabled soldiers rather than mental patients, normally categorizing them with the diagnosis exhaustion. For the sake of both prevention and cure, the doctors tried to treat such patients as close as possible to the line. Typically, the doctors at battalion level kept the exhaustion cases at their aid stations for 24 hours of rest. often under sedation. The men got hot food and a change of clothing. In as many as 3/4 of the cases, that was sufficient, and the soldier went back to his foxhole. Good company commanders already knew that to be the case. Captain Winters of the 101st commented that he learned during the bulge, "The miracle that would occur with a man about to crack if you could just get him out of his foxhole and back to the CP for a few hours, hot food, hot drink, a chance to warm up, that's what he needed to keep going." Men who needed more than a quick visit to the CP or battalion aid station were sent back to division medical facilities, where the division psychiatrist operated an exhaustion center that could hold patients for 3 days of treatment. The bulk of these men were also returned to the line. Those who had not recovered went on to the neuropsychiatric wards of general hospitals for 7 days of therapy and reconditioning. The extreme cases were air evacuated to the States. The system worked. 90 of every 100 men diagnosed as exhaustion cases in ETO were restored to some form of duty, usually on the line. As they had done with the men wounded by bullets and shrapnel, so did the medics, nurses, and doctors do for the exhausted casualties. Give them the best possible medical care ever achieved in an army in combat to that date. Chapter 14. Jerks, Sad Sacks, Profiteers, and Jim Crow. The GIs in ETO were highly selected in age, physical health, somewhat selected in intelligence, well-disciplined. The Army's training system added inches to their chests and leg and arm muscles. It also instilled a sense of responsibility, along with a fear of the consequences of disobeying an order, not to mention criminal behavior. Nicely summed up in the old drill sergeant saying, "The Army can't make you do something, but it sure as hell can make you wish you had." It also did a good job of recognizing and promoting talented young men who were capable of standing the stress and leading effectively. War brings out the best in many men, as the tiny sample of the men of ETO quoted or cited in this book testifies. To generalize, a large majority of the GIs in Northwest Europe in 1944 through 45 did their best at whatever they did, and in most cases they discovered that they were capable of doing far more than they had ever imagined possible. Thousands of men between 20 and 25 years of age responded to the challenge of responsibility magnificently. They matured as they led, and if they survived, they succeeded in their post-war careers. In one way, they were lucky. Only in the extremity of war does a society give so much responsibility for life-and-death decision-making to men so young. Together, the junior officers and NCOs who survived the war were the leaders in building modern America. This was, in some part, thanks to what they had learned in the Army, primarily how to make decisions and accept responsibility. The Army was unlike civilian society in most ways, but ETO and the home front were together in their shared sense of we. It was a we generation, as in the popular wartime saying, "We are all in this together." In the Army, this general attitude was greatly reinforced. The social bond within the Army was like an onion. At the core was the squad, where bonding could be almost mystical. Lieutenant Glenn Gray, after the war a professor of philosophy, put it well. Organization for a common and concrete goal in peacetime organizations does not evoke anything like the degree of comradeship commonly known in war. At its height, this sense of comradeship is an ecstasy. Men are true comrades only when each member of the squad is ready to give up his life for the other, without reflection and without thought of personal loss. After the squad came succeeding layers, the platoon, company, on up to division, all covered by the loose outermost layers of corps and army. The sense of belonging meant most GIs wouldn't dream of stealing from or cheating a buddy within the squad or company, or of slacking off on the job, whether as frontline infantry or driving a truck. But the Army was so big, 8 million men at its peak, from a low of 165,000 4 years earlier, and put together so quickly that thousands of sharp operators and sad sacks, criminals and misfits, and some cowards made it through the training process and became soldiers in ETO. Some were junior officers in infantry divisions, and the price for their incompetence was casualties. More were rear echelon soldiers completely free of a sense of we, who in one way or another took advantage of the opportunities presented by the war. Joseph Heller's character Milo Minderbender in Catch-22 is an exaggeration, but not an invention. The United States was sending to Europe colossal quantities of goods. Given the amounts involved and the constant need for haste, there was a vulnerability that a few soldiers found irresistible. More than a few, really. The figures on stolen goods are staggering. The materiel for the Americans fighting in Italy came in through the port of Naples. It came in day and night. Weapons, ammunition, rations, fuel, trucks, electrical equipment, and much more. Every item was eagerly sought on the black market. 1/3 of all the supplies landed in Naples was stolen. In Italy, once an entire train carrying supplies to the front simply disappeared. The cornucopia of American goods coming into a Europe that had been at war for 5 years led to the greatest black market of all time. Most American soldiers participated in it to some extent, if in no other way than by trading cigarettes for perfume or rations for jewels. A few got rich off it. At the opposite extreme from the young entrepreneurs were the sad sacks, those guys who could never be found when there was a patrol to run or a job to be done, who had mastered the art of getting lost in the Army so well they became practically invisible. In between were the jerks and assholes, usually men who had been made NCOs or junior officers, who exploited their rank in chicken-shit ways. But at the head of the list, there stood the formidable figure of the general in charge of all supplies in ETO. At the bottom of the list were the cowards and Jim Crow. They were all part of the U.S. Army in ETO, and this chapter is a glance at a few of them. Most GIs did their job, fought well, managed to stay out of serious trouble, and were generally regarded as good guys. The ones who slipped and became jerks for a night, or a day, or a week could usually blame it on wine, which was present in almost every cellar in France and Belgium, in sharp contrast to the Pacific Theater, where the men drank homemade stuff, always vile, but with a punch. Paul Fussell, in Wartime, catches the situation exactly in his chapter title, Drinking Far Too Much, Copulating Too Little. When it came to drinking, the men of ETO were just boys. Growing up in the Depression, their experience with alcohol was pretty much limited to a few beers on graduation night, and a lot of beer on Saturday nights in training camp in Georgia or wherever, and in English pubs. This in no way prepared them for the challenge France had to offer. On December 15th, Dutch Schultz, 82nd Airborne, stationed in an old French Army barracks, got a pass to Rheims, Champagne capital of the world. There, he ran into 3 high school buddies from another outfit. The corks popped. "This was my first experience with champagne," Schultz recalled. "I started drinking it like soda pop." He can't recall anything that happened in Rheims after the drinking started, but he does remember what happened when he got back to barracks. "I headed for my bed, which was an upper bunk on the 2nd floor of my building. When I got to my bed, I found someone sleeping in it." Dutch shook the man awake. "What the hell are you doing in my bed?" he roared. The soldier roared back. "It's my bed. What the hell do you think you are doing? Get the hell out of here." They started throwing punches. The lights went on. Every man in the room wanted to kill Schultz. To his consternation, he discovered he was not only at the wrong bed, but also the wrong room, the wrong barracks, the wrong battalion. I made a hasty retreat. "Jerk!" the men called out as he fled, using a variety of obscene adjectives to express their feelings. The guys who were permanent jerks were the usual suspects: officers with too much authority and too few brains, sergeants who had more than a touch of sadist in their characters, far too many quartermasters, some MPs. The types were many in number and widely varied in how they acted out their role, but the GIs had a single word that applied to every one of them: chicken shit. Fussell defines the term precisely. Chicken shit refers to behavior that makes military life worse than it need be: petty harassment of the weak by the strong, open scrimmage for power and authority and prestige, insistence on the letter rather than the spirit of ordinances. Chicken shit is so called instead of horse or bull or elephant shit because it is small-minded and ignoble and takes the trivial seriously. Chicken shit can be recognized instantly because it never has anything to do with winning the war. There were some at the front. Not many. In most cases, they were visitors who didn't belong there. Captain Colby led an attack down a road in the hedgerow country. His company got hit hard and dove into the ditches. A firefight ensued. After a half hour or so, Colby looked up to see his regimental commander standing above him. Nattily attired in a clean uniform, and his helmet was clean and sported a silver star, he was the picture of coolness. "You can't lead your men from down there," he snapped. "Come up here and tell me what happened. Try to set an example of how an officer should behave." "Come down here, sir, and we can talk about it," Colby replied. "Come up here," the general replied. "That's an order." To Colby's relief, a mortar round went off a few meters from the general. He joined me in the ditch. Most chicken shits were rear echelon. There are innumerable stories about them. Sergeant Ed Gianalone remembered the time in Lunéville when his division was temporarily out of the line, and the opportunity came to take the first showers in 2 months. For the officers, there was a public bath, where French women bathed them. For the enlisted, there were portable showers in the middle of a muddy field. Everyone undressed, piled up clothes and weapons, and stood around shivering, waiting for the hot water. "All right, you guys," the engineering sergeant in command barked out. "You got 1 minute to wet, 1 minute to soap, and 1 minute to rinse off, and then you get out of here." A private standing near the weapons pile reached in, grabbed an M1, pointed it at the sergeant, and inquired politely, "Sergeant, how much time did you say we have?" The sergeant gulped, then muttered, "I'll tell you what. I am going to take a walk and check on my equipment. When I come back, you ought to be done." General Patton had more than a bit of the chicken shit in him. He was notorious for being a martinet about dress and spit and polish in the Third Army. He ordered, and sometimes may have gotten, frontline infantry to wear ties and to shave every day. Bill Malden did a famous cartoon about it. Willie and Joe are driving a beat-up Jeep. A large road sign informs them that you are entering the Third Army. There follows a list of fines for anyone entering the area. No helmet, $25. No shave, $10. No tie, $25, and so on. Willie tells Joe, "Radio the old man. We'll be late on account of a 1,000-mile detour." But it was no joke. Patton's spit and polish obsession sometimes cost dearly. It not only had nothing to do with winning the war, it hurt the war effort. 20-year-old Lieutenant Bill Leesman was in a reconnaissance section of the 101st Engineer Combat Battalion, attached to the 26th Division. On December 18th, the 26th, along with the 80th and the 4th Armored, got orders to break off the attack in Lorraine, turn from east to north, and smash into the German southern flank of the Bulge. This required frenetic activity. Leesman's job was to go from division headquarters in Metz to the 3rd Army Engineer headquarters in Nancy to pick up maps. No one in the attacking divisions had any maps of Luxembourg. It was a 60-kilometer drive. Leesman and his driver took off late on December 19th, as the 26th was forming up to head toward Luxembourg. It wouldn't be able to move out until the maps arrived. It was raining. The road was muddy. Troops moving north caused delays. It was full dark by the time Leesman got to Nancy. He stopped at a crossroads where a real spit-and-polish MP was directing traffic. Leesman asked directions to the engineers' HQ. The MP took one look at the dirty, unshaven lieutenant and driver and ordered them to the MP post. He said they could not proceed into 3rd Army area until they had washed the jeep, shaved, and put on clean uniforms. Leesman replied that such things were out of the question and explained the urgency of the situation. The MP called his corporal. 20 minutes later, the corporal arrived. After further interrogation, he called the sergeant. The sergeant came. More talk. Finally, he called Engineers HQ. Permission to come on was granted. Leesman drove to the HQ. A large chateau with surrounding gardens. The sentries at the large iron gate entrance gave us the same routine, with threats of being arrested. No way will we be responsible for admitting you two into the command area. Another call. Another wait. Eventually, but not without further adventures in the maze of 3rd Army, Leesman got the maps and returned to 26th Division headquarters. It was 0500 hours, December 20th. The division had been ready to move since 0100 hours. It was waiting for the maps. The biggest jerk in ETO was Lieutenant General John C.H. Lee, U.S. Military Academy, 1909, commander of Services of Supply, SOS. He had a most difficult job, to be sure, and, of course, it is in the nature of an army that everyone resents the quartermaster, and Lee was the head quartermaster for the whole of ETO. Lee was a martinet who had an exalted opinion of himself. He also had a strong religious fervor. Eisenhower compared him to Cromwell. That struck a wrong note with everyone. He handed out the equipment as if it were a personal gift. He hated waste. Once he was walking through a mess hall, reached into the garbage barrel, pulled out a half-eaten loaf of bread, started chomping on it, and gave the cooks hell for throwing away perfectly good food. He had what Bradley politely called an unfortunate pomposity, and was cordially hated. Officers and men gave him a nickname based on his initials, JCH, Jesus Christ himself. Lee's best-known excess came in September, at the height of the supply crisis. Eisenhower had frequently expressed his view that no major headquarters should be located in or near the temptations of a large city, and had specifically reserved the hotels in Paris for the use of combat troops on leave. Lee, nevertheless, and without Eisenhower's knowledge, moved his headquarters to Paris. His people requisitioned all the hotels previously occupied by the Germans and took over schools and other large buildings. More than 8,000 officers and 21,000 men in SOS descended on the city in less than a week, with tens of thousands more to follow. Parisians began to mutter that the U.S. Army demands were in excess of those made by the Germans. The GIs and their generals were furious. They stated the obvious. At the height of the supply crisis, Lee had spent his precious time organizing the move, then used up precious gasoline, all so that he and his entourage could enjoy the hotels of Paris. It got worse. With 29,000 SOS troops in Paris, the great majority of them involved in some way in the flow of supplies from the beaches and ports to the front, and taking into account what Paris had to sell, from wine and girls to jewels and perfumes, a black market on a grand scale sprang up. Eisenhower was enraged. He sent a firm order to Lee to stop the entry into Paris of every individual not absolutely essential, and to move out of the city every man who was not. He said essential duties will not include provision of additional facilities, services, and recreation for SOS or its headquarters. He told Lee that he would like to order him out of the city altogether, but could not afford to waste more gasoline in moving SOS again. He said Lee had made an extremely unwise decision and told him to correct the situation as soon as possible. Of course, Lee and his headquarters stayed in Paris. And of course, there was solid reason for so doing. And of course, the combat veterans who got 3-day passes into Paris could never get a hotel room, and had to sleep in a barracks-like Red Cross shelter on cots. The rear echelon SOS got the beds and private rooms, and their numbers grew rather than shrank. By March 1945, there were 160,000 SOS troops in the Department of the Seine. The supply troops also got the girls, because they had the money, thanks to the black market. It flourished everywhere. Thousands of gallons of gasoline, tons of food and clothing, millions of cigarettes were being siphoned off each day. The gasoline pipeline running from the beaches to Chartres was tapped so many times only a trickle came out at the far end. Most of this was petty thievery. It was done at the expense of the frontline troops. As one example, the most popular brand of cigarettes was Lucky Strike, followed by Camel. In Paris, the SOS troops and their dates smoked Lucky Strikes and Camels. In the foxholes, the men got Pall Malls, Raleighs, or worse, British cigarettes. When Major Ralph Pauls was captured, the American lieutenant doing the initial interrogation offered him a Lucky. Pauls offered one of his German cigarettes in return. The lieutenant lit up, inhaled, coughed, and said, "Oh, Fields and Meadows." "Yes," Pauls replied. "Fields and Meadows. Your Luckies are much better." But a large part of the black market was run by organized crime. Here is a story told to me by a former lieutenant who worked as a criminal investigator for the Schaeff Adjutant General's office. There was a colonel from the National Guard, born in Sicily, who was in transport command. His administrative job gave him the use of a C-47. On every clear day he flew, with a co-pilot, from London to Paris and back. He took in cartons of cigarettes and brought back jewels and perfumes. His trade flourished, but there were a lot of payoffs to make, too many people involved. By mid-December, Schaeff's criminal investigators were ready to arrest him, but he got a tip and fled in his C-47 with a co-pilot and a box stuffed with jewelry. Over the channel, the lieutenant told me, he shot the co-pilot, then smashed his face beyond recognition. He was a hell of a pilot. He landed on the edge of the water at an extremely low tide near Utah Beach. The plane with the co-pilot's body wasn't found until the next day's low tide, and the colonel had left his dog tags on the dead man. We learned later that a French farm couple had watched an American pilot as he stole a donkey and cart, loaded a box onto the cart, slipped into peasant's clothing, and was last seen headed toward Sicily. The German army had its fair share of jerks. There, too, they were often quartermasters. Colonel von Luck recalled that in early September, during the retreat through France, he came on a supply depot. His tanks, trucks, and other vehicles needed fuel. His men needed ammunition and food. He demanded it be handed over. The sergeant in charge gave what Luke called the typical impudent reply, "I can issue nothing without written authority." When I asked, "And what will you do if the Americans get here tomorrow, which is highly likely?" the answer was, "Then in accordance with orders, I will blow the depot up." As my men advanced threateningly on the sergeant, weapons at the ready, I replied, "If I don't have fuel, ammunition, and food within half an hour, I can no longer be responsible." The sergeant looked at the grim-faced Luke and his men, and gave them what they needed. Similar scenes were enacted 1,000 times and more during the retreat. At the other end of the scale, corps commanders in the Wehrmacht could be as crazy as Hitler. Like their leader, they moved long-gone regiments and divisions around on their maps. From the safety of their headquarters, they ordered counterattacks by phantom units. In January 1945, in Belgium, Lieutenant Colonel Gerhard Lemke of the 12th Panzer Division, a career soldier, had a typical experience. He had his HQ in a farmhouse on a hill. From the kitchen window, he could see Sherman tanks in the process of surrounding his position. He got orders to attack, which he ignored. A staff officer drove up. He had been drinking to bolster his courage. Staff officers seldom came to the front, and when they did, they were afraid of the combat commanders. In this case, the officer informed Lemke that he had come to take Lemke into custody. "May I ask why?" "You have not carried out the orders of the corps commander." "And what am I to do? Should I tell them to throw rocks? Or maybe snow, there's lots of that. I have nothing else. The artillery battery behind me, they don't shoot anymore because they have no ammunition. But Corps has ordered them to stay and defend us. How about telling Corps headquarters to take back their guns and send their personnel up here to become part of my infantry?" "You tell them," the lieutenant replied. Lemke got on the radio. Corps repeated the order to attack. Lemke again refused. Corps then told the lieutenant to arrest that man and bring him in. As the lieutenant made to do so, Lemke's men surrounded him. "These were soldiers who had been with me since Russia," Lemke recalled. "A number of them had long since earned the Iron Cross First Class. They would not allow this lieutenant to take me anywhere." Next to Hitler himself, the biggest jerks in Germany were Reichsmarschall Hermann Göring and Reichsführer SS Heinrich Himmler. In November 1944, Himmler was put in command of the eastern bank of the Upper Rhine. Himmler knew a lot about how to terrorize and slaughter civilians, but nothing about military affairs. On January 3, 1945, he ordered Major Hannibal von Lüttichau to attack. "I don't doubt that these orders were developed with the greatest care," Lüttichau told Himmler, "but we must have fuel." "You don't need to drive," Himmler replied. "But a dug-in panzer is easily destroyed from the air," Lüttichau explained. "The panzer's strength is to shoot and move, suddenly pop up and fire and get out of there. Besides, I don't have ammunition. It doesn't matter how much heroism we have. We won't last a day before our soldiers know that we are crazy and stick their hands in the air and give up. What should I do about that?" Himmler ordered him arrested. He was, but his Iron Cross First Class protected him, and he survived. In general, the American press corps covering ETO, whether for the wire services, individual newspapers or magazines, radio, or the GI's paper, Stars and Stripes, did an outstanding job. The names of the top reporters, like the names Eisenhower, Bradley, Patton, Collins, resonate through the ages. The list included Edward R. Murrow and Walter Cronkite, Ernie Pyle and Andy Rooney, Eric Sevareid and A.J. Liebling, Martha Gellhorn and Anne O'Hare McCormick, John P. Marquand and Robert Sherrod, James Agee and William Shirer, among others. Best known of all was Ernest Hemingway, correspondent for Collier's magazine. If being a jerk is first of all being self-centered, Papa was one. When Hemingway sat down to write, he was the only person in view. His dispatches to Collier's were about what he saw, did, felt. His biggest moment came when he and his driver, Private Archie Pelkey, hooked up with a resistance group headed for Paris. It was August 19th. The sun rose and it was a beautiful day that day, and Hemingway got to carry vital information to headquarters. "I had bicycled through this area for many years. It is by riding a bicycle that you learn the contours of a country best, since you have to sweat up the hills and can coast down them. Never can I describe to you the emotions I felt." He opened his report from Paris before going on to 3 columns about how he felt. There were many adventures with the resistance group and much drinking. As only he could, Hemingway loved these French fighters for their courage, elan, and simplicity. They wanted to have one more drink, one more kiss from the barmaid, and be off for Paris. So did Hemingway. But on the edge of the city, they were ordered off the road by an American MP. That evening it rained very hard, but Pelkey and Papa were snug in a bistro, with a bottle of wine and some cheese and bread, looking down on Paris. They talked about their newfound French friends. "They're a good outfit," Pelkey said. "Best outfit I ever been with. No discipline, got to admit that. Drinking all the time, got to admit that. But plenty fighting outfit. Nobody gives a damn if they get killed." "Yeah," Papa replied. Then he concluded his dispatch. "I couldn't say anything more, because I had a funny choke in my throat, and I had to clean my glasses because there now below us, gray and always beautiful, was spread the city I love best in all the world." Ernie Pyle didn't see the war that way, which is why he is read a half-century later, and Hemingway isn't. In a 1995 2-volume anthology of the best of World War II reporting, done by the Library of America, there are 26 dispatches from Pyle, 1 from Hemingway. Everyone knew that Hemingway was brave, foolish, and sentimental. What they wanted to know was what the GIs and the High Command were doing. That was what Pyle and nearly all of the others gave them. Rumors and wisecracks help men endure the unendurable, which is why they are integral to every war. In ETO, thousands of rumors circulated. Some were frightening. "We're going to jump into Berlin," among the paratroopers, for example. But most were hopeful. They promised an end. Germany is in revolt. The war will be over before Christmas. Hitler is dead. And so on endlessly. Or the rumors promised reward. Every paratrooper, or combat infantry, or artilleryman, or medic, or whatever, was going to get a free car from Henry Ford when the war was won. Others promised relief. "Our division is being withdrawn from combat and returned to the States to train new troops." In POW camps, it was that an exchange of prisoners is imminent. Private Harold Snedden of the 28th Division marched through Paris on Liberation Day. As he paraded down the Champs-Élysées, he heard a rumor, one that spread almost instantly up and down the long columns. "The brass has decided to keep us here to police the city." Sadly, Snedden was quickly disabused. Private Ed Jabel of the 1st Division had the satisfaction of getting a reward from a rumor he started. In the hedgerow fighting, he and his buddy told one other person each that the local water was contaminated, just to see how long it took to get back to them. The following day, word came down from headquarters to drink only wine until the water could be treated. Wisecracks and clichés abounded in ETO. Most of them were coarse, sexual, and punctuated by the vilest language. But some were directed to specific complaints and were heard almost as often as the words GI or dog face. They included, "You never had it so good," "You found a home in the Army," and "What more could you possibly want?" Others were teasing. "Too bad you were asleep when the girls came by," or "I hear you're getting promoted." Some were just devilish. "I hear you're going to re-enlist." There were thousands of ordinary criminals in ETO. Hundreds of them were caught, tried by court-martial, and sentenced to the stockade, or in the case of rape or murder, to death by firing squad. 65 men were ordered shot. Eisenhower had to pass the final judgment. In 16 cases, he changed the sentence to life in the stockade. 49 men were shot. Desertion was also punishable by death by firing squad, but the U.S. Army had not carried out such a sentence since 1864. Desertion was a serious problem in ETO, partly because it was relatively easy to do in Europe. There were no desertions on the Pacific Islands, partly because of the never-ending nature of the combat, partly because the Army tried to get deserters back to their outfits and give them a second chance, meaning deserters could figure there wouldn't be any punishment if they were caught. In November 1944, Lieutenant Glenn Gray, on counterintelligence duty, found a deserter in the French woods. The lad was from the Pennsylvania mountains. He was accustomed to camping out. He had been there a couple of weeks, living on venison, and intended to stay until the war ended. "All the men I knew and trained with have been killed," the deserter told Gray. "I'm lonely. The shells seem to come closer all the time, and I can't stand them." He begged Gray to leave him. Gray refused, said he would have to turn him in, but promised he would not be punished. The deserter said he knew that. He bitterly predicted they would simply put him back into the line again, which was exactly what happened when Gray brought him in. One deserter only, Private Eddie Slovic, went through the process from confession to court-martial to sentence to execution by firing squad. Slovic got to France as a replacement in August. On the 25th, he spent the night in a village, dug in with some other replacements. There was shelling. In the morning, when they moved out, he stayed behind. That afternoon, he hooked up with some Canadian infantry with whom he spent the next 6 weeks. Then he was turned over to American MPs, who escorted him back to the company to which he had been assigned. Slovic told the CO he was too frightened of the shelling and swore, "If I have to go out there again, I'll run away." He later put that warning in writing at the end of a written confession of desertion. He wanted to spend the rest of the war in the stockade. Bad luck for him. By the time he came to trial, it was November 11th, and the strain of the fighting at the Siegfried Line was leading to an increase in desertions. The High Command was looking to set an example. Slovic fit perfectly. He was found guilty and sentenced to execution. By the time Eisenhower gave the case its last review on January 30th, the bulge had made desertion an even greater problem. Eisenhower did not intervene. On January 31st, Slovic was executed. Slovic's case excited comment and controversy. There was a hue and cry about Army justice. Eisenhower never backed away from his decision. He thought the case about as clear-cut as one could get. But whatever the merits, it helps put the Slovic execution in some perspective to mention that during the course of the 11-month campaign in Northwest Europe, when Eisenhower had one deserter put to death, Hitler had 50,000 executed for desertion or cowardice. One of the stressful strains on platoon and company commanders was recognizing and dealing with battle fatigue. The best of them could anticipate the breaking point with an individual before it occurred and get them some rest. Severe cases went to the rear for treatment. A few returned to the front line. Many more were put on limited duty. The temptation to fake combat exhaustion was there. One evening in the Hurtgen, Lieutenant George Wilson welcomed 2 replacements, radio men, to his company and directed them to a foxhole. There was some shelling. In the morning, the smaller of the 2 replacements dashed over to Wilson's foxhole and dove in. He was shaking violently, Wilson remembered, and tears streamed down his face. His whole frame quivered with the spasms, and he was barely able to tell me between sobs that he couldn't take it. He just had to get the hell out. I had to let him go to the rear. He sobbed like a baby during the entire outburst and beat his head on the ground. Wilson tried talking to him, to no avail. Wilson tried getting tough. I told him angrily that I had been in frontline combat for over 5 months and no one would let me go back. Since he had just arrived, he sure as hell wasn't going back. That brought on more hysteria. He sobbed that he would desert. Wilson said, "Go ahead and you'll get shot." Next, Wilson told him how ashamed his parents would be. He sobbed that he didn't care. I'm just a dirty, no-good, yellow, Jewish SOB. Eventually, he calmed down and returned to his foxhole. But later that day, his buddy, a big man, came to Wilson and put on a similar performance, but he wasn't as convincing as the first guy. "I blew my top," Wilson wrote, and shouted at him that the two of them were trying to play me for an idiot, and I'd had it with them. Surprisingly, he readily admitted it, and even went on to describe how they had spent the night before planning the charade. It seems they both had been actors in college and had had some training. The following day, another shelling. The bigger of the two replacements went bonkers. Tears streaming down his face, he begged Wilson to send him to the rear. I turned on him angrily and pointed my rifle at his chest, saying that if I heard one more word out of him, I'd shoot. He stopped bawling instantly. The shelling resumed. The man got a piece of shrapnel in his arm, the million-dollar wound. He was out of there. Wilson never saw him again, nor the first guy, who took himself to the rear and talked his way into a hospital as a battle fatigue case. In the popular World War II cartoon strip, The Sad Sack, the character was a naive, confused, lazy, bumbling private, but happy enough and almost lovable. In real life, a sad sack was a miserable person. Perpetually unhappy himself, he tried to make everyone around him equally miserable. He was filled with hate for his officers, for the army, for blacks, Jews, Italians, whoever. Whenever he could get away with it, he was a bully. He was a habitual liar. He disappeared when real work or fighting had to be done. Not only did he fail to carry his weight, he was a constant and serious drain on the Army's efficiency. At his extreme, the sad sack was a mean, vicious son of a bitch without a redeeming virtue. The worst sad sack of all was Jim Crow. The world's greatest democracy fought the world's greatest racist with a segregated army. It was worse than that. The Army and the society conspired to degrade African Americans in every way possible, summed up in the name Jim Crow. One little incident from the home front illustrates the tyranny black Americans lived under during the Second World War. In April 1944, Corporal Rupert Timmingham wrote Yank magazine, "Here's a question that each Negro soldier is asking," he began. "What is the Negro soldier fighting for? On whose team are we playing?" He recounted the difficulties he and 8 other black soldiers had while traveling through the South, where old Jim Crow rules, for a new assignment. "We could not purchase a cup of coffee," Timmingham noted. Finally, the lunchroom manager at a Texas railroad depot said the black GIs could go on around back to the kitchen for a sandwich and coffee. As they did, about 24 German prisoners of war with 2 American guards came to the station. They entered the lunchroom, sat at the tables, had their meals served, talked, smoked, in fact had quite a swell time. I stood on the outside looking on, and I could not help but ask myself, why are they treated better than we are? Why are we pushed around like cattle? If we are fighting for the same thing, if we are to die for our country, then why does the government allow such things to go on? Some of the boys are saying that you will not print this letter. I'm saying that you will. In ETO, many black soldiers were assigned to prisoner duty. It is the universal testimony of the German POWs interviewed for this book that they got better treatment from black than white guards, to the point that the POWs had a saying, "The best American is a black American." Old Jim Crow ruled in the Army as much as in the South. Blacks had their own units, mess halls, barracks, bars. Stateside, England, France, Belgium, it didn't matter. There were no black infantry units in ETO. There were 9 Negro field artillery battalions, a few anti-aircraft battalions, and a half-dozen tank and tank destroyer battalions. Some did well. Some were average. Some were poor. The 969th Field Artillery Battalion earned praise from General Maxwell Taylor for its supporting fire during the defense of Bastogne. "Our success," Taylor wrote the 969th's commander, "is attributable to the shoulder-to-shoulder cooperation of all units involved. This division is proud to have shared the battlefield with your command." He put the battalion in for a Distinguished Unit Citation, which it received on February 5th, the first Negro combat unit to be so honored. Patton had not been eager to accept black tankers because he fancied that black men did not have quick enough reflexes to drive tanks in battle. But when at the end of October, the 761st Tank Battalion, the first Negro unit committed to combat, showed up assigned to the 26th Division, 3rd Army, Patton welcomed the black tankers warmly. "Men, you're the first Negro tankers to ever fight in the American Army. I don't care what color you are, so long as you go up there and kill those Kraut sons of bitches. Everyone has their eyes on you and is expecting great things from you. Most of all, your race is looking to you. Don't let them down. Don't let me down." They didn't. The battalion spent 183 days in action. Every commander it fought under sent his commendations. It won 1 Medal of Honor and many Distinguished Service Crosses. The Negro 827th Tank Destroyer Battalion, however, had a poor record. So bad that the Army almost disbanded it, and many commanders refused to have it. The causes were familiar: untrained, with white officers who were the cast-offs of other units, poorly equipped. Shortly after the end of the war, Walter Wright, chief historian of the Army, commented that the real trouble was the inferior officers. Blacks had to have the best, Wright insisted, because American Negro troops are ill-educated on the average and often illiterate. They lack self-respect, self-confidence, and initiative. They tend to be very conscious of their low standing in the eyes of the white population, and consequently feel very little motive for aggressive fighting. Why should they, Wright went on, when every black soldier knew that the color of his skin will automatically disqualify him for reaping the fruits of attainment? No wonder that he sees little point in trying very hard to excel. To me, the most extraordinary thing is that such people continue trying at all. It wasn't only that the whites wouldn't reward a black soldier who did his job well. Those blacks who did strive were ridiculed by their fellows for doing so. Isaac Coleman was the second oldest of 14 children raised on a farm in Virginia. He had quit school at age 15 to work. Besides, there was no public high school for blacks in his area. He enlisted in 1941 and moved up rapidly. "Because I was ambitious and did my job the best I could. I was obedient and accepted responsibilities. Others called me Uncle Tom and worse, and I had a few run-ins with black soldiers, but I was satisfied. I made Master Sergeant when I was 20 years old." That meant $140 a month, most of which he sent home. Sergeant Coleman fought his way through Europe. He got back to Virginia in January 1946. "When I got home, there was snow on the ground, and a white fellow at the bus station gave me a ride home. My father came out barefoot and picked me off the ground. Daddy cried, and we visited and saw everybody that night. Daddy had 7 boys in the war, 6 overseas at once, and we all came home. I wouldn't have minded staying in the Army, but my wife was a teacher and didn't want to quit, so I gave in. I bought a farm with the GI Bill." Most black soldiers never got a chance to fight. For a few, an opportunity came during the replacements crisis at the time of the Bulge. Within General Lee's SOS were thousands of physically fit black soldiers whose jobs could be done by limited duty personnel. Lee offered them an opportunity to volunteer for the infantry, then be placed in otherwise white units without regard to a quota, but as needed. When Schaeff, Chief of Staff Lieutenant General Walter B. Smith, read a circular Lee had put out, he stormed into Lee's office. Smith had been in charge of Negro policy for the Army in 1941. He told Lee, It is inevitable that this circular will get out, and equally inevitable that the result will be that every Negro organization, pressure group, and newspaper will take the attitude that while the War Department segregates colored troops into organizations of their own against the desires and pleas of all the Negro race, the Army in Europe is perfectly willing to put them in the front lines, mixed in units with white soldiers, and have them do battle when an emergency arises. Breathing deeply, Smith went on. 2 years ago, I would have considered this the most dangerous thing that I have ever seen in regard to Negro relations. I can't see that at all, Lee replied. Whatever his faults, he stood tall on this one. I believe it is right that colored and white soldiers should be mixed in the same company. I'm not arguing with that, one way or the other, Smith snapped. But the War Department policy is different. Smith couldn't persuade Lee, but he did convince Eisenhower to maintain an essential segregation in ETO. The Supreme Commander declared that Negro volunteers would be trained as platoons and put into the line on that basis. At this point, Catch-22 took over. The replacement depots were not prepared to train platoons, only individuals. Individual replacements were badly needed in the all-black artillery and tank battalions, but the depots could train only infantry. There were 4,562 volunteers, many of them NCOs, who took a reduction to private to do so. The replacement depots were not prepared to handle so many. On March 1, 1945, the first 2,253 volunteers had completed their training. They were organized into 37 rifle platoons and sent to the front, where they were distributed as needed to the companies. The platoon leader and sergeant were assigned from the company, and, of course, were white. With some exceptions, the platoons performed well. A few were outstanding. In general, their performance was so good it led many officers who served with them to reject segregation in the Army of the future. If anything, the judgment was that they were too aggressive. In one case, 3 black soldiers used a captured Panzerfaust to knock out a Tiger tank. They were rewarded with a week in Paris. Thereafter, there were many black soldiers seen stalking the enemy's armored monster with Panzerfaust in hand. Major General Edwin Parker, CO of the 78th Division, said of his Negro platoons, "Morale, excellent. Manner of performance, superior. Men are very eager to close with the enemy and to destroy him. When given a mission, they accept it with enthusiasm, and even when losses to their platoon were inflicted, the colored boys pressed on." Jim Crow was on the run, but not done. In the last month of the war, the worry became, what happens when we move into barracks? It was unthinkable that blacks and whites would share the same barracks. In the event, that worry proved to be misplaced. After 2 months in an integrated barracks, a battalion commander in the 78th Division said he had no problems of any kind, and explained, "White men and colored men are welded together with a deep friendship and respect, born of combat, and matured by a realization that such an association is not the impossibility that many of us have been led to believe. When men undergo the same privations, face the same dangers before an impartial enemy, there can be no segregation. My men eat, play, work, and sleep as a company of men, with no regard to color." There were other hopeful signs that the Army would soon be rid of Jim Crow. Yank magazine did print Corporal Timmingham's letter. A couple of months later, he wrote again. "To date, I've received 287 letters," he said. "And strange as it may seem, 183 are from white men in the armed service. Another strange feature about these letters is that the most of these people are from the deep South. They are all proud that they are from the South, but ashamed to learn that there are so many of their own people who are playing Hitler's game. Nevertheless, it gives me new hope to realize that there are doubtless thousands of whites who are willing to fight Jim Crow." Yank noted that it had received thousands of letters from GIs, almost all of whom were outraged by the treatment given the corporal. After the experience of World War II, by the end of 1945, the ground had been prepared for Jim Crow's grave. Chief Historian Wright concluded his wartime report on the employment of Negro troops with these words: "My ultimate hope is that in the long run it will be possible to assign individual Negro soldiers and officers to any unit in the Army where they are qualified as individuals to serve efficiently." That was done under the command and leadership of the colonels, majors, captains, and lieutenants of ETO, who had seen with their own eyes. Within a decade, the Army had changed from being one of the most tightly segregated organizations in the country to the most successfully integrated. Chapter 15. Prisoners of War. One of the most dangerous moments in combat in Europe in World War II came the instant a man decided he was no longer willing or able to continue combat. He threw down his weapon and raised his hands or showed a white flag, sometimes alone, sometimes in a group, sometimes in company's strength or even more, and thus exposed himself to an armed enemy soldier he had been trying to kill a moment before, and who was frequently mad with battle lust. His chances of getting shot were high. They stayed high until he was safely in the rear in a POW cage. Most of the men who stuck to their guns until out of ammunition and about to be overrun, before throwing up their hands and calling "Comrade," never made it to POW status. The German trick of sending unarmed men on patrols so that if caught they could say they were trying to surrender made it difficult and dangerous for individual Germans to give up, as the GIs shot all Germans found between the lines. The Germans were equally unforgiving. The Schaeff War Crimes files are stuffed with incidents. Case 6-123, Company B, 394th Infantry. Near Losheim on 17 December, the Germans surrounded a platoon. The GIs raised a white flag, but German tanks nevertheless overran the position, covering some men with earth and firing into the foxholes. Somehow 22 men managed to surrender. The Germans herded them into a nearby draw and gunned them down. Only the aide man escaped. Case 6-156. Witness, Private Andrew S. Protz. At Hunsfeld, 5 U.S. soldiers raised a white flag and came forward. The Germans opened fire, killing 4 and wounding 1, whereupon a German tank deliberately ran over the wounded man as he begged for help. Private Edward Weber of the 47th Infantry Regiment described a gruesome but hardly unique incident. He was advancing on a damaged German tank. The crew had ceased firing its machine gun, opened the turret, and were waving a white flag. Weber and his buddies moved forward. The machine gun began firing again, probably by some young fanatic who refused to give up with the rest. Weber's squad fired back. "The crew came pouring out of the bottom escape hatch," Weber said. "They were hollering, 'Nicht schießen, nicht schießen!' But by this time we were in an infuriated rage. The crewmen were lined up on their knees, and an angry soldier walked along behind them and shot each in the back of the head. The last to die was a young blonde-headed teenager who was rocking back and forth on his knees, crying and urinating down both trouser legs. He had pictures of his family spread on the ground before him. Nevertheless, he was shot in the back of the head and pitched forth like a sack of potatoes." Sergeant Zane Schlemmer of the 82nd Airborne treated POWs differently. "We had developed an intense hatred for anything and everything German," he wrote in a memoir. "We were particularly unhappy about sending them as prisoners to our rear. We had to stay up there and resented anyone going back to shelter and warmth. So we always cut their belts and, with our jump knives, cut the buttons off their pants so that they had to hold up their pants in order to keep them. It was humiliating for them, particularly the officers." Both the American and the German Army outlawed the shooting of unarmed prisoners. Both sides did it, frequently, but no courts-martial were ever convened for men charged with shooting prisoners. It is a subject everyone agreed should not be discussed, and no records were kept. Thus, all commentary on the subject is anecdotal. I've interviewed well over 1,000 combat veterans. Only one of them said he shot a prisoner, and he added that while he felt some remorse, he would do it again. Perhaps as many as 1/3 of the veterans I've talked to, however, related incidents in which they saw other GIs shooting unarmed German prisoners who had their hands up. The general attitude was expressed by Lieutenant Tom Gibson of the 101st Airborne, who told me in graphic detail of the murder of 10 German POWs by an American airborne officer. He shot them while they were digging a ditch and were under guard. Gibson commented, "I firmly believe that only a combat soldier has the right to judge another combat soldier. Only he knows how hard it is to retain his sanity, to do his duty, and to survive with some semblance of honor. You have to learn to forgive others and yourself for some of the things that are done." For the airmen who had to bail out over Germany, the most dangerous moment was when they hit the ground. If local civilians got to them before military officials arrived, they would attack the Americans with rocks, pitchforks, and hunting weapons. Many were killed by non-combatants, overwhelmed by anger and hatred. In the November fighting, Lieutenant Fussel's infantry platoon came on a deep crater in a forest where a squad or two of German soldiers, some 15 to 20 men, were gathered. Their visible wish to surrender, most were in tears of terror and despair, was ignored by our men lining the rim, Fussell later wrote. As the Germans held their hands high, Fussel's men, laughing and howling, hoo-haing and cowboy and good old boy yelling, exultantly shot into the crater until every single man down there was dead. If a body twitched or moved at all, it was shot again. The result was deep satisfaction, and the event was transformed into a amusing narrative, told and retold over campfires all that winter. Sergeant Robert Jameson, 90th Infantry Division, recalled an incident during the Bulge. "We stopped a German tank with our bazooka and retrieved 2 of its crew. One had been very badly wounded in the leg. Some bastard lieutenant queried him about his outfit, and he refused to answer. The lieutenant then shoved him out of the door and shot him in the back. That was the closest I came to killing one of our own." Captain Charles Stockel was in a position near Elsenborn Ridge. "We had a young private, a sweet-natured 19-year-old kid who had 2 brothers killed in Normandy. It turned him into a fiend where Germans were concerned. He killed every one he could, including any prisoner. It had become a court-martial offense to send a prisoner back with Junior." During the Bulge, Stockel was standing with a battalion commander outside the headquarters. The CO needed to send a note to one of the companies. He called Junior over and gave him the mission. Junior trotted off down the street. A German who had been hiding in one of the houses for 72 hours appeared at the front gate, bowing, smiling, hands on his head. "Kamerad, Kamerad!" Junior never broke stride, but pulled his pistol and shot the man in the face as he jogged past. The CO swore and dashed his helmet to the ground. Junior had struck again. Most of the shooting stories are not so cold-blooded. Generally, they are about frontline riflemen immediately after a firefight in which they had seen buddies killed. On the American side, almost never did officers give direct orders to shoot prisoners. The word the paratroopers spread among themselves before D-Day was, "No prisoners per orders of General Gavin," or Ridgway, or Taylor. But I've not seen any documentary evidence for this order, and in fact, the paratroopers took many prisoners on June 6th. There is a written order from Headquarters, 328th Infantry Regiment, dated December 21st, which reads, "No SS troops or paratroopers will be taken prisoner, but will be shot on sight." The excuse for that order was the Malmedy massacre. That event occurred on December 17th. Battery B, 285th Field Artillery Observation Battalion of the 7th Armored Division, was moving southward toward Saint-Vite, when Piper's lead elements ran into the unit outside Malmedy. Piper drove into the column, shooting and creating complete confusion. GIs abandoned their vehicles in panic and dove for the ditches, or tried to run to the nearby forest. Piper ordered them rounded up and drove on. Whether Piper gave a direct order to shoot the prisoners or not is not clear. It is known that he had been an adjutant of Heinrich Himmler, and that as a battalion commander in Russia he burned 2 villages and killed all the inhabitants. The veteran SS troops he led into the Ardennes had long experience on the Eastern Front, where shooting POWs was a commonplace. Hitler had issued a directive that in the Ardennes the German troops should be preceded by a wave of terror and fright, and that no human inhibition should be shown. This first came to light when Lieutenant Colonel George Maybury, one of the heroes of Utah Beach on D-Day, reported that his battalion had captured a German colonel who had Hitler's written order on him. Over the first 4 days of the Bulge, when his panzers were on the move, Piper's command murdered approximately 350 American POWs and at least 100 unarmed Belgian civilians. But Piper was not present at Malmedy while the GIs from Battery B were rounded up, about 150 of them. A second panzer column approached. The Germans parked a tank at either end of a snow-covered field near the wood. A command car drew up. The German officer stood up, pulled his pistol, took deliberate aim at an American medical officer in the front rank of the POWs, and shot him. As the doctor fell, the German shot an officer next to him. Then the 2 tanks opened up with their machine guns on the POWs. Private Homer Ford was one of the prisoners. He later testified, "They started to spray us with machine gun fire, pistols and everything. Everybody hit the ground. Then they came along with pistols and rifles and shot some that were breathing and hit others in the head with rifle butts. I was hit in the arm, and of the 4 men who escaped with me, 1 had been shot in the cheek, 1 was hit in the stomach, and another in the legs." Men took off for the wood, and many made it. Of the 150 POWs, 70 survived. As a massacre by World War II standards, that wasn't much, and Hugh Cole's conclusion in his official history of the Bulge is, "So far as can be determined, the Piper killings represent the only organized and directed murder of prisoners of war by either side during the Ardennes battle." But the cold-bloodedness of the Malmedy atrocity sent an electric shock through the U.S. Army. The dead were discovered by a patrol a couple of hours after the deed. Cole remarked that the speed with which the news of the Malmedy massacre reached the American front-line troops is amazing. By nightfall, the word had gone out to the foxholes, over a 100-kilometer front, that the Germans were shooting American POWs. This had 2 effects. First, many SS troopers who surrendered were shot. Second, GIs who were thinking of surrendering changed their minds. The Malmedy massacre seemed to many Americans to be the perfect example of Nazi brutality. After the war, it was the subject of extensive hearings before a U.S. military tribunal at Dachau. 73 former members of Piper's SS command were tried. 43 were sentenced to death, 22 to life imprisonment, including Piper, and 8 to prison terms of 10 years. Many of these sentences were commuted. No one served his full sentence. American retaliation for Malmedy had already been extracted by the treatment of SS prisoners who fell into the GI's hands. Private J. Frank Brumbaugh of the 82nd Airborne remembered hiking past the site of the Malmedy massacre. GIs and some POWs were out in the field. They were digging the solidly frozen bodies of the murdered American soldiers out of the snow, frozen in grotesque positions, with arms and legs in all positions. An hour or so later, he saw some paratroopers who had a bunch of Germans wearing either U.S. jump boots or infantry combat boots obviously stolen from captive, wounded, or dead Americans. The American paratroopers shot those wearing combat boots out of hand on the grounds that if they had taken them from wounded or captured GIs, they may have caused injury or death because the snow was deep, the weather bitter cold. Those German captives found wearing U.S. parachute boots were made to remove the boots and socks, roll their trousers above their knees, and march around in the snow until their feet were totally frozen and they could no longer feel a knife prick, nor walk. The prisoners were sent back to field hospitals where both feet had to be amputated. Brumbaugh commented, "I suppose it might be called an atrocity, but I felt at the time it was a brutal but effective means of teaching the Germans a valuable and necessary lesson, which was, you don't fuck with paratroopers." During the first days of the Bulge, there were many bizarre incidents involving prisoners. Lieutenant Walter Melford, a former AST peer who had earned a commission just before going into combat, was German-born. He had immigrated to the United States with his family in the mid-1930s and grown up in Brooklyn. He was in intelligence, and he was in great danger from both sides. When his unit was surrounded and the colonel was about to surrender, Melford got together with 4 other native-born Germans who had become GIs. They agreed they could not possibly surrender and took off. When they encountered an American patrol, Melford called out, "We are Americans!" "Hands up," was the reply, and the 5 men with German accents wearing American uniforms were all arrested. Melford told an MP that he was from Brooklyn. "Who plays shortstop for the Dodgers?" Melford didn't know. It took him a couple of days to properly identify himself. 2 months later, Melford was with an armored column attacking in the Ruhr industrial area. The American tanks trapped a German battalion in a large factory. The CO turned to Melford. "It would be quicker and easier if you could talk those guys into surrendering," he said. Melford mounted 2 loudspeakers on a tank, and it lumbered forward. "Ihr seid vollkommen umzingelt," he called out. "You are completely surrounded." A couple of hundred Germans came out waving white flags. The CO told Melford to march them into a liberated Russian POW compound. "I had them lined up in columns of 4 and sitting up there holding the mic. I gave the order, 'Vorwärts Marsch,' and headed them straight into the compound. It was just wonderful." One unknown German solved the problem of surrendering with a nice bit of imagination and guts. 20-year-old Sergeant James Pemberton of the 103rd Division led a night patrol near Mulhausen. He started off with 9 men. On the way back, he counted 10. I had a problem, but I said nothing because I thought I knew what was going on and couldn't do anything about it. As soon as we got back to headquarters and into a lighted room, I had my rifle ready, and that Kraut started yelling, "Kamerad! Kamerad!" No weapons or anything. He'd been on guard duty, heard us, and decided he'd had enough of the war and just joined my squad and became a POW. The Germans got their first big bag of American POWs in the opening days of the Bulge, some 20,000. Altogether, the Germans took some 30,000 GIs and 26,000 airmen prisoner in Northwest Europe. The largest haul came on December 19th, when 2 regiments of the 106th Division surrendered. At 7,500 men, this was the largest mass surrender in the war against Germany. Private Ernest Vermont heard his lieutenant call out, "Ceasefire!" Then, "Destroy your weapons!" For Vermont, that was the worst thing I ever did in my life. The Germans rounded his unit up and started marching the GIs to the rear. They would take watches, spit on the Americans, or cuff them across the head. In one village, Vermont was stoned by some Hitler youth. The humiliation of being taken prisoner was almost more than I could endure. Vermont used a word that seemed apt to many of the men of the 106th. Private Vonnegut refused to obey the order to surrender. He took off with 3 others to try to make it back to American lines. Tall, skinny, no overcoat, no weapon, no boots. Shots rang out. The GIs dove into a ditch. After 10 minutes, they crawled into a forest like the big, unlucky mammals they were. Their luck got worse. They were trapped and forced to surrender. But luck returned. They were not shot, but marched off to the east. As they hiked, at each road junction, another group of GIs joined them. They were going downhill, like water, growing in numbers as they merged on the main highway on the valley floor. Tens of thousands of Americans shuffled eastward, their hands clasped on top of their heads. Vonnegut called it a river of humiliation. Corporal Roger Farringer of the 99th Division was marched into a barracks, where a young German soldier approached him for interrogation. I gave him the glare, and he gave me the finger. He had good English, and the first thing he did was shove his Luger into my stomach and pull the dog tags off my neck. Then he got Farringer going in a conversation on his home life, what he did before the war, where he went to school. It wasn't a very thorough interrogation, Farringer felt. The German almost certainly felt otherwise, that he had gotten everything he could. Corporals don't have much information in any army. The following day, December 19th, Farringer began a 4-day march. The first day, we were marching by rows and rows of German troops, tanks and half-tracks, and horse-drawn artillery, every imaginable type. They bedded down in a straw pile. They were not fed. On the 3rd day, we ran out into a sugar beet field that had been turned over. I had never seen a sugar beet in my life, but I ran out in the field and grabbed one, and the Germans didn't shoot. And lo and behold, it was something that gave me energy, sugar, heat, and the strength to go on. Eventually, the GI POWs reached railheads, where they were loaded onto French railway cars that the Germans had used as cattle cars. The floors were covered with manure. The GIs were sealed in, from 80 to 100 plus to a car, so tightly packed together there was not room for a man to sit, much less lie down. Even the dead remained standing. There were no waste facilities beyond an occasional tin bucket. The stench was unbearable, except that it had to be borne. Sometimes twice a day, sometimes once, sometimes not at all. The Germans opened the cars and gave the men water. The long, slow freight trains made ideal targets for P-47s, and the American pilots continually raked the unmarked cars with machine gun fire and hit them with rockets. Many died, German and American. Pilot Lieutenant Jim McCubbin was in a boxcar that 2 P-47s attacked. Watching the bombs leave the wings, he said, "That gave me a feeling of life in the infantry. I was much more scared than I had ever been in the air." He was thankful that the Germans had a flak car that was shooting back. If it hadn't been for their firing, the P-47s would have made several more passes. I should know. I had done this frequently. Private Vermont recalled being strafed by machine gun fire. The bullets came through the boxcar, killing many men. I believe I was the only one left alive. The others had either been killed or were badly wounded. It was the worst experience almost every man who had it ever had. When they finally arrived at the various camps in central and eastern Germany, the POWs had widely different experiences, depending on which service they came from, their rank, and most of all the camp administration and guards. Goering had a romantic view of the Knights of the Sky and a sense of brotherhood with fellow pilots. The Luftwaffe ran the camps holding down flyers. Except for inadequate rations, the Army Air Force POWs fared relatively well. But as one prisoner of the Luftwaffe observed, the German rations were just enough to ensure starvation in the most prolonged and unpleasant form. Lieutenant McCubbin, the P-47 pilot, who was shot down and entered a prison camp near Nuremberg on his 24th birthday, described the conditions. The good news was that the soup had peas. The bad news was that over half the peas had worms in them. We soon stopped discarding the worst ones to just squeezing out the worms, to finally just enjoying the protein. We slept on a hard floor in groups to conserve body heat and to share the one blanket. When one person's pain became unbearable, we would all roll to the other side in unison. To the prisoners, by far the most important provision of the 1929 Geneva Convention on POWs was the one on rations, which required that they be equal to the ration received by the soldiers of the holding power. In the United States, there was more than enough food and the provision was met, even exceeded. In Europe, priorities had to be set and POWs came toward the end of the list. Nowhere outside the United States were POWs adequately fed. GIs who weighed 180 pounds when captured in the Bulge weighed 120 or 100 pounds when liberated. Private Vermont recorded, "I weighed 140 pounds when I went into prison and weighed 92 pounds when I was released." And the GIs had been marginally better fed than Russian POWs or concentration camp inmates. In general, meals consisted of black bread and thin potato soup, twice a day. Colonel Joe Matthews of the 106th Division recalled that he sometimes got green hornet soup, made of beet tops and horse meat. It got its name because its surface was covered with maggots stained green from the beet tops. Among the prisoners, there were heated arguments over eating the maggots. Matthews, an agricultural chemist, decided they were protein and ate them. Enlisted infantrymen fared even worse. One sergeant reported that, "I went from 135 pounds to 95 pounds in 4 months of imprisonment. All we were given to eat was a cup of soup and a piece of ersatz bread each day. This was a systematic brutality to keep us dependent on the next meal, and too weak to try to escape. I had frozen feet, jaundice, fleas, lice, dysentery, 2 foot infections, and general malnutrition. The only difference between the concentration camps and the stalag I was in was that we were not killed off with gas or bullets. I do not remember one act of mercy or compassion on the part of the Germans." There is ample testimony from those who were there that German officers and guards at some camps murdered or ill-treated POWs by forcing them to labor in inhumane conditions, by torturing them and subjecting them to constant, pointless harassment. There is other testimony that indicates the Germans did the best they could in a difficult situation. And there is something ironic about the inhumane conditions under which many prisoners labored. The cause was the Allied air forces. In city after city, following a raid, POWs in camps nearby were brought in to clean up. That's how Private Vonnegut was brought face to face with the horror of a major raid, Dresden, February 1945, and came to write Slaughterhouse 5. Corporal Feringer had a similar experience. He was in Würzburg in March 1945 when the British firebombed the city. Ordered into a cellar and then out again, he felt the most tremendous wind you've ever felt, and the whole sky and city of Würzburg seemed to be in flames. The incendiary bombs had hit the roofs of the buildings throughout the city and set them on fire. The fires burnt through the roofs, down to the floors, the debris falling inward after it, and incinerated the civilians hiding in the cellars. For the next week, Feringer and his fellow prisoners worked to remove the debris and carry out the dead. In most cases, being a POW in World War II was about as bad a human experience as one could have. For certain, there was nothing good to be said about being a POW. Which was worse, being a German in Russian hands or a Russian in German hands? An American in Japanese hands or a Pole in German or Russian hands? No one can say, but on a scale of horror, they all rank ahead of being an American in German hands. For comparison's sake, between 34 and 38% of Americans held by the Japanese as prisoners died. About two-thirds of Russian prisoners held in Germany appear to have died, and the proportion of Germans captured on the Eastern Front who died has been estimated as high as 80%. In the West, 0.7% of Americans held as POWs by the Germans died. 1% of the Germans held by the Americans died. How the U.S. Army treated its prisoners is a part of the story of its campaign in Northwest Europe. The Americans took their first big bag of German POWs, over 100,000, in Tunisia in May 1943. Eisenhower complained that they had never taught him at West Point what to do with so many prisoners. The War Department made the common-sense decision to bring them to the States. They could be brought over in troop transports returning from North Africa that would otherwise be empty. They could work on America's farms where the labor shortage was acute. I saw my first German soldiers in June 1944 in Whitewater, Wisconsin. They were members of the Africa Corps, and they were frightening to an 8-year-old. Big, strong, blond, hard-working, well-disciplined. Next to them, the GI Guard, even with his Tommy gun slung over his shoulder, looked puny. I watched the Germans work alongside my mother at the local pea cannery, sorting debris out of the shelled peas, and that helped take the Superman image away. These were just farm boys doing what farm boys do. More big bags of prisoners came at Falaise, and in the fall battles, and then during the Bulge. From August through December, the troop ships bringing young Americans to Europe to fight were taking young Germans to America to farm, some 400,000 each way. The best place of all to be in the winter of 1944 through 45 for a German male born between 1910 and 1927 was in a POW camp in the United States. There the German soldiers had security, shelter, and ample sustenance. They had a soft, cushy life, enhanced by hard physical labor in the day, something most Germans loved to do, including university classes in subjects ranging from English literature to advanced mathematics, movies, humane guards, a decent camp administration. Private Josef Bischoff was an Austrian captured in December 1944. He was sent to Colorado, where he worked on beet and potato farms. Many of the farmers whose fields he worked were second-generation German-Americans, still speaking the old language and holding to many of the old ways. They would tell us, Bischoff recalled, "Now, boys, if you work hard today, my wife will have fried chicken for you tonight with pie and ice cream, and we would really pitch in." When the war ended, Bischoff wanted to stay in the United States. Austria was in a shambles, he had no family, and in America they let you work as much as you want. Young and healthy, Bischoff figured it would only take him a few years to start climbing, owning his own house, running his own business. But in 1946, he and his buddies were sent home. POW camps were scattered throughout the United States. Generally, the prisoners spent their days in the fields, their nights in barracks previously occupied by the young Americans, now sailing to Europe or fighting there. Often, the guards were Negro soldiers. It is one of the war's many ironies that the soldiers of the nation fighting for racial purity and the domination of the world were shocked by the way white Southerners treated blacks. They said indignantly that Germans had treated the blacks better in their pre-World War I African colonies, and the planters proved the point by treating German POWs better than they did the local black laborers. In the cotton fields, for example, the daily quota for black pickers was 250 pounds. For the POWs, 100 pounds. In a camp in Louisiana, the Germans suffered terribly from the heat and humidity in the cane fields, but they prospered with the community. They went to the Saturday night movies downtown, where they sat downstairs, while the blacks sat in the balcony reserved for colored. They went unescorted. A man would have had to have been some kind of fool, or Nazi, or both, to try to escape and get back to Germany. I know of only one who did so. They attended local dances. There were some romances and even a few marriages. The system worked to everyone's benefit. The crops got planted, cultivated, harvested. The prisoners were better off than they ever would have been in the Wehrmacht. The U.S. Army, in its treatment of POWs, compiled a record of decency and efficiency in an area in which all other countries, save Britain and Canada, must today hang their heads in shame. In April 1945, a rebuilt American division that had more of its former members in German POW camps than any division in the Army, the 106th Infantry, was rushed from Rennes, France, to Germany to deal with a desperate situation, the mass surrender of hundreds of thousands of German soldiers. The 106th was needed to guard and care for the prisoners. At one point, the division was responsible for 330,000 men. Despite a shortage of food, medicine, and shelter, the 106th carried out its mission well. The men earned the commendation from their CO, Major General D.A. Stroh. Your superior performance has reflected great credit to all concerned. Still, there was some brutality, considerable hardship, much illness, and a relatively high death rate. As official Army historian Albert Caudry reminds us, conditions in the terribly overcrowded American POW camps in Germany in the spring of 1945 offer a sobering corrective to any remaining illusion that in World War II all the inhumanity was on one side. But with regard to the widely publicized charge that the United States deliberately starved 1 million POWs to death, it is a monstrous lie. Part 4. Overrunning Germany. At the beginning of the new year, the GIs once again went on the offensive. They had rough terrain, the Siegfried Line, mighty rivers, and deep ravines to cross, all defended by German soldiers fighting for their homeland. Conditions were miserable. It was one of the worst winters ever in northwestern Europe. It was fought, in large part, by citizen soldiers who had been college students or high school graduates in 1944 and became frontline infantry in 1945. Chapter 16. Winter War. January 1945. On New Year's Eve, 1944, Lieutenant John Cobb, U.S. Military Academy, 1943, was in a ferry, part of a convoy crossing the English Channel. He was a replacement officer for the 82nd Airborne Division, on his way to Elsenborn Ridge. Notwithstanding blackout and security conditions, he wrote years later, still somewhat startled, every ship in the Channel sounded whistles or sirens or shot off flares at midnight on New Year's Eve. That same night, Corporal Paul Arthur Tsaya of the 11th Panzer Division was on the front line near Trier. Just before midnight, the shooting stopped almost entirely, he remembered. As the clock struck 12, the Americans began with their fireworks, sending illuminated rockets into the air. Suddenly, by the light of their rockets, we saw the Americans getting out of their holes, clutching their rifles and pistols, jumping, skipping around, shooting their weapons and lighting up the whole valley. I can still see them before me today, caught against the light of their rockets, prancing around on a background of fresh snow. It did not take long before we were doing the same thing, firing off illuminated rockets, shooting our weapons. It lasted about 5, maybe 6 minutes. It slowed, then stopped. We disappeared back into our holes, and so did they. It was one of the most beautiful experiences I had during my service. We had allowed our humanity to rise that once. The feeling was universal. The new year had begun. Surely this had to be the last year of the war. But the experience Corporal Tsaya had was unusual. To the north, the Americans shot at the enemy. I have seen quite a few New Years, including the Times Square one, Major John Harrison wrote home on January 1st, 1945. But I never saw one like last night. Just before 2400, the artillery all along the front opened up, throwing everything in the book at the Kraut. And on the stroke of midnight, the AA began firing everything from 50 cals to 90 millimeters, filling the sky with lead poison for any lamplight Charlie, a lone German bomber that came over at night to do some harassing. Believe me, it was some spectacle from where I watched it, some 10 miles away. You could see the big guns belch flames, and also the flash that a few seconds later filled the sky. The noise was a rumble. It was truly a New Year's greeting that the Krauts out in front will not forget. 2. It is no doubt the loneliest and coldest New Year's Eve that many Americans have ever spent. At the beginning of 1945, the Allies had driven the Germans back to or near their western border. Eisenhower had hoped to do better. In the fall of 1944, he had bet Montgomery £5 that the war would be over by Christmas. But gasoline shortages and the Siegfried Line had stopped his troops, and the counteroffensive in the Ardennes had thrown them back temporarily. Much had been gained, however. The Allies had liberated France and Belgium, and in the process killed, wounded, or captured hundreds of thousands of Germans, some of them woefully inadequate soldiers, some of them quite superb soldiers. SHAEF was a smoothly functioning machine. The supply lines running from the United States and Great Britain to the continent were secure and stuffed with men and materiel being sent to the front. A panoramic snapshot of ETO taken on January 1, 1945, would have shown, moving west to east, tankers and freighters and transports unloading at Le Havre, Antwerp, Cherbourg, long lines of trucks carrying men and supplies forward, tent city hospitals and Corps and Army headquarters, motor repair depots, supply dumps that covered many square miles and held all but unbelievable amounts of food, ammunition, clothing, fuel, vehicles, and more. Some villages and cities destroyed, some intact. Airfields scattered across France and Belgium, swarming with activity. A constant movement of tanks, cannon, both self-propelled and towed, jeeps and trucks, all headed east, closer to the German border. The big cannon lined up, the batteries spaced parallel with the front line, aid stations, more cannon, and at the front itself, American troops dug in, cold, hungry, exhausted, but victorious. A panoramic snapshot of Germany, starting in Berlin and going westward, would have shown city after city in ruin, on fire. In rural areas, little evidence of war. Along the Rhine River, the great industrial cities of the Rhine-Ruhr region in ruin. Between the Rhine and the Siegfried Line, nothing. If the weather was good, enough for the Jabos to operate. The most noticeable difference between the two snapshots would have been the complete absence of trucks or trains on the German side. Abandoned vehicles, some disabled by the Jabos, some by mechanical problems. No artillery in sight because of camouflage. And at the front itself, German troops dug in, cold, hungry, exhausted, and just defeated in their great offensive gamble. Two themes dominate the memories of the men who fought the January battles: the cold and American artillery. Every veteran I've ever interviewed, from whatever side, agrees that this was the coldest they had ever been, but disagrees on firepower. Each man insists that the other guy had more artillery. GIs can remember shellings that never seem to have an end. So can the British troops. The GIs and their division, army, and army group commanders complained of a shortage of artillery shells, to which complaint the War Department answered, "You are shooting too often." But in fact, the Americans had twice as much and more artillery ammunition as the Germans. This was a triumph of American industry and of the American way of war. This battle was raging along Germany's border. German shells had to travel from 100 to only a couple of dozen kilometers to reach German guns on the front line. American shells had to travel thousands of kilometers to get there. But such was American productivity, many more American than German shells were arriving. The German attempt to cut Allied supply lines with their submarines had failed. The Allied attempt to cut German supply lines with their Yabos had great success. So the Americans banged away, confident that more shells were on the way. The Germans husbanded their shells, uncertain if any more would ever arrive. As to the cold, all suffered equally. How cold was it? So cold that if a man didn't do his business in a hurry, he risked a frostbitten penis. So cold that Private Don Shue, an AA gunner attached to the 4th Armored Division, recalled, "I was due on guard and went out to my half-track to relieve the man on guard. He couldn't get out of the gun turret. His overcoat was wet when he got in, and it froze so he couldn't get out. It was so cold the oil in the engines froze. Weapons froze. Men pissed on them to get them working again. A good temporary solution, but one that played hell with the weapon." Sergeant Schlemmer of the 82nd Airborne wore layers of wool sweaters and overcoats and cut holes in his mummy-type sleeping bag so he could wear that, too. He had modified his wool gloves by slitting the fingers and sewing them together, except for the thumb and trigger finger, thus making them modified mittens. "Even with all this damned clothing, I never was warm," he recalled. Good luck. He acquired a long-haired German dog from a company of German soldiers his platoon had ambushed in a railroad cut. Schlemmer named the dog Adolf. He was Schlemmer's sleeping companion. "We'd curl up against each other wherever we could find a place to sleep." Nights ranged from 0 degrees Fahrenheit to -10 and lower. Men without shelter, other than a foxhole, or heat, either stayed awake, stomping their feet through the 14-hour night, or they froze. Major Harrison had as one of his most vivid memories of that January the sight of GIs pressed against the hot stones of the walls of burning houses as flames came out of the roof and windows. They were not hiding from Germans. They were trying to get warm for a minute or two. The GIs and the Germans opposite them went through worse physical misery than the men of Valley Forge. Washington's troops had tents, some huts, fires to warm by and provide hot food. They were not involved in continuous battle. By contrast, the conditions in Northwest Europe in January 1945 were as brutal as any in history, including the French and the German retreats from Moscow in midwinter 1812 and 1941. But in this battle, the Germans were not retreating. They fought back against the American advance, which could barely move forward anyway in the ice and snow, forcing the Americans to pay the highest price possible for taking back the territory lost in the Bulge. But the generals, from Eisenhower down, insisted that the AEF go over to the offensive. Eisenhower had under his command 73 divisions. Of the total, 49 were American, 12 British, 3 Canadian, 1 Polish, and 8 French. He had 49 infantry, 20 armored, and 4 airborne divisions. As against this, the Germans had 76 divisions. Some were second-rate. Most traveled by horse or foot. All were under strength. A few were excellent. A Schaeff G2 summary of January 3rd declared, "Special units, composed of extremely good-type young soldier with high morale and considerable faith in victory. Some adopted view that it was either case of victory or death, since nothing left if Germany lost war. Volksgrenadier divisions rather mixed, but generally good. German soldiers fighting with great determination and bravery. desertions few. Given the near equality in firepower, the absence of fighter-bomber support on most January days owing to weather, and the brutality of conditions, snowbanks, icy roads, rough terrain, a general winter offensive had little appeal. Nevertheless, Eisenhower decided to launch attacks north and south of the Bulge in an attempt to trap the Germans at its western tip and to regain the ground lost in the second 2 weeks of December. He felt he had no option. The Allies could not shut down offensive operations while the V-1s and V-2s continued to bombard Antwerp, London, and other cities. They could not stop seeking the earliest possible victory when the Nazis were exhorting the German people, "Stay with it just a little longer. Secret war-winning weapons were on the way." Who knew what they might be? The jet fighter plane and the V-weapons were dangerous enough. Eisenhower wasn't alone in planning a January offensive. Hitler launched one of his own on New Year's Day, Operation North Wind, an attack in Alsace. The Red Army, meanwhile, was preparing for its biggest offensive ever, set for January 12th. January 1945 was to see more fighting than any January in history. The initial January offensive by the Allies was directed against the German salient. Montgomery had wanted to attack west to east to drive the Germans out of the Bulge. Actually, he thought the weather too severe for offensive operations and didn't want to attack at all, but the pressure on him was irresistible. Eisenhower and Bradley wanted to attack the base of the salient from the north with the U.S. First Army, and from the south with U.S. Third Army. But Patton had already put the bulk of his striking power into the relief of Bastogne, and thus had his center of gravity in the middle of the Bulge, not at its southeastern base. And Monty absolutely refused to attack along the northeastern base. The most he would agree to was an attack on the flank. So it was agreed that First and Third Armies would meet at Ouffelise, a village some 5 miles north of Bastogne. When the link-up took place, the Bulge would be cut in half. The small solution, German generals sniffed. Eisenhower had wanted Monty to get First Army started on January 1st, and thought he had a promise from Montgomery to do just that. But Monty delayed until January 3rd, which made Eisenhower furious, even though the cold snow and overcast on January 1st and 2nd so badly hampered Third Army that it had to issue orders to hold in position regiments and divisions that had been alerted to attack. Montgomery, meanwhile, sent a letter to Eisenhower demanding that he, Montgomery, be given full control of the land battle, now that Eisenhower's strategy had been tried and failed. And, of course, there should be a single thrust in the north, with Patton placed in a holding role. Montgomery presented Eisenhower with a directive to those ends for Eisenhower's signature. Instead of signing, Eisenhower issued his own directive. He returned First Army to Bradley's control and insisted that there would be a broad front advance into Germany once the Bulge had been eliminated. The one thing that must now be prevented, he emphasized, is the stabilization of the enemy's salient with infantry, permitting him opportunity to use his panzers at will on any part of the front. We must regain the initiative, and speed and energy are essential. In a covering note, Eisenhower was simple, direct, forceful. "I do not agree," Eisenhower said of Montgomery's argument for a single ground commander. He said he had done all he could for Monty and did not want to hear again about placing Bradley under Montgomery's command. "I assure you that in this matter I can go no further." He added, "I have planned an advance to the Rhine on a broad front, and ordered Montgomery to read his directive carefully. All the vagueness of earlier letters and directives to Montgomery was gone now. The I stood for the United States. In conclusion, Eisenhower told Montgomery that he would no longer tolerate debate on the subject of command. I would deplore the development of such an unbridgeable gulf of convictions between us that we would have to present our differences to the CCS, he said. But if Montgomery went any further, that was exactly what he would do. Montgomery knew who would go if Eisenhower told the CCS, "It is him or me." He replied with a cable asking Eisenhower to tear up the letter demanding sole command of the ground forces, and followed it up with a handwritten letter. "Dear Ike," Monty began, "you can rely on me and all under my command to go all out 100% to implement your plan." For the frontline infantry, armor, and artillery of U.S. 1st and 3rd Armies, that plan put them into one of the most god-awful offensives of this or any other war. All but forgotten today, the battle that raged through January was for the GIs among the worst of the war, if possible, even more miserable than Hurtgen or Metz. There was no glamour, little drama, zero maneuver. It was just straight-ahead attack designed to eliminate the Bulge and then return to the German border. It was fought in conditions so terrible that they can only be marveled at, not really imagined. Only those who were there can know. More than once in interviewing veterans of the January fighting, when I ask them to describe the cold, men have involuntarily shivered. These were the combat soldiers of ETO. At this time, they numbered about 300,000. Perhaps half the enlisted were veterans, including replacements or men in divisions who had come into the battle in November or December, and including many who had been wounded once or twice. In the junior officer ranks, the turnover had been even greater, almost 3/4. Still, there was a corps of veterans in most of the divisions, including junior officers who had won battlefield promotions, the highest honor a soldier can receive, and the source of outstanding junior officers, and sergeants, most of whom by this stage were the privates of Normandy, Saint-Lô, Falaise, Holland, and the Bulge, survivors who had moved up when the original NCOs were killed or wounded. These newly made lieutenants and sergeants, some of them teenage boys, most of them in their early 20s, provided the core leadership that got the U.S. Army through that terrible January. There were some unusual junior officers on the front. One was Lieutenant Ed Gesner of the 4th Infantry Division. He was a 40-year-old who had been transferred out of OSS because he was too old to jump behind enemy lines. He knew survival tricks that he taught his platoon, such as how to create a foxhole in a hurry in frozen ground. He shot 8 rounds into the same spot, quickly dug out the loose dirt with his trench knife, placed a half-stick of TNT in the hole, lit the fuse, ran back 30 meters, hit the dirt, got up and ran back before the dust settled, and dug with his trench shovel. Within minutes, a habitable foxhole. Another officer in Gesner's battalion described him in action that January. He was all over the place, moving his platoon. I saw him using 3 different weapons, a carbine, an M1, and a Thompson .45 caliber. He seemed to be firing a lot more than most officers, and instead of stopping to reload, he'd trade guns with one of his men or pick up a fallen man's weapon. They all thought he was great. One time when he ran out of ammo at the edge of a trench, he jumped in and began to club a German with his rifle butt. The poor German quickly threw his hands up. The junior officers coming over from the States were another matter. Pink-cheeked youth, they were bewildered by everything around them. Major Winters, himself a private back in 1942, commented that during the Bulge, "I looked at the junior officers and my company commanders and I ground my teeth. Basically, we had weak lieutenants. I didn't have faith in them. What the hell can I do about this?" He decided, "In a pinch, talk to your sergeants." Sergeant Josh Honan of the Canadian Army was addressing a military cadet school in Ireland in 1996. Question: "What would you say is the most important thing a good officer should possess?" "A good sergeant," Honan replied. He added, "Good officers don't arrive ready-made from officer school. Sergeants have to retrain them." The sergeants told him who among the replacement officers was weak, who looked like he was going to get men killed, who looked like he might make it. Winters did what he could to get his most experienced NCOs with the weakest officers, and scattered the veterans among the lieutenants as best he could. He knew whom to keep an eye on, and the following day he replaced a company commander in the middle of an attack. He also gave battlefield promotions to a number of his sergeants. In the hundreds of companies stretched along the front, similar scenes were taking place before and during the Great Offensive. Lieutenant Otts had a company commander who was uncomfortable at the front. On January 9th, the captain told Otts he was going back to Battalion CP, and Otts should take over. "I told him he was going to have another case of battle fatigue on his hands and lose his last lieutenant if I was left alone in command of the company much longer. He just laughed, told me I would be all right, and took off. I was only a second lieutenant and just 22 years old." When the order to attack got down to the line companies, the men were outraged. "I could not believe it," Sergeant John Martin of the 101st declared. After 2 weeks of fighting surrounded, "I could not believe that they were going to put us on the attack. I figured, Jesus, they'll take us out of here and give us some clothes or something." Major Winters said, "It pissed me off. I could not believe that after what we had gone through and done, after all the casualties we had suffered, they were putting us into an attack." The GIs of all the divisions who had fought in the Bulge felt the same. It wasn't just that they figured it was some other guy's turn. It was that they were exhausted, completely drained, even before they jumped off. Practically every one of the men had a bad cold and runny nose to add to the misery. Pneumonia sent many back to hospitals, and they were jumping off into conditions that would have taxed them to the breaking point at their peak physical condition. In the woods in the Ardennes, the snow was a foot and more deep, frozen on top, slippery, noisy. To advance, a man had to flounder through the snow, bending and squirming to avoid knocking the snow off the branches and revealing his position. Visibility on the ground was limited to a few meters. An attacker had little contact with the men on his left and right, and he could not see a machine gun position or a foxhole until he was almost on top of it. There were no roads, houses, or landmarks in the woods. Squads on the attack had to move on compass bearings until they bumped into somebody, friend or enemy. Attacking along the roads was near impossible because they were ice-coated on top, with black ice under the snow. German 88s were zeroed in on the roads, which were also mined. But attacking through the cleared grazing fields was equally daunting. There was no concealment, and many of the GIs had no camouflage of any kind. On January 9th, an officer from the Criminal Investigation Division of the 26th Division asked Colonel Ken Reimers of the 90th Division if he had a Lieutenant Barry in his outfit. Reimers did. The CID officer wanted to arrest Barry. It seemed he had stolen some sheets from a civilian house in the 90th's area and cut holes in the center of them. The CID officer claimed a lot of looting had been going on and that he was going to put a stop to it. But Reimers asked some questions and discovered that Barry had hit on the idea of sheets for camouflage in the snow and had distributed one to every man in his platoon. When Reimers explained this to the division commander, General Ernest Bixby, Bixby said, "Promote him." Reimers explained that Barry was already a first lieutenant. "Well, give him a Bronze Star, then, for his initiative." Under the sheet, if he was lucky enough to have one, the average infantryman had the pockets of his combat jacket crammed with rations, shaving articles, pictures, cigarettes, candy, dry socks, writing paper and pens, and mess kit with spoon and fork. He had his raincoat folded over the back of his belt or wore it to help keep warm. He carried from 2 to 4 Army-issue thin wool blankets and a shelter half slung over his shoulder. Whenever the GIs had to make a forced march of more than just a few miles, the roadside would be strewn with blankets, overcoats, overshoes, and gas masks. A truck would follow along behind, collect the equipment, bring it forward, and reissue it, hopefully before dark. Private Lester Atwell of the 87th Division described what attacking across the snowy fields was like. We started out, then there came the long, wild scream and crash of German artillery, and then the double line, thin-looking without overcoats, indistinct in the swirling snow, wavered and sank down flat, then struggled up and went on, heads bent against the wind. This was jumping off, this cold, plodding, unwilling, ragged double line plunging up to their knees in snow, stumbling, looking back. Kurt Gable of the 17th Airborne Division was in the opening attack on January 3rd near Mont Saint-Étienne, some 10 kilometers north of Bastogne. His platoon moved in a column through a wood, then spread out to cross an open, snow-covered field. Suddenly, the air directly above us was alive with sounds I had not heard before, Gable wrote. It was the screeching sound of the screaming Mimes, the German Nebelwerfer, or multiple rocket. The first salvo crashed into our formation as the next rounds already howled above us. The platoon leader spread his arms and yelled, "Hit it!" I hit the snow, face first, and felt multiple concussions as the rockets pounded down. They howled and burst, and I clawed the ground and whimpered inside, now knowing that this was carefully pre-registered concentration, a fire trap that the Germans had waited for us to walk into and lie down in. Between explosions, Gable heard a yell. "Move!" It struck him as incongruous. He turned his head as best he could while pressing his body into the ground, and saw to his right a captain running toward the rifle squad. "Get up!" he yelled, his face contorted with rage. "Get up, you stupid bastards! You'll die here! There's no cover! Move! Move!" He grabbed one soldier by the shoulder and kicked another. I had never seen that kind of rage. "Get him up, goddammit!" he bellowed, thrusting his fist up and down in a signal for double time. Gable was more than impressed. The rockets seemed to lose their terror next to that captain. I did not know who he was and did not care. I jumped up and stumbled forward. Others did the same. The platoon got to the far side of the open field. The men threw themselves down in a drainage ditch, exhausted. "Fix bayonets!" Gable felt the shock of the order jerk his body. Fix bayonets? That's World War I stuff. Bayonets were for opening sea ration cans. Not this day. All around Gable, there was the blood-freezing sound of 14 bayonets drawn from scabbards and clicking home on their studs under the rifle barrels. "Let's go," the platoon leader called out. All 14 men jumped out of the ditch, formed into a line of skirmishers, rifles at high port, and moved toward the German position. They began shouting, "Geronimo!" Gable screamed with the others. They got into the German lines. Enemy soldiers tried to lift their hands. Still yelling, troopers thrust their bayonets into the Germans. They took the village. Their reward was that they got to spend the night in town. One thing that kept many of those thrown into these early January attacks going was the thought of where they would spend the night. They had left their overcoats and sleeping bags behind. That day's objective, usually, was the next small village to the east. It was something to live for, Private Jack Ammons of the 90th Division remembered. If the GIs could drive the Germans from the houses before dark, why, then it would be the GIs occupying the cellars, out of the wind, with a bit of heat, a chance to sleep. If the Germans held the town, the GIs would spend the first hours of darkness digging foxholes in frozen ground, in the wood nearest the village, and the remainder of the night stomping in the foxholes, staying awake to keep from freezing, and then have to move out on another attack in the morning. It sometimes happened that the Germans occupied one set of cellars, the GIs the other. Occasionally, they shared the same cellar, unknown to each other until the morning. Private Shu went into a cellar and found 3 German soldiers sleeping on the floor. Shu got a couple of buddies, and they woke the Germans up. One could speak English. We had them get wood for a fire. We heated food and coffee for all. We sat up all night talking. In the morning, we took them back to HQ. They were nice guys. Another characteristic of the January fighting was the horror created by a high incidence of bodies crushed by tanks. Men slipped, tanks skidded. The wounded couldn't get out of the way. 20-year-old Dwayne Burns of the 82nd Airborne saw a fellow paratrooper who had been run over by a tank. If it hadn't been for the 2 pair of legs and boots sticking out of all the gore, it would have been hard to tell what it was. I looked away and thought for sure that I was going to vomit. I just wanted to throw my weapon away and tell them I quit. No more. I just can't take no more. But he had to, because the pressure from above to keep moving was irresistible. The generals wanted results, so the colonels wanted results, so the men kept moving, no matter what. The 3rd Battalion of the 513th Parachute Infantry Regiment, 17th Airborne, provides one example of how the junior officers responded to the pressure and managed to get more out of the men than the men knew they had it in them to give. By afternoon of January 6th, the battalion had lost its CO and most of the HQ staff to an artillery shell. 2 company commanders were out of action. In I Company, Lieutenant Eugene Fat Boy Crowley had assumed command. That evening, orders came from regiment down to battalion to take the village of Flamieres. Battalion didn't get the orders out to Lieutenant Crowley until midnight, and then the plan was a bad one, to attack at 0900. When Crowley gathered his platoon leaders and told them what was expected, Lieutenant J. Dixon Phillips of the 2nd Platoon protested against the very idea of going in broad daylight over snow-covered open terrain completely dominated by an enemy-held ridge, when at least a good part of the attack route could be crossed in darkness. Crowley gave the stock reply. Orders were orders. At 0900, Crowley led the way. At first, a silent advance of 165 or so men spread across the field, which rose up to a ridgeline. When the Americans were half across the 300-meter-wide field, 3 German tanks appeared on the ridge. They opened fire with their cannons and machine guns. The Americans burrowed into the snow, trying to hide. Out of bazooka range, 100 meters at best, nothing to fire back with except rifles. After taking casualties for 15 minutes, Crowley ordered a retreat. Private Don Scott recalled, "We were like jack-in-the-boxes, popping up and down all over, trying to dash 10 steps and dive into the snow again. For the German tankers, it was target practice time with live targets." Fewer than 100 men made it back to the starting line. Crowley reorganized and regrouped, then ordered another attack. Again he led the way, creeping and crawling, the men following. They got about halfway up the hill again when the tanks reappeared and drove them off, once more with heavy casualties. Then occurred the bravest action Private Scott saw in the war. A bazooka man and his assistant gunner started crawling up the slope toward the tanks. About halfway there, they stopped and appeared to have an argument. Then the assistant turned and started crawling back toward the American lines, Scott recalled. The bazooka man continued crawling toward the tanks, 200 yards away, carrying the load of bazooka shells, still unseen by the enemy. When he got within 100 yards of the tank, he took a shot at one. It landed 10 yards short. Now that caught the German's attention, and before he could reload, the bazooka is a 2-man weapon, the tankers just blew him up with cannon and machine gun fire. When the assistant gunner stood up to make his last dash to the baseline foxholes, someone shot him. Lieutenant Crowley ordered another attack. "This time, let's see if we can pick up some bazookas along the way and get those bastards," he barked. "We started creepy crawling up that damn hill again," Scott remembered. "When we got to 150 yards of the tanks, they fired one last 88 and then withdrew. Just plain turned around, pulled over the crest of the ridge, and went away. They had most likely run out of ammunition." I Company followed. On the downhill slope leading into Flemierge, the Americans were fired on by enemy infantry. But rifle fire was not all that daunting after the bloodbath from the tanks. We just charged right in, and the Germans had to run out the other side of town. At a cost of half his company, Crowley had taken the objective. Not all company commanders were so willing to follow orders unquestioningly. On at least one occasion, 2 company commanders simply refused to carry out a direct order to attack. They were Captain J. Prophet and Lieutenant Harold Linebaugh, commanding Companies A and K of the 333rd Infantry Regiment, 84th Division. The morning after a night spent in a wood under regular shelling, the battalion commander, a colonel, came to the front and ordered A and K companies to advance another half-mile. Prophet refused. So did Linebaugh. Prophet protested that all the weapons were frozen. The companies were at half strength, the men exhausted. The colonel threatened a court-martial. "Colonel," Prophet replied, "there's nothing I'd like more right now than a nice warm court-martial." The colonel refused to believe the weapons were frozen. Prophet ordered a test. Not one of the weapons could be fired. The colonel began to chew out the captains for their own and their men's appearance. He said it looked like no one had shaved for a week. Linebaugh said there was no hot water. The colonel, who prided himself on being a product of the old National Guard, gave a tip. "Now, if you men would save some of your morning coffee, it could be used for shaving." Linebaugh stepped over to a snowbank, picked up the 5-gallon GI coffee can brought up that morning, and shook it in the colonel's face. The frozen coffee produced a thunk. Linebaugh shook it again. "That's enough," said the colonel. "God damn it, I can hear." In most cases, the colonel's will prevailed. Lieutenant Colonel William Dupuy, CO of a battalion of the 90th Division, came across a squad of mortarmen and some riflemen huddled at the edge of an embankment, just short of the village of Docol. "Who's in charge here?" he barked. "I'm the first sergeant of C Company, Colonel," Sergeant John Peterson answered. "Well, get these men into town. You aren't doing any good out here." "But they've got a bead on us from those windows up there, sir." "No buts. Get these men moving. Let's go." Peterson pulled his .45 from the holster and yelled, "Okay, follow me, you guys." He started through an opening in the embankment. As the men struggled to their feet behind him, a bullet got Peterson in the head. He fell dead at Colonel Dupuy's feet. Dupuy was stunned. He just stood there. Then he called out, "Follow me," and started down the embankment looking for another opening. For the Germans, their physical misery was exacerbated by the terrible thought that what they were doing was the absolutely worst thing they could do for their country and the German people. It was perfectly obvious to every one of them. As Lieutenant Walter Rahn of the 11th Panzer Division put it, "Why were we holding up the Americans in the West and allowing the Russians to penetrate Germany? It was senseless what we were doing there, fighting the Americans." For the sake of their families, their homes, their countries, the German soldiers should have packed it up on the Western Front and gone east to defend against the Red Army. Only Hitler and his Nazis could benefit from continuing to fight the Western Allies. That the tens of thousands of German soldiers in this situation, knowingly fighting against their own best interests, could carry on, effectively and bravely, was a triumph of discipline and dictatorship. They suffered terribly from the weather and from the Americans. "We had never seen the way a rich man fights a war," Colonel Gerhard Lemke said, referring to American artillery. Captain Gerhard Winkler, a tank commander, recalled, "When you're sitting in a tank in a forward position and you're seen, fear that makes your knees shake comes on. It always did when you are helpless and exposed. The Americans, who had more than enough ammunition, covered us with shells for 1 or 2 hours. We sat inside the tank with dry mouths, not saying a lot, smoking one cigarette after another, hoping that the shells will miss you." Bad as it was to be shelled in a tank, Major Helmut Ritgen of Panzerlehr found his heart went out to the infantry. In a 1995 interview, he said, "The infantry had to hold the Americans back and retreat on foot, crossing rivers with no bridges and so forth in midwinter. I'm a tanker, but the infantry was the real miracle arm of Hitler." Ritgen paused, then added, "I think it would be impossible for this present generation." When the offensive began on January 3rd, the U.S. First Army and Third Army were separated by 25 miles of rugged hills and gorges, frozen rivers, tortuous icy roads, snow-laden forests, and tens of thousands of battle-hardened German troops who were highly skilled in utilizing terrain features and villages as fortified positions. From the south, the lead units of Third Army, the 26th and 90th Divisions, moved out toward Uflis. To the north, First Army lurched forward. The 82nd Airborne was one of First Army's divisions. It was attacking southward from Trois Ponts. Colonel Vandervoort's battalion of the 505th PIR was in the van. January 3rd dawned cold and foggy, and more snow expected, the regimental history recounted. Before moving out, everyone left his musette bags, sleeping bag, and overcoat in a pile and fervently hoped that supply sergeants would be able to get them forward before dark. H-hour was 08:30. The men jumped off, and initially all went well. Then an open field stretched between them and the village of Foss, the first objective. Small arms fire came on them in such volume that it was impossible to advance. Nevertheless, company and platoon commanders tried to get the men to follow, only to be shot down themselves before taking a half-dozen floundering steps in the 2-foot-deep snow. Colonel Vandervoort got artillery on the German position and sent a couple of Shermans to support the infantry. The barrage forced the Germans to pull out, and the paratroopers moved into Foss. But they were not allowed to settle down in the cellars. They moved out to a wood where they dug in for the night. Sergeant William Tucker, waiting for his turn to get patched up at the aid station, saw Lieutenant Colonel Edward Krause of the division staff pacing up and down. Krause had come out of I Company. Every officer of the company had been killed or wounded that day. 2/3 of the men were casualties. These men were veterans of North Africa, Sicily, Italy, Normandy, Holland, and the Bulge. "Well, Colonel," Tucker said softly, "a lot of the old boys got it today." Colonel Krause did not reply. He looked away as his eyes filled with tears. As the temperature dropped and the snow continued to fall, the 505th learned that the trucks couldn't get through the fields to bring on their gear, so there would be no overcoats, packs, or sleeping bags. Water was a problem because the canteens froze solid. The cold and exposure caused old wounds to flare up, and remarkably triggered many relapses of malaria that had been contracted in the Mediterranean. The regimental history comments, "Although the plight of the men was bad enough, that of the wounded in many cases was tragic. Despite the heroic efforts of the medics, many of whom became casualties themselves, who labored unceasingly all night long, some of the more seriously wounded died of exposure." In the morning, January 4th, the sleepless men of Companies B and C resumed their attack, really slogging through the snow, one man breaking trail for two followers, with two tanks in support. They came to an open hill, strongly defended. The tanks rolled forward and began raking the hillside with 50 caliber bullets and 75 millimeter shells. Everyone opened fire, shooting as fast as they could pull triggers and load clips. In a very short time, probably less than a minute, German soldiers started popping out of holes with their hands in the air. "Ceasefire," Sergeant Hermann Zeitner called out. The firing died down. Then an incredible spectacle occurred. From every position on that hill, Germans began climbing out of holes while troopers stood there with their mouths wide open at the sight of approximately 200 Germans milling around. Amazingly, in this encounter, the 505th, which had suffered so grievously the previous day, had nary a scratch. January 5th and 6th were more of the same, a kilometer or so advance each day. The good news on January 6th was that the engineers had bulldozed a road through the fields to the front, so trucks could bring the GIs their cold weather gear. On January 7th, the bad news was that at 0800 hours, Colonel Vandervoort was hit by mortar fire. This stunned the battalion, the regimental history notes, which had come to believe that its longtime commander was invincible. The wounds were disabling. Eventually, they ended his Army career prematurely. As Army historian S.L.A. Marshall put it, the U.S. Army lost a file that was destined for higher command. The German retreat out of the Bulge was slow, stubborn, and costly to the Americans, but to the Germans also. Hitler, always insistent on holding captured ground, refused to consider pulling out of the Bulge and returning to the Siegfried Line. In order to hold the Bulge, and thus retain the threat of an offensive thrust westward, Hitler attacked in Alsace, with the idea of preventing further American reinforcements moving north to the Ardennes. Operation North Wind, starting January 1st, hit Lieutenant General Alexander Patch's U.S. 7th Army. Eventually, a total of 15 U.S. divisions, with 250,000 men, were involved in the fighting, which took place along a front that ran almost 150 kilometers from Saarbrücken in the north to a point on the west bank of the Rhine, south of Strasbourg. This was a natural salient along the bend of the Rhine, so the battle was something of a mirror image of the one going on to the north in the Ardennes. Behind the salient, the Alsatian plain stretched westward from the Rhine to the foothills of the Vosges Mountains. It was unsuitable to the defense. The textbook response to the North Wind attack would have been to fall back on the rough country and leave the plain to the Germans. This was what Eisenhower wanted to do, but politics intervened. De Gaulle told the Supreme Commander that if they were cadets at military school, he would agree with Eisenhower's opinion. But as the French leader, he absolutely could not accept abandoning Strasbourg, not only for reasons of national pride, but because of the fearful reprisals the Gestapo was sure to take on the citizens of Strasbourg. Eisenhower reluctantly agreed, and the order went out to 7th Army. Hold your ground. As a result, bitter battles were waged through January at Vingen, Philipsburg, Herrlichheim, Rittershofen, and elsewhere. Colonel Hans von Luk's 125th Regiment of the 21st Panzer Division had the mission of breaking through the American lines on the northwestern base of the salient, cutting across the eastern foothills of the Vosges and thus severing the American supply line to Strasbourg. That required, of all things, breaking through the Maginot Line. It ran east-west in this area, following the Rhine River bend. The Maginot Line, built at such great expense, had seen no fighting to speak of in 1940. The Germans went around it. But in January 1945, a part of the line was used for the purpose it had been designed for, and showed what a superb fortification it was. On January 7th, Luke approached the line south of Wissembourg at Rittershofen. Suddenly, we could make out the first bunker, which received us with heavy fire. Our leading men and the accompanying SPV landed in thick minefields. The artillery stepped up its barrage of fire. The Americans, composed of men from the 79th Infantry Division, the 14th Armored Division, and elements of the 42nd Infantry Division, utilized the firing points, trenches, retractable cannon, and other features of the line to the fullest. They stopped the Germans cold. Over the next 2 days, the Germans reinforced the attack with new 88s and some tanks, along with the 25th Panzer Division. They again assaulted the line. At one point, they managed to drive the Americans out by getting close enough to throw grenades into the embrasures, but they were immediately driven back by heavy artillery fire. Still, the Germans came on. At times, the battle raged inside the bunkers, a nerve-shattering experience, made worse by the ear-shattering noise of explosives. Eventually, Luke got through. On January 10th, he moved his regiment forward for an attack on Rittershofen, preparatory to assaulting another part of the Maginot Line. From the rear, the French defenses were all pointed east, in order to widen the breach. That night he got into the village, but was not able to drive the Americans out. They held one end, Luke's men held the other. The situation in nearby Hutton village was similar. There then developed a 2-week-long battle that Luke, a veteran of Poland, France, Russia, North Africa, and Normandy, characterized as one of the hardest and most costly battles that ever raged. Both sides used their artillery non-stop, firing 10,000 rounds per day. The shelling was a curse to both sides, as the lines were never more than one street apart, and sometimes they were on the same side of the street, occasionally in the same house. Private Pat Riley of the 79th recalled, "It was a weird battle. One time you were surrounded, the next you weren't. Often we took refuge in houses where the Germans were upstairs. We heard them and could see them, and vice versa. If they didn't make a move, we left, and if we didn't make a move, they left." Flamethrowers were used to set houses afire. Adding to the horror, the civilian population had hidden when the battle began, and now the women, children, and old folks huddled in the cellars. There was no electricity. The pipes had frozen, so there was no water. The soldiers, on both sides, did what they could to feed and care for the civilians. Individual movement by day was dangerous. At night, trucks rolled up on both sides, bringing ammunition and food, carrying out wounded. The houses, public buildings, and the church were in ruins. The dead, including some 100 civilians, lay in the streets. There was hand-to-hand fighting with knives, room-to-room fighting with pistols, rifles, and bazookas. Attacks and counterattacks took place regularly. On January 21st, 7th Army ordered the much-depleted 79th and 14th Armored Divisions to retreat from Rittershofen. The Americans abandoned the Maginot Line and fell back on new positions along the Moder River. Luke only realized they had gone in the morning. He walked around the village unbelieving. At the church, he crawled through the wreckage to the altar, which lay in ruins. But in its place behind the altar, the organ was undamaged. Luke directed one of his men to tread the bellows, sat down at the organ, and played Bach's chorale, Nun Danket alle Gott. The sound resounded through the village. German soldiers and the civilians of Rittershofen gathered, knelt, prayed, sang. 50 years later, I was in Rittershofen with Luke and a half-dozen of his men, along with some American veterans of the battle. The mayor invited Luke to the new church, sat him down at the organ, and once again he played Bach. Overall, the North Wind offensive was a failure. The Germans never got near Strasbourg, nor could they cut American supply lines. It was costly to both sides. Seventh Army's losses in January were 11,609 battle casualties, plus 2,836 cases of trench foot. German losses were around 23,000 killed, wounded, or missing. Seventh Army processed some 5,985 German POWs. In the Ardennes, K Company, 333rd Regiment, 84th Division, was the spearhead for First Army's drive on Ufflese. One member of the company, Private Fred Jr. Olson, had come in as a replacement on New Year's Eve. He remembered that no one gave him any advice or information. It was as if there was no way to explain it, that I would find out for myself in due time. He was comforted when Sergeant Pop T-Badgy, the old man of the company at 35 years, told him, "Everything will be all right, kid." T-Badgy's age, Olson said, gave his words some credence. Over the next week, Olson had enough experience to make him a hardened veteran. In his first firefight, a German got behind his foxhole, which was an outpost. Olson was eating one of those damn chocolate bars out of the K ration, and never noticed. His buddy, Sergeant Paul Zerbel, saw the German when he was 10 feet away. Zerbel beat the German to the draw. After killing the German, Zerbel said it was time to get out of there. He led, Olson followed. "We were going single file down through the trees," Olson recalled, "and I tripped." As he did, a machine gun burst cut the limbs off right above his head. "You won't believe it. You know, it was the only time this ever happened to me." His life flashed past him. "It didn't last long, just a matter of seconds. I still know in my own mind that if I hadn't tripped, I'd have been killed." When Zerbel and Olson reached the company lines, Olson was greatly relieved. "I was told it was past midnight, and January 7th had been my birthday. For some strange reason, I had persuaded myself that if I could live through my 19th birthday, I could make it all the rest of the way, that somehow everything was going to be all right. Here it was, January 8th, and I'd made it." The company continued to attack. On January 13th, Lieutenant Franklin Brewer protested to the company commander, "There is not one man in the company fit to walk another mile, much less fight." But division headquarters said that as the company had just spent a day in a village where it had rested and reorganized, it was fit for duty. Translated to English from Army lingo, rested and reorganized meant the men had found the ruins of a house to break the wind, huddled down in frozen overcoats, and fallen into an exhausted sleep. At 03:30, it was up for breakfast, tepid coffee, and spam and cheese sandwiches, then a march toward Ufflese. That morning, the company had a typical encounter. The lead squad came under fire from the by now familiar log-covered emplacements. The Germans opened fire too soon, permitting the GIs to pull back and take cover without casualties. There appeared to be a platoon in the emplacements. The GIs did what came naturally to them. They called in the artillery. Within minutes, more than 100 rounds of 105 shells whistled low over their heads, then exploded against the German positions. Some of the shells had fuse delays, others were white phosphorus. As the barrage lifted, the company history records, we moved forward quickly and built up a firing line within 40 yards of the Germans. The small arms exchange lasted only a few minutes before a white rag on the end of a rifle was waved frantically from a hole. The Germans, 8 or 10 of them, crawled out of their holes, stretching their arms as high as possible as they trudged apprehensively toward us through the snow. We advanced cautiously toward their positions, climbing over felled trees and forcing our way through a network of fallen branches. A dozen dead and wounded Germans sprawled on the ground. The artillery had done a thorough job, a case of overkill. The snow was blackened by huge chunks of frozen earth. Several German gun emplacements had received direct hits. White phosphorus fragments smoldered and hissed in the snow. The stench of cordite and clouds of smoke hung over the hollow. Moving forward, Captain Linebaugh came across a German major propped against a tree. His right leg had been cut off at mid-thigh. The German said to Linebaugh quietly and in good English, "Please, shoot me." Linebaugh kept on walking. Farther on, one of the sergeants caught up to Linebaugh and asked if he had seen the guy with his leg cut off. "Yeah, he asked me to shoot him." "Yeah, he asked me, too." "Did you?" "Hell, I couldn't walk off and leave the poor son of a bitch to die like that." That same day, Major Roy Creek of the 507th PIR, one of the heroes of D-Day, met two aid men carrying a severely wounded paratrooper back to the aid station. Creek took his hand to give him encouragement. The trooper asked, "Major, did I do okay?" "You did fine, son." But as they carried him away, Creek noticed for the first time that one of his legs was missing. I dropped the first tear for him as they disappeared in the trees. Through the 50 years since, I still continue to fight the tears when I've thought of him and so many others like him. Those are the true heroes of the war. I hope and pray that we never fight another one. About this time, Creek learned that war didn't have to be unrelenting hell. His battalion was linked up with the British 51st Highland Division. He was invited to dinner at Division HQ mess. He accepted, but when he showed up he was embarrassed by his unkempt appearance. The British CO was wearing battle dress, brass shined, neatly pressed, boot shined, etc. The mess was located in a small but nice house. In the dining area, the table was covered with a white tablecloth, service of flat silver, with glasses and candles. Dinner was served by a mess attendant dressed in a white, stiffly starched uniform. It consisted of a delicious fresh beef stew, freshly baked bread, real butter, and strawberry jam. I enjoyed it very much, and as I finished my glass of vintage Burgundy, the small can of cold beans in my pocket, my dinner for that evening, had the British not invited me to dinner, felt big and awkward. As I gave my thanks before excusing myself, I felt a great admiration for the British, who truly knew how to minimize the hardships of war. On January 7th, the senior British officer on the continent, the commander of 21st Army Group, which included the U.S. 9th Army but no longer the 1st, held a press conference. Montgomery told the press that on the very first day of the Bulge, "As soon as I saw what was happening, I took certain steps myself to ensure that if the Germans got to the Meuse, they would certainly not get over the river. And I carried out certain movements so as to provide balanced dispositions to meet the threatened danger, i.e., I was thinking ahead." Soon Eisenhower put him in command of the northern flank, and he then brought the British into the fight, and thus saved the Americans. You have thus the picture of British troops fighting on both sides of American forces who have suffered a hard blow. This is a fine Allied picture. It had been an interesting battle, Montgomery said, rather like El Alamein. Indeed, I think possibly one of the most interesting and tricky battles I have ever handled. He added that GIs made great fighting men when given proper leadership. Every American in Europe was outraged. As the GIs and their officers saw the battle, they had stopped the Germans before Montgomery came onto the scene. Almost no British forces were even engaged in the Bulge. Far from directing the victory, Montgomery had gotten in everyone's way and botched the counterattack. But what was especially galling about Montgomery's version of the Bulge was his immense satisfaction with the progress of the counterattack. Although the link-up of 1st and 3rd Armies was still a week away, and although the Germans were pulling out in good order, saving much of their equipment and men, Monty was claiming complete victory. Patton ranted and raved to every reporter who would listen, telling them publicly what he had already written privately in his diary, that had it not been for Montgomery, we could have bagged the whole German army. I wish Ike were more of a gambler, but he is certainly a lion compared to Montgomery. And Bradley is better than Ike as far as nerve is concerned. Monty is a tired little fart. War requires the taking of risks, and he won't take them. On January 14th, K Company advanced to within a half-mile of 1st Army's final phase line. We were on a high ground, only a mile from Oufalise, with a cold sun breaking the clouds, with the tanks from Hell on Wheels, the 2nd Armored Division, spread along the ridgeline, and with fighter bombers patrolling the skies to the east. It had suddenly become a lovely war. The feeling didn't last long. When the link-up took place the following day, the companies faced east and attacked again, this time to close to and then breach the Siegfried Line. January 15th is generally considered the last day of the Battle of the Bulge, but no one could have convinced the GIs of that. They still had a hard push ahead to get back to the positions they had held 1 month earlier. It was a disheartening experience to have to fight for ground once held. The 4th Infantry Division had come ashore at Utah Beach on D-Day. Along with the 1st and 29th Divisions, it had been in continuous combat since June 6, 1944. Lieutenant George Wilson joined the 4th just before the Saint-Lô breakthrough, by which time it had a 60% turnover of officers. Now, in the second half of January 1945, he found himself fighting for terrain that was becoming more and more familiar to him. Suddenly, I realized we were retracing the route we had taken when chasing the Germans over 4 months before, in September. We learned that our overall mission was to penetrate the Siegfried Line at the exact same spot we'd broken through before. Wilson was struck by the thought that of the 30-odd officers in his regiment in September, only 3 remained active. All the others had been killed or wounded. In addition, the regiment had lost many replacement officers over those 4 months. Wilson remembered that in September, when he had come through the village, Saint-Vite had been a very charming little farming town, left unmolested by the Germans, who had not tried at all to defend it. He knew that Saint-Vite had been the scene of a tank battle on the 3rd day of the Bulge, and that it had been used by the Germans as a headquarters and communications center, and therefore heavily bombed by the Allies. But he was not prepared for what he saw. From the southern heights, we got a clear view of total ruin. All we could see were the jagged outlines of the shattered walls that had once been buildings. It was like a nightmarish, surrealistic painting. Nothing was undamaged. There was no sight of life. One could not help reflecting on the battles we had fought in the same area in September 1944. We also wondered how many lives had been lost for what appeared to be no gain after almost 5 months of hell. The total toll of American casualties in the Bulge was 80,987. More than half the killed or wounded came in January. For the period December 16th to January 2nd, the defensive phase of the battle for the Americans, the figures were 4,138 killed in action, 20,231 wounded in action, and 16,946 missing. For the period January 3rd through 28th, when the Americans were on the offensive, the losses were 6,138 killed, 27,262 wounded, and 6,272 missing. Thus, January 1945 was the costliest month of the campaign in Northwest Europe for the U.S. Army in KIA and wounded. Total German casualties in the Bulge are estimated from 80,000 to 104,000. The Battle of the Bulge had political consequences of the greatest magnitude. Hitler's decision to strip the Eastern Front of men and weapons in order to seek a decision in the West led to the crushing of the depleted German forces in the East, beginning January 12th with the Red Army offensive. The Red Army overran eastern Germany and Central Europe, which led to a half-century of communist enslavement. The man responsible for this catastrophe was the world's leading anti-communist, but he chose to sacrifice his nation and his people to the communists instead of defending against them in the East and allowing the British and Americans to advance in the West. The American soldier won the battle. That is the authoritative voice of Russell Weigley. He goes on, "If the victory was less than complete, the fault lay mainly in generalship's failure to seize fully the opportunities created by the valor of the men." What kept them going? Discipline, to be sure, just as in the German army, and unit cohesion and training, but for many it was a sense of having no option and a realization that the only way out of combat was to annihilate the German army. Such a view was not an impersonal concept imposed by higher authority, Michael Debler writes, but a living idea that guided the daily activities of many commanders and soldiers. They instinctively realized that the only way for them to go home was to keep pushing forward. Debler goes on to quote Colonel James Rudder of the Rangers, who sent an open letter to his troops. "There is only one reason for our being here, and that is to eliminate the enemy that has brought the war about. There is only one way to eliminate the enemy, and that is to close with him. Let's all get on with the job we were sent here to do in order that we may return home at the earliest possible moment." At the end of January, the American armies in northwest Europe were again at the German border. Surely this time they would break through and get across the Rhine. Chapter 17. Closing to the Rhine. February 1st through March 6th, 1945. At the beginning of February, the front lines ran roughly as they had in mid-December, but behind the line the differences were great. On December 15th, the Germans had crowded division on top of division in the Eifel, while the Americans in the Ardennes were badly spread out. On February 1st, the Americans had division piled on division in the Ardennes, while the Germans in the Eifel were badly spread out. Whatever units the Germans got out of the bulge, they sent off to plug the line somewhere else, because they felt the Americans were not likely to attack into the Eifel, which was heavier forest than the Ardennes. That, however, was exactly what Patton and Bradley wanted to do. With most of 1st and 3rd Armies already in the Ardennes, it made sense to them to attack from that area. Eisenhower did not agree. He needed 3rd Army divisions to go south to help Lieutenant Jacob Devers' forces eliminate the Colmar Pocket, and he wanted 1st Army to attack north of the Ardennes, south of Aachen, to get the Rohr River dams, so that the U.S. 9th Army could cross the Rohr downstream from the dams, then close to the Rhine. Montgomery's British and Canadian armies could then cross the lower Rhine with their right flank secured by the 9th Army. But when one of Eisenhower's staff officers telephoned Bradley, who was at Patton's headquarters at the time, and said Ike wanted Brad to send 4 or 5 divisions from 3rd Army south to help out at the Colmar Pocket, Bradley exploded. "We would be giving up a sure thing for a sideshow," he roared, his hand gripping the telephone so tightly that his knuckles turned white. "Go ahead and take all the divisions," he shouted. "There is more at stake than the mere moving of divisions. If you feel that way about it, then as far as I'm concerned, you can take any goddamn division and or corps in the 12th Army Group. Do with them as you see fit, and those of us that you leave back will sit on our ass until hell freezes." Bradley's final words were, "I trust you do not think I am angry, but I want to impress upon you that I am goddamn well incensed." Patton, in the background, said in a voice loud enough to be heard over the telephone, "Tell them to go to hell, and all of us will resign. I will lead the procession." As Bradley slammed down the receiver, every officer on Patton's staff rose to his feet and applauded. With tempers running so high, and under that kind of pressure, Eisenhower retreated. He let Patton keep the divisions and allowed Bradley to conduct an all-out offensive into the Eifel. For the combat soldiers of ETO, That meant another month of struggling through snow or mud to attack a dug-in enemy. It would be a broad front advance, with little attempt at maneuver. Its aim was to kill Germans. As an added thought, Eisenhower told Monty in explaining his plan, "The more Germans we kill west of the Rhine, the fewer there will be to meet us east of the river." He insisted on closing to the Rhine along its length, telling Monty, "We simply cannot afford the large defensive forces that would be necessary if we allow the German to hold great bastions sticking into our lines at the same time that we try to invade his country." That was why he insisted on eliminating the Colmar pocket. In other words, he feared another German counteroffensive that would disrupt all his plans. That may have been excessively cautious. Monty thought it was, so did Patton. But Eisenhower had cause. One reason for his caution was the fighting quality of the German troops, supported by a steady flow of new and excellent equipment. At the end of January, he told Marshall that there is a noticeable and fanatical zeal on the part of nearly all German fighting men, as well as the whole nation of 85 million people, successfully united by terror from within and fear of consequences from without. He had it right and put it perfectly. The Germans knew what they had done as the conquerors and occupiers of Europe, and thus what they could expect when it was their turn to be conquered and occupied. As to terror, deserters could expect to be hanged and their families sent to concentration camps. The Nazi Party was still feared and obeyed. So long as Hitler was alive, it would be. Until then, the Germans would fight. Eisenhower preferred to fight them west of the Rhine and to close to the river from the Swiss border to Arnhem. At that point, he could pull 20 divisions out of the line to create a reserve force that would then be capable of exploiting any opportunity that came along. "If we jam our head up against a concentrated defense at a selected spot," he said, "we must be able to go forward elsewhere. Flexibility requires reserves." By this stage of the war, flexibility was Eisenhower's outstanding tactical quality. What he had learned in the preceding 28 months of combat was to expect to be surprised and to be ready to seize opportunities. Conditions in the February fighting were different from January, yet just as miserable in their own way. A battalion surgeon in the 90th Division described them. "It was cold, but not quite cold enough to freeze, this February in 1945. Rain fell continually and things were in a muddy mess. Most of us were mud from head to foot, unshaven, tired, and plagued by recurrent epidemic severe diarrhea. It was miserable to have to jump from one's blankets 3 or 4 times a night, hastily put on boots, run outside into the cold and rain, and wade through the mud in the dark to the straddle pit. As likely as not, the enemy would be shelling the area, and that did not help." He noted that the diarrhea was accompanied by severe abdominal cramps, vomiting, and fever. As usual, it was the infantrymen who really suffered in the nasty fighting. Cold and wetness, mud and hunger day after day, vicious attack and counterattack, sleepless nights in muddy foxholes, and the unending rain made their life a special hell. They were hungry because much of the time supply trucks could not get to them. Between heavy army traffic and the rain, the roads were impassable. The engineers worked feverishly day and night, throwing rocks and logs into the morasses, but it was a losing battle. On February 2nd, General Patton, plagued by impossible roads, ordered dog sled teams flown in from Labrador. His idea was to use them to evacuate wounded in the snow. By the time the first team arrived, however, the snow had melted, so the dogs were never used. What was unendurable, the GIs endured. What had been true on June 6, 1944, and every day thereafter, was still true. The quickest route to the most desirable place in the world, home, led to the east. So they sucked it up and stayed with it, and were rightly proud of themselves for so doing. Private Jim Underkoffler, a former ASTPer, was in the 104th Division. Its CO was the legendary General Terry Allen. Its nickname was the Timberwolf Division. Its motto was, "Nothing in hell will stop the Timberwolves." "That might sound corny," Underkoffler said in a 1996 interview, "but it was sort of a symbolic expression of attitude. Morale was extremely important. I mean, man alive, the conditions were often so deplorable that we had nothing else to go on but your own morale. You know, you're sitting there in a foxhole rubbing your buddy's feet, and he's rubbing yours so you don't get trench foot. That's only an example of the kind of relationship and camaraderie we had." The straight line between Aachen and Cologne ran through Düren on the east bank of the Rohr River. But rather than going directly, Bradley ordered the main effort made with the veterans from Elsenborn Ridge and the Battle of the Bulge, through a corridor some 17 kilometers wide south of the dreaded Hürtgen Forest. By so doing, the Americans would arrive at the Rohr upstream from the dams, and thus, once across the river, be free to advance over the Cologne Plain to the Rhine without danger of controlled flooding. The first task was to get through the Siegfried Line, still a formidable obstacle, although in many places devoid of troops to utilize it. And every veteran in an ETO combat unit was well aware that this was where the Germans had stopped them in September 1944. The generals were enthusiastic for this one. General Walter Lauer, commanding the 99th Division, paid a pre-attack call on Sergeant Oakley Honey's C Company, 395th Regiment. Honey recalled that Lauer stood on the hood of a jeep, had the men gather around him, and gave a speech, saying, "We had fought the Krauts in the woods and the mountains and had beaten them. Now we were going to get a chance to fight them in the open." Honey commented, "Whoopee, everyone was overjoyed." He added sarcastically, "You could tell by the long faces." Lauer went on, "We are in for a lot of new experiences, and we are happy. Happy because we are at long last to go on the offensive." Sergeant Vernon Swanson's comment, "How can a man be happier than that?" On February 4th, C Company pushed off into the Siegfried Line. Swanson remembered that our visibility was severely limited because it began snowing, and shortly the heavy winds caused the snowstorm to reach blizzard proportions. The order then came to fix bayonets. Honey recalls, "Charging into a snowstorm with fixed bayonets and the wind blowing right into our faces, after moving through the initial line of dragon's teeth, we began encountering deserted pillboxes. At one command post, out came 10 Germans with hands in the air, offering no resistance." Private Irv Mark of C Company said, "I remember taking one pillbox, and this stands out in my memory. The Krauts were waiting to surrender, and the one in charge seemingly berated us for taking so long to come and get them. He said, 'Nicht etwas zu essen,' nothing to eat. Strange we didn't feel one bit sorry for them." Swanson noted that none of our company can recall any direct fire during our advance through the west wall, although artillery shells dropped on us. We suffered no combat casualties, possibly because we were much smarter than we had been 6 weeks earlier, particularly about booby traps and landmines. Few companies were that lucky. Sergeant Clinton Riddle of the 82nd Airborne was in Company B, 325th Glider Infantry. At 0200 February 2nd, he accompanied the company commander on a patrol. "We walked to within sight of the dragon teeth of the Siegfried Line. We walked parallel with the line quite some distance. We could barely make out the pillbox on either side of the road that led through the dragon teeth. The teeth were laid out in 5 double rows, staggered. The Krauts had emplacements dotting the hillsides, so arranged as to cover each other with crossfire, and all zeroed in on the road where it passed through the teeth." Returning from the patrol, the captain ordered an attack. "It was cold and the snow was deep," Riddle recalled. A Company went first. It was met by small arms and mortar fire and was quickly driven to the ground. "There was more fire from the emplacements than I ever dreamed there could be," Riddle remarked, an indication of how well concealed many German fortifications were. "Men were falling in the snow all around me. That was an attack made on the belly. We crawled through most of the morning." Using standard fire and movement tactics, the Americans managed to drive the Germans beyond the ridge and over the road. "When we reached the road leading through the teeth," Riddle said, "the captain looked back over his shoulder and said, 'Come on, let's go.' Those were the last words he ever said, because the Germans had that road covered, and when he was halfway across, he got hit right between the eyes. There was only 3 of us in our company still on our feet that we could account for when it was over." Another 25 men turned up, and the new CO, a lieutenant, began employing fire and movement to attack the pillboxes on either side of the road. But the Germans had been through enough. After their CO ordered the initial resistance and then fired the shot that killed the American captain, his men shot him and prepared to surrender. So Riddle relates, "When we reached the pillboxes, the Germans came out, calling out, 'Kamerad!' We should have shot them on the spot. They had their dress uniforms on, with their shining boots. We had been crawling in the snow, wet, cold, hungry, sleepy, tired, mad, because they had killed so many of our boys." They were through the initial defenses of the Siegfried Line, and that was enough for the moment. The 90th Division reached the Siegfried Line at exactly the spot where the 106th Division had been hit and decimated on December 16th. Private Jack Ammon spent the night of February 5th through 6th, 1945, in a bombed-out building on the edge of the line. "The village was eerie," he remembered. "It looked like a million ghosts of previous campaigns had passed through it." At 0400 February 6th, the 359th Regiment of the 90th picked its way undetected through the Dragon's Teeth, minefields, barbed wire, and pillboxes in the outer ring of the fortifications. Shortly after dawn, pillboxes that had gone unnoticed came to life, pouring fire into the tanks and reinforcements following the infantry, stopping the advance. A week-long fight ensued. The Germans employed a new tactic to confound the Americans. Captain Colby explained it. Whole platoons of infantrymen disappeared as a result of the German tactic of giving up a pillbox easily, then subjecting it to pre-sighted artillery and mortar fire, forcing the attackers inside for shelter. Then they covered the doorway with fire, surrounding the pillbox after dark and blowing it in. And the men soon learned it was safer outside the fortifications than inside. On February 9th, Regimental Chaplain Father Donald Murphy noted a variation of the tactic in his diary. "K Company was in a pillbox. The GI outpost fell asleep, and Jerry's captured all of them, including Lieutenants Franklin and Osborne. The pillboxes are really death traps. You are helpless when you get in them." Patton inspected a command pillbox. "It consisted of a 3-story submerged barracks with toilets, shower baths, a hospital, laundry, kitchen, storerooms, and every conceivable convenience, plus an enormous telephone installation. Electricity and heat were produced by a pair of diesel engines with generators. Yet the whole offensive capacity of this installation consisted of 2 machine guns operating from steel cupolas, which worked up and down by means of hydraulic lifts. As in all cases, this particular pillbox was taken by a dynamite charge against the back door. We found marks on the cupolas where 90mm shells fired at a range of 200 yards had simply bounced." To Patton, this was yet another proof of the utter futility of fixed defenses. In war, the only sure defense is offense, and the efficiency of offense depends on the warlike souls of those conducting it. Captain Colby gives a vivid snapshot of American artillery in action. "We were looking at a day's assignment of about a dozen pillboxes. We were on slightly higher ground and could see them plainly. As we studied the prospect with sinking feelings, a self-propelled 155mm gun clanked up to us. A lieutenant dismounted and walked over. "I hear you could use some fire," he said. We did everything but hug him. We told him to pick out a pillbox and let fly. The lieutenant pointed to a pillbox. The gunner lowered the muzzle of the howitzer, opened the gun's breech block, and peered through the barrel at the target. Satisfied with his aim, he told the loaders to stuff in a round. A 155mm shell weighed 100 pounds. It took 2 men to put it on a carrier equipped with handles like a litter, 2 others to pick up the carrier and hold the shell to the chamber of the gun. A 5th man shoved it in and stuffed in the bags of gunpowder. When the breech was closed and all was ready, the gunner yanked the lanyard. The tremendous roar was, Colby said, thrilling to an infantryman. He noted that the .30 caliber bullets he was shooting were 0.3 inch in diameter, while the 155 shell was 6.1 inches. The shell struck the pillbox and covered it with a sheet of flame from the explosive charge it carried. A perfect smoke ring popped out of an air vent in the top. "Scratch one pillbox," the lieutenant said. "It is still standing," Colby retorted. "Yep, but there ain't anyone left alive inside. If there is, his brains are scrambled." Colby felt that having revealed their position, they should take cover before the Germans started their counterfire. "Aw, hell," the lieutenant said. "Let's blast some more before the fun starts. You want to fire one?" How could Colby resist? After another line-of-sight aim through the open bore, the gun was loaded, and Colby gave a jerk on the lanyard. Scratch another pillbox. The lieutenant told Colby to get behind the gun when it next fired, saying he could watch the shell all the way to the target. He zeroed in on another pillbox. Sure enough, when the gun fired, I could see a black dot arc swiftly toward the target. Again, there was a flash that covered the whole target. They fired a round or two at each pillbox out in front of us, then folded their equipment and clanked away to another scene. When we moved up, we found only dead or dazed men inside the pillboxes. Colby's final comment was, "No matter how many pillboxes or bunkers there might be, the fact was that man had built them, and man was tearing them down. The elaborate system of dragon's teeth proved to be worthless and brought from us exclamations of amazement at the labor the Germans had expended." That point was equally true when applied to the Atlantic Wall. At the Siegfried Line in February, as at the Atlantic Wall in June 1944, the Germans got precious little return on their big investment in poured concrete. One small German investment paid big dividends. It was the shoe mine. Like the S mine, the shoe was an invention of the devil. It was simple, easily made, cheap, and deadly. The shoe mine was a wooden box the size of a box of kitchen matches. It contained a 1/4 pound of TNT, which looked and felt like laundry soap. When a man stepped on it, he forced a nail into a detonator, setting off an explosion that could tear off a foot or do even worse damage. There were thousands of shoe mines buried in the mud, in the fields, and in the towns along the Siegfried Line. When G Company, 328th Regiment, 26th Division, jumped off to attack that February along the Saar River south of Luxembourg, it had not gone half a block when 4 men stepped on mines and had to limp or hobble to the rear. The 1st platoon set up an observation post in the battered church. Just outside there was the body of an American soldier, but it was impossible to remove the corpse because the Germans had booby-trapped his body and placed a ring of shoe mines around him. The church was in a shambles, Lieutenant Otts recalled. The roof was gone and there were great gaping holes in the sides. There was only one opening that we could get to on the side toward the enemy. The street was filled with shoe mines and booby traps, but the Heinies knew where they were and would slip out and toss grenades into the church. The building was so large and so strewn with rubble that we could always hit the prone and escape being wounded. Still, Captain Seeley stepped on a shoe mine and was killed. Lieutenant John Cobb, 82nd Airborne, had arrived in France on January 1st. By the end of January, he was a veteran. On February 7th, he was traveling with his platoon by truck to the village of Hurtgen. They arrived just before dark. Jumping out, Cobb had the men form up and started marching. They marched until 0100 February 8th, when they reached a village completely destroyed. Cobb found a cellar to put his platoon in, but in an hour, orders came down to move out. The task was to accompany a squad of engineers using mine detectors with the mission of clearing a trail across the Kahl River Valley. The work went slowly and consumed most of the day. The site had been the scene of a battle in November, in which a battalion of the 28th Division had taken a terrible pounding. Cobb's company was the first American unit to move back into the valley, dubbed by the 28th Death Valley. Cobb described what he saw. Immobile tanks and trucks and the bodies of dead American soldiers were everywhere. The snow and cold had preserved the dead, and they looked so lifelike, it gave one a very eerie feeling. It was hard to believe they had been dead for 3 months. It was as if a snapshot of a deployed combat unit had been taken, with everything as it was at a given moment in the past. The forward elements with tanks and infantry, the command posts, the medical aid station with men still lying on their stretchers, and the destroyed supply trucks were all in their proper places, just as if someone had set up a demonstration from the field manual. But the actors were all dead. By February 8th, U.S. 9th Army north of Aachen had gotten through the Siegfried Line and closed to the Ruhr, but it could not risk an assault across the river so long as the Germans held the upstream dams and thus retained the capability to flood out the Ruhr Valley. First Army, meanwhile, was working its way through the line south of Aachen. On the 10th, 5 Corps won control of the dams, only to discover that the Germans had wrecked the discharge valves the previous evening, thus creating a steady flooding that would halt the 9th Army until the waters receded. While they waited, the GIs sent out reconnaissance patrols and practiced new techniques in river crossings. For Company K in the center of 9th Army's front, north of Aachen, that meant sending squads at night in rubber boats over the flooding Ruhr, to locate minefields and gun emplacements, and to capture prisoners. Along with the other regiments in the line, engineers worked with the infantry on assault boat training, and in experimenting in perfecting assault boat tactics. On February 12th, the engineers successfully demonstrated the use of assault boats, pontoons, rafts, and shooting communication wire across the river, with rockets and grenade launchers. Smoke generators, first used in September 1944, were an innovation that the frontline troops greatly appreciated. While they practiced and waited for the river to drop, the men of K Company had the unusual experience of receiving visitors. With the Ruhr as a buffer, one of them wrote, rear echelon types who normally stayed away from the line paid us a call. First we had a correspondent, and then 2 colonels from 13 Corps headquarters showed up at the CP to take a look at the crossing area. Lieutenant George Pope of the 1st Platoon OP was the host. They were middle-aged guys in their 30s, Pope remembered. I took them up to the 2nd floor of a building that offered a good view up and down the river. They were wearing neckties and had the chin straps buckled on their helmets. A couple of rounds come in, little stuff, not particularly close, and these sons of bitches hit the goddamn floor. You wouldn't believe it. They said, "Let's get out of here." I almost broke up. D-Day was February 23rd. After dark on the 22nd, tanks drove to the river's edge. Engineers lugged the 400-pound assault boats through deep mud to forward assembly areas. Huge trailer trucks with girders and pontoons for the heavy-duty bridges ground forward to final staging areas. In the 29th Division, the men gathered beside the boats. The night was as cloudy and damp and chill as February weather can be. Many of the men had gotten soaked to the skin in wading through the waist and neck-deep water of the canals and trenches and along the banks of the flooded river. Equipment and supplies had become soaked and heavy, and in many cases useless. The men had no way to dry themselves and were forced to huddle together in the mud and water, shivering, shaking, and praying. For the 104th Division, the objective was Durin. The obstacles between them and the town were nearly as formidable as the Channel and the Atlantic Wall had been in June 1944. The river was from 2 to 4 meters deep, 300 to 400 meters wide, with currents running more than 10 kilometers per hour. The nearest cover on the west, American side, was 300 meters inland. On the German side, the riverbanks were heavily mined, from the river to the trench system that commanded the river. Anti-personnel mines were in the water, on the concertina wire along the river's edge, and in front of the trenches. Extensive minefields, including shoe and S mines, were throughout the depth of the German position. Conditions were similar along the whole stretch of the Ruhr. A tanker with the 84th Division noted that when the smoke generator battalion opened the valves on their huge steel canisters, vast gray clouds spread across the river, which was both reassuring and eerie. At midnight, 3 infantry companies made their way down the slopes toward the river, where they crouched beside their boats. We felt special kinship with these riflemen as they waited in the mud for the order to jump off. Tankers were safe behind their armor plate, and most of the support troops were in cellars or holes. But these poor bastards had no place to hide. Their attack orders read, "Pursue the enemy relentlessly to the limit of every man's endurance." At 02:45, February 23rd, the Ruhr River line, 35 kilometers long, burst into a ball of fire. It was one of the heaviest barrages of the war. Big guns, ranging from 75 millimeters to 240 millimeters, heavy and light mortars, rockets, direct fire from tanks, 50 caliber machine guns, and 40 millimeter anti-aircraft guns. Every weapon the Americans had hurled against the enemy a 45-minute deluge of bullets and high explosives designed to stun, kill, or drive him from his position. Men who were there were men who had been through many barrages. Their testimony is that this was the biggest one they ever saw. 9th Army alone had more than 2,000 artillery pieces firing 46,000 tons of ammunition. In the middle of it all, a lieutenant in the 84th wrote, "A lone German machine gunner decided he'd had enough. He fired a long burst of tracers at his tormentors. It was his last mistake. Every tank, every anti-aircraft gun, every machine gunner within range returned the fire. Waves of tracers and flat trajectory rounds swept toward the hole, engulfing it in a single continuous explosion. We cheered lustily, and Captain George Giesel commented, 'Now, that's an awfully dead German.'" At 03:30, the first assault wave shoved their boats into the river. In the 84th, assault companies had several boats overturn, but most of the men swam to the enemy banks, though wet and cold, and many without weapons. There were only 30 rifles in one 130-man company. The engineers were able to get only 3 of the original 34 boats back to the West Bank for the next load. The assault troops moved inland. Behind them, engineers worked feverishly to build footbridges and to get a cable ferry anchored on the far bank. By 08:30, the job was done, and ammunition, supporting weapons, and communication wire were ferried across. By 10:30, elements of the assault companies had entered Durin. Altogether, 6 divisions were involved in crossing the river. Their experience varied. Some companies found the river to be the most serious obstacle. Others got some small arms and artillery fire, and in some cases were turned back. Generally, however, the crossing went well, thanks to the artillery preparation and the smoke. By this stage of the war, the infantry-artillery coordination was one of the outstanding features of the U.S. Army and ETO. As one example, When the 104th occupied the town of Durin, the 3rd Battalion, 413th Infantry, received orders to take the insane asylum that occupied a hill and was the key feature of the area. Here was the telephone conversation between Lieutenant Colonel Edward Schinkel of the 385th Field Artillery Battalion and Lieutenant Colonel William Summers, CO of the 3rd Battalion. "Hello, Bill, this is Eddie. When are you going to jump?" "We'll be ready in about an hour, Eddie. Jump off at 0230. "Okay, here's what we will do. 1 barrage across the road, 1 on each side, and deepen. We will move the bombardment east to the end of the line of buildings at a rate of 100 yards every 3 minutes. When you reach the end of the buildings, we will put all guns on the hill for 5 minutes. How's that?" "Okay, Eddie." The guns opened on schedule. 48 rounds landed on the first line and were reported as accurate. The earth shook, and great clouds of red and brown dust rose from the buildings on that side of town. Sporadic enemy fire ceased in that sector. The infantry moved forward. Summers called the barrage beautiful and accurate. It went forward exactly as planned and completely neutralized enemy resistance in a vital area. By the afternoon, the engineers had a footbridge over the Roar. By the end of February 24th, treadway bridges were in place, allowing the tanks and artillery to join the infantry on the east bank. K Company crossed on a narrow, swaying footbridge that night. It beat swimming, but it wasn't easy. The men had 30 or 40 pounds of combat gear. Half the duck boards were underwater, and there was only a single strand of cable for a handhold. The Germans had the range and were pumping in artillery. The shooting was blind in the smoke and dark, but still close enough to be disconcerting. Sergeant George Lucht recalled his dash across the bridge. "The Germans had regrouped, and their artillery was falling on both sides of the river, and I was thinking, boy, this is just like Hollywood." Once over the Roar, there was open, relatively flat ground between the Americans and the Rhine. It was the most elementary military logic for the Germans to fall back. Why defend a plain that had no fortifications when Germany's biggest river, the Rhine, was at your back? It made no sense. Yet that is what everyone knew Hitler would do. Indeed, Eisenhower counted on it. And Hitler did. He ordered his army to stand and fight. As it had neither fixed positions nor a river line for defensive purposes, the men should utilize the villages as strong points. These were German villages, inhabited by loyal Germans. When the 5th Division got into one of them, there were signs painted on the walls which said, "See Germany and die," "Onward, slaves of Moscow," and "Death will give you peace." Those signs didn't stay up long because the walls came tumbling down. The GIs used the techniques of street fighting that they had learned in the fall 1944 campaign. "The old hands at the game go through a town keeping inside the houses," one veteran explained. "They use bazookas to knock holes in the dividing walls as they go, and when they come to the end of the block and have to cross the street to the next block, they throw out smoke first and cross over under cover of that." The most important things in street fighting were to stay off the streets and keep dispersed, move fast, and keep on moving whatever happens. Keep your head up and your eyes open and your legs moving, and at all costs, keep apart. The German residents quickly came to appreciate what American firepower could do to their homes. Private Karl Drescher, a teenage German infantryman, remembered a firefight on February 25th. A German burgher crawled up to his position and told him to stop shooting, else the Americans would destroy the village. "That tore it for me," Drescher exclaimed. "I told him he'd better disappear or I'd shoot him. Because we were the ones who had to fight the war that he started, not I. I was a boy when it began. I had not started it." In the next village, a burgher suggested that he go over to such-and-so a hamlet to prepare his positions, as it had already been destroyed. "I told him to get lost. We were fine where we were." The burgher kept complaining. Drescher asked which was his house. When the burgher pointed it out, Drescher set up a mortar next to it and fired 5 quick rounds, then cleared out just before American artillery blasted the house to pieces. Replacements coming forward for the Germans were frightfully young, or alarmingly old. The old men looked for the best chance to surrender. The boys looked for a fight. Sergeant Ewald Becker of Panzer Grenadier Regiment 111 remembered a squad of youngsters that reported to him. "I told them that the war wasn't just about them, but that it also mattered what happened to the men standing to the right and left of them. They had a difficult time understanding that it wasn't an individual effort. At the same time, they had all been in the Hitler Youth and believed in the war and our chances of winning." Private Drescher was one of them. In one village, he and his squad found a full platoon down in a cellar. "They all wanted to surrender to allow the front line to roll over them. We wanted to continue the war." So did others. Captain Colby remembered a German counterattack from this period. Although the 6th SS Mountain Division had no artillery support, it launched a particularly vicious assault. Although our artillery and mortar fire was poured into the ranks of the fanatical SS men, it was ultimately rifle fire that stopped them. Some of the Germans were dropped in their tracks only a dozen feet from the American positions. Bodies of friend and foe were found literally in the same foxholes, so active was the fighting. The Germans were using with extravagance their only remaining source of defense, the bodies of their soldiers. Through February, Patton attacked. Whatever the conditions, he was at his zenith. His nervous energy, his drive, his sense of history, his concentration on details while never losing sight of the larger picture, combined to make him the preeminent American Army commander of the war. Those qualities and his professional competence. He was constantly looking for ways to improve. In early February, for example, he ordered all Sherman tanks in his army to have an additional 2.5 inches of armor plate, salvaged from wrecked tanks, put on the forward hull or glosses plate of the tanks, and was delighted with the results. For the first time, a Sherman could take a direct hit from an 88 and survive. He also had flamethrowers mounted on the tanks using the machine gun aperture, and again was delighted with the results. They were highly effective against pillboxes. Still, nothing could beat the 155mm guns. According to Patton, "At 300 yards, the 155 shell will remove a pillbox for every round fired." Patton's worst enemy was the weather, and what it did to the roads. On the left flank of 3rd Army, east of Saint-Vite, the local inhabitants watched with dismay as the tanks and trucks tore up their dirt roads they did not use in the winter by law. The nightly freezes, the daily thaws, the attempt to use them for heavy traffic, combined to make them impassable. Patton, at one point in early February, was forced to turn to pack horses to supply the front line. Still, he said, attack. Bradley wanted him to stop so that he could shift some divisions from 3rd to 1st Army. On the 10th, Patton remembered, Bradley called up to ask me how soon I could go on the defensive. I told him I was the oldest leader in age and in combat experience in the U.S. Army in Europe, and that if I had to go on the defensive, I would ask to be relieved. He stated I owed too much to the troops and would have to stay on. I replied that a great deal was owed to me, and unless I could continue attacking, I would have to be relieved. I further suggested that it would be a good thing if some of his staff visited the front to find out how the other half lived. On February 26th, elements of 3rd Army captured Bitburg. Patton entered the town from the south, while the fighting was still going on at the northern edge of town. In spite of the fact that shells were falling with considerable regularity, I saw 5 Germans, 3 women and 2 men, re-roofing a house. They were not even waiting for Lend-Lease, as would be the case in several other countries I could mention. Dozens of GIs made the same point. In Italy and France, the residents left the rubble in the streets, waiting for someone else to clean it up, while in Germany, the residents were cleaning up as soon as the battle passed their villages. About this time, Patton put out an order that Medal of Honor or Distinguished Service Cross winners should be kept out of the front line, because such men usually attempted to outdo themselves and got killed. Whereas, in order to produce a virile race, such men should be kept alive. Patton was spending 6 hours a day in an open jeep, inspecting, urging, prodding, demanding. He crossed the Saura River on a partly submerged footbridge under a smokescreen from which emerged another Patton legend that he had swum the river. On February 19th, when First Army to the north was waiting for the roar to recede, Patton wrote Bradley a letter, saying that all the U.S. troops, except the Third Army, were doing nothing at all, and that while I was still attacking, I could do better with more divisions. This is the only letter I ever wrote for the record, but I felt very keenly at the time that history would criticize us for not having been more energetic. History was very much on his mind. In the evenings he was reading Caesar's Gallic Wars. He was especially interested in Trier, at the apex of the Saar-Moselle Triangle, on his northern flank. The historic city of the Treveri, according to Caesar, had contained the best cavalry in Gaul. As Russell Weigley puts it, Patton's passion for retracing the paths of ancient conquerors, whenever doing so could at all plausibly be combined with present strategic or tactical advantage, had caught him up. He wanted Trier. To take the city, Patton inveigled the 10th Armored Division out of Bradley and sent it to take Trier. Bradley had not intended to let Patton get the division so deeply committed. "The tent maker," said Patton, using his nickname for Omar Bradley, "felt that we should stop attacking, and it took me and all 3 corps commanders half a day to get permission to continue the attack for another 48 hours. Later, he commented, "It always made me mad to have to beg for opportunities to win battles." Lieutenant Colonel Jack Richardson, U.S. Military Academy 1935, of the 10th Armored, led a task force named for him in the attack into Trier. When he got to the Moselle River, he saw an intact bridge. He was in the leading vehicle of his battalion of armored infantry when he saw the wires leading to the demolition charges at the far end of the bridge. Jumping out of the vehicle, he raced across the bridge under heavy fire and cut the wires. Patton's comment was, "The acid test of battle brings out the pure metal." Richardson was killed in April. Patton also noted that the piers and buttresses of the Kaiserbrücke Bridge dated back to 28 B.C. Driving into the city along Caesar's Road, Patton could smell the sweat of the legions, imagining them marching before him into the still surviving amphitheater where the Emperor Constantine the Great had thrown his captives to the beasts. All set up by his triumph, Patton made the most extravagant claim. "Had we been refused permission to continue this attack, the whole history of the war might have been changed, because the capture of Trier was one of the turning points." Still, he could not rest. Third Army had started the February campaign farther from the Rhine than any other army on the Western Front. At last, through the Siegfried Line, he still had so far to go to the Rhine that he feared his would be the last army to cross. "We are in a horse race with Lieutenant General Courtney Hodges," Patton wrote his wife. "If he beats me across the Rhine, I shall be ashamed." By the middle of the first week in March, 9th and 1st Armies were closing to the Rhine, threatening to encircle entire divisions. Hitler not only would not give permission to fall back, he ordered counterattacks. As a consequence, thousands of German troops were trapped on the West Bank, where they either surrendered or were killed. First Army intelligence declared, "Perhaps it is too early to be optimistic, but everyone feels that resistance is on the point of crumbling, and that this time we are going to the Rhine quickly without being slowed down." The following day, intelligence noted, The Boche, although not in any sense getting up and surrendering en masse, are fighting a disorganized defensive battle. Stiff resistance where it has been encountered has been centered in the small towns, and usually after an hour or so of fighting, the soldiers have to come out with their hands up. The generals were full of drive, push, excitement, anticipation. General William Hogue, CO of Combat Command B, 9th Armored Division, typified the intense energy of the senior commanders. On March 5th, he assembled his unit commanders to give them their mission. It was to advance. Go around resistance, don't get in a fight. Infantry battalions will leapfrog. Bypass towns if possible. Get help from tanks as you can. If no AT guns, shove tanks out in front. Infantry will come on in half-tracks. But this go, go, go spirit did not reach all the way to the bottom of the command. Sergeant Speedy Goodson, A Company, 27th Battalion, groggy from lack of sleep, wandered aimlessly into the open just as some German artillery started coming in. "Get back under cover!" his platoon leader yelled. "Oh, it won't make any difference, Lieutenant. They'll get us sooner or later as long as they keep sticking us out here in front." Combat historian Ken Heckler comments, "That was the mood of most of the men as they slogged forward in the early days of March. It was cold, clammy, and rainy, sweat mixed with grime, and underwear stuck and stank. Nobody's heart was really in the fight. They kept on only because their training had made their actions mechanical, and they were so tired out, they just didn't give a damn. Then along came the needle and the whip, and they moved out again, driving toward the Rhine, and a succession of objectives that seemed to stretch to infinity." The great goal, almost surely impossible, was to get a bridge. So desperate were the Americans that they used a ruse they had earlier executed dozens of Germans for using. The 83rd Division assembled a task force of German-speaking GIs, put them in German uniforms, provided them with tanks and other vehicles disguised and camouflaged to look like German models. The task force set out after dark, March 2nd, talked its way through the German lines, and at dawn reached the Rhine at Oberkassel. A German sentry challenged the column. A firefight broke out. The task force was strong enough to fight its way to the bridge, but the noise of battle alarmed the town's air raid warden, and he set off the alarm. The German engineers at the bridge took that as the signal to blow it, just as the American tanks were rolling up. Cologne was a magnet for First Army. The famous cathedral city was the 4th largest in Germany, and the biggest on the Rhine. The Germans had never imagined invaders from the west would get that far, so Cologne was defended only by a weak outer ring of defenses, manned by bits and pieces of a hodgepodge of divisions, and a weaker inner ring manned by police, firemen, and Volkssturm troops. Such forces could not long hold up an American army that was at the peak of its power. The Americans were pouring through the Siegfried Line. The Germans were standing and fighting as best they could. American columns were advancing 15 kilometers a day and more, encircling German divisions, forcing a surrender. Meanwhile, the artillery was pounding the cities and bridges. Major Max Lale, 401st Field Artillery, wrote his wife on March 2nd, "I have often read that an army on the move is a happier army than one which sits, and now I can believe it. I saw a bed of pansy blooms. Tonight, just at dusk, I stood from a long distance away and watched the plumes of smoke, the flashes of flames, and listened to the long, low rumble that marked the death of one of the oldest cities in Europe." On March 5th, General Maurice Rose's 3rd Armored Division entered the city, followed later that day by Terry Allen's 104th Division. The next day, Rose's tanks reached the Hohenzollern Bridge, but predictably most of the structure was resting in the water, as were the other Cologne bridges over the Rhine. In Cologne, only the great cathedral stood, damaged but majestic. Like St. Paul's in London, it had been used as an aiming point, but was never knocked down. Critics of the Air Forces said it survived because it was the target. Others claimed it, like St. Paul's, was spared by divine intervention. Still others said it was a tribute to the magnificent workmanship of medieval cathedral builders. It was carnival time. Mardi Gras came on Tuesday, March 7th. In Cologne, one of the most Catholic of German cities, the inhabitants did their best to celebrate. Lieutenant Gunther Materna, a German artillery officer, recalled that his men spotted a ship tied to a wharf, investigated, and found it filled with champagne and still wines. They proceeded to have a party. People emerged from their cellars to join in. "And so, we had a great time," Materna said. "We got drunk. People came up to me and said, 'Take off your uniform. I'll give you some civilian clothes. The war is already lost.'" But Materna, although drunk, spurned the temptation, and the next day, badly hung over, managed to get across the Rhine in a rowboat. He was one of the last Germans to escape. Hitler's decision to defend the Cologne plain and the rest of the country between the Siegfried Line and the Rhine had cost Germany heavily. The Americans had taken 250,000 prisoners and killed or wounded almost as many. More than 20 divisions had been effectively destroyed. The Allied air forces were by now taking full advantage of the lengthening days and better weather, blasting every German who moved during daylight hours, flying as many as 11,000 sorties in one day. Sergeant Becker, in a Tiger tank, knew what that meant. The Americans attacked from all directions at once, from above, below, sideways. On the first day of World War II, then Colonel Eisenhower had written his brother Milton, "Hitler should beware the fury of an aroused democracy." Now that fury was making itself manifest on the west bank of the Rhine River. The Allies had brought the war home to Germany. Now it was German villages that lay in ruins as the front lines passed. A group of men from the 101st got into Cologne a couple of weeks after the occupation of the city. They were impressed by the extent of the destruction. Every window shattered, every church hit, every side street blocked with rubble. The giant statue of Bismarck on a horse was still standing, but Bismarck's sword pointing toward France had been cut off by flying shrapnel. The paratroopers wandered to the river, where they began pointing and laughing at the grotesque ruins of the Hängebrücke, or suspension bridge. An elderly German couple stood beside them. The Germans began to cry and shake their heads. All their beautiful bridges had been twisted and mangled, and here were American boys laughing. Many of the GIs were glad enough to see German villages and cities in ruins. In World War I, Germany had escaped destruction. It was Germany's turn this time. Bring this war home to the Germans, and they won't be starting another one any time soon, was the feeling. What bothered them more than German bridges blown up by the German army was the fact that they were there, on the front lines, with hard fighting ahead. In some cases, they had been there since June 6, 1944. It should have been someone else's turn. Something more bothered them. Private David Webster of the 101st spoke directly to it. On February 15th, a buddy had died a particularly gruesome death. Webster wrote, "He wasn't 20 years old. He hadn't begun to live. Shrieking and moaning, he gave up his life on a stretcher. Back in America, the standard of living continued to rise. Back in America, the racetracks were booming. The nightclubs were making record profits. Miami Beach was so crowded you couldn't get a room anywhere. Few people seemed to care. Hell, this was a boom. This was prosperity. This was the way to fight a war. We wondered if the people would ever know what it cost the soldiers in terror, bloodshed, and hideous, agonizing deaths to win the war. God, I hate the Germans," Eisenhower once wrote Mamie. In the first years of the war, he had hated them for making aggressive war and for all the misery they brought to the countries they overran. By 1945, when most of the Nazi Empire had been liberated by the Allies, he hated them for forcing him to destroy their cities and kill their young men, for making him order young Americans into battle, for fighting for a cause that wasn't just hopeless and evil, but directly contrary to the best interest of the German nation. But it had to be done. Chapter 18. Crossing the Rhine. March 7th through 31st, 1945. The Rhine was by far the most formidable of the rivers the GIs had to cross. It rises in the Alps and flows generally north to Arnhem, where it makes a sharp turn to the west. It was between 200 and 500 meters wide, swift and turbulent, with great whirlpools and eddies, 2 to 3 meters deep. The Germans on the far bank were disorganized and demoralized, dismayed by their losses in the insanity of trying to fight it out on the Cologne plain, but still determined and capable of utilizing the natural advantages the Rhine gave them to defend their country. Those advantages included the scarcity of suitable crossing sites. There were only 2 or 3 places from Cologne south that were even possible. Worse, along that stretch, there were no major objectives on the east bank or inland for some 50 kilometers, and the hinterland was unsuitable for offensive warfare. The terrain was heavily wooded, undulating, and broken in many places by narrow valleys. The roads twisted and turned, rose and fell, as in the Ardennes. North of Cologne, Montgomery's 21st Army Group had many suitable crossing sites, good terrain for a mobile offensive, and major objectives just across the Rhine in the Ruhr Valley. Beyond the Ruhr, the North German plain led straight to Berlin. So while Eisenhower's heart was with Bradley, Hodges, and Patton, his mind was up north with Monty. General Harold Pinky Bull, Schaeff G3, and his planners had decided that up north was the right place for the main crossing. Eisenhower agreed, but warned that the possibility of failure cannot be overlooked. I am therefore making logistic preparations which will enable me to switch my main effort from the north to the south, should this be forced upon me. To the north, Montgomery's armies were closing to the river. As they did, he began to build his supply base for the assault crossing and exploitation that would follow. Altogether, he required 250,000 tons of supplies for the British and Canadian forces and the U.S. Ninth Army and 17th Airborne Division. Ninth Army had been part of 21st Army Group since the preceding fall. The 17th Airborne Division had arrived in Europe in December and had been thrown immediately into the Battle of the Bulge. It had combat experience, but had not made a combat jump, and was currently making practice jumps in Belgium. Montgomery's staff had begun planning for the Rhine crossing back in October 1944, as soon as it was evident that Market Garden had failed. The final plan was almost as elaborate as for Overlord, the scope almost as big. 80,000 men, slightly less than half the number of men who went into France on June 6, 1944, would cross the Rhine by boat or transport airplane on the first day for Operations Plunder, the crossing by boat, and Varsity, the airborne phase, with an immediate follow-up force of 250,000 and an ultimate force of 1 million. As usual, Montgomery proceeded with what Weigley has characterized as the majestic deliberation of a pachyderm. He set D-Day for March 24th. For the 2 weeks preceding the assault, he laid down a massive smoke screen that concealed the buildup, and gave the Germans ample warning about where he was going to cross. He gathered 600 rounds of ammunition per artillery piece. Beginning March 11th, the Air Forces pounded the Germans on the east bank, hitting them with 50,000 tons of bombs. Monty invited Churchill and many other dignitaries to join him to watch the big show. Beginning February 28th, Ninth Army had been pushing east toward the Rhine. Progress was slow and costly. Company K, 333rd Regiment, received orders to advance on and take the village of Hart between the Rohr and the Rhine. After an all-day march through mud and cold, followed by a few hours' rest, the company formed up an hour before dawn. More than half the company were replacements. Everyone was groggy, exhausted, even before the day began, and wary, since they knew their flank was open, yet they were pressing on deeper into the German lines. Sergeant George Pope got delayed in getting his squad to jump off. And here comes Captain George Geisel and the battalion commander, right? And the battalion CO says, "For Christ's sakes, Pope, it's after 8 and you haven't..." And I stopped the colonel right there and said, "What's the big fucking rush? Where the fuck you think you were at? Louisiana on maneuvers? This ain't maneuvers. This is real shit, and I'm going out there, not you." That's what I told the colonel, right? I didn't give a crap about nothing. The company moved out, got to Hart, attacked, and got stopped by machine gun fire and a shower of 88s. 2 men were killed, the others hit the ground. Private Mel Klein called on skills he'd not used since basic training. We were flat, prone on our bellies. This German machine gunner was directly to our front. That was the only time in combat that I fired aimed shots, like we did on the range in training. We could see this German come up from his hole, fire, and duck down again. I adjusted my sights, got the range, and squeezed off several clips before I finally hit his gun and put him out of action. When we reached his hole, I found the bullet had glanced off his machine gun and mangled his arm. Private Leonard Bowditch was in a turnip patch when he was hit with shrapnel in the knee. They were getting ready to evacuate me, and Lieutenant Linebaugh was talking to several of us who had been wounded. I told him I wanted him to have my scarf as a good luck piece, so I gave it to him, and he wrapped it around his neck. He told me it couldn't have been too lucky since I had just been hit. I said it worked just fine for me since I had a $1 million wound and was going home. Pope's squad got caught in the open. We were all pinned down, he remembered. And I see guys turning their heads. I felt like doing that myself. It was flat as a floor. There wasn't a blade of grass you could hide under. I'm yelling, "Shoot, you sons of bitches!" That was a tough time. Lieutenant Bill Masters took charge. He was in the edge of a wood with half of his platoon. The remainder of his men and the other platoons were getting pounded out on the open, flat field. Masters recalled, "The fire was awfully heavy, and the casualties were increasing. I decided I had to get these guys moving, or a lot more were going to get killed." He ran forward, swearing at the men to get them going as he passed them. I got as far as a sugar beet mound that gave some cover, close enough to toss a grenade at the German machine gunner right in front of me. But I couldn't get the grenade out of my pocket. It was stuck. A German tossed a potato masher at Masters. It landed right next to me, but didn't explode. The enemies commenced firing at each other. Both missed. Both ran out of ammunition at precisely the same time. Masters knelt on one knee, reloaded, as did the German. Again, the enemies looked up at the same time and fired simultaneously. Masters put a bullet between the machine gunner's eyes. When Masters took off his helmet to wipe his brow, he found a bullet hole through the top. Masters ran to the first building on the outskirts of town, where he had some cover. I had this dead-end kid from Chicago I'd made my bodyguard, Private Ray Bakarsky. He came in close behind me, and then a number of men pulled up, and we went from building to building, cleaning out the place, and captured a sizable batch of German paratroopers in those houses. Lieutenant Paul Limeculer gave a more vivid description of Masters' action. He killed a machine gunner and opened the way into that little town. He was leading, running down the main street like a madman, shooting up everything in his way. The Germans had 2 75s and 2 88s pre-sighted on the village. Armor-piercing shells crumbled the walls. Captain Geisel and the FO called for a counter-barrage. Within minutes, the German guns were out of action. Over the next few days, the company advanced toward the Rhine. Sometimes there was resistance, sometimes not. Just before the leading platoon got to the Rhine, a German platoon barged into the middle of the company column. A point-blank exchange of rifle fire and grenades lasted several minutes. 4 men were wounded, including Masters. Several Germans were killed. The rest surrendered. By March 7th, the company was in Krefeld, on the banks of the Rhine. By some miracle, the men found an undamaged high-rise apartment in which everything worked: electricity, hot water, flush toilets, and telephones with dial tones. They had their first hot baths in 4 months. They found cigars and bottles of cognac. Private Pekarsky, fluent in German, lit up, sat down in an easy chair, got a befuddled German operator on the phone, and talked his way through to a military headquarters in Berlin. He told the German officer he could expect K Company within the week. That was not to be. Having reached the river, K Company, along with the rest of the Ninth Army, would stay in place until Montgomery had everything ready for Operation Plunder. The troops badly needed the rest. The night after taking heart, Private J.A. Strawberry Kraft was so totally exhausted that after getting into his foxhole, he told his sergeant he was going to sleep that night. The sergeant warned him, "You might wake up dead." Kraft replied, "I'll just have to wake up dead." Decades later, he still remembered the exchange and explained, "I needed the sleep, and I got it, too." Sergeant Pope's reply to his colonel had a counterpart in the 103rd Division. Sergeant Joe Scatch was out on a night patrol. His lead scout was a veteran of 65 days of combat and had always done his duty. Suddenly, the patrol stopped. Scatch went forward to see what was up. The scout, crouching behind a tree, pointed ahead and said, "There's people out there. They're waiting to nail us." "They're not moving," Scatch pointed out. "Neither are we." Scatch ordered the scout to go forward and see what he could see. And as Scatch remembered it, he leans up real close to my head and he says, "Fuck you, Sergeant. You want to find out? Go up yourself." Scatch did, and discovered there was nothing out there. When we got back, I told him I never wanted to see him on the front lines again. Sergeant William Faust of the 1st Division had been in combat in 2 continents and 6 countries. By March 1945, he said, "Those of us still remaining of the Big Red One of 1942 had lost the desire to pursue. The enthusiasm we had for this sort of thing in Africa, Sicily, France, Luxembourg, and Belgium was no longer with us." On March 15th, former ASTP student Private Martin Dews of the 103rd Division, who had been in combat since the previous December, got hit in the neck. The bullet exited through his right shoulder. "My whole right arm was dead. I couldn't move it. I thought I'd lost it. I couldn't look." He never used it again. It was paralyzed. But his reaction belied the seriousness of the wound, while it spoke eloquently of the state of the old hands. "I was damn glad I was hit and could get out of there. Absolutely. My fear was I'd get well enough to go back." On March 7th, Patton's forces were still fighting west of the Rhine, trying to get close to the river from Koblenz south to Mainz, and in the process trap further German forces facing the U.S. 7th Army. Patton was having divisions stolen from him to dispatch south to help 7th Army get through the Siegfried Line east of Saarbrücken. That made him furious, but he calmed down when Bradley agreed to move the boundary between 3rd and 7th Armies some 20 kilometers south of Mainz. That put the best stretch of river for crossing south of Cologne in his sector. He was thinking of crossing on the run and hoping he could do it before Montgomery's Elephantine operation even got started, and before Hodges, too, if possible. But his men were exhausted. Signs of the prolonged strain had begun to appear, one regimental history explained. Slower reactions in the individual, a marked increase in cases of battle fatigue, and a lower standard of battle efficiency, all showed quite clearly that the limit was fast approaching. Company G, 328th Infantry Regiment, was typical. It consisted of veterans whose bone weariness was so deep they were indifferent or on the edge of battle fatigue, plus raw recruits. Still, it had the necessary handful of leaders and superb communications with the artillery, as demonstrated by Lieutenant Otts in the second week in March during 3rd Army's drive toward the Rhine. Sergeant G.I. described it in a 1988 letter to Otts. "My last memory of you, and it is a vivid one, is of you standing in a fierce mortar and artillery barrage, totally without protection, calling in enemy coordinates. I know what guts it took to do that. I can still hear those damn things exploding in the trees. I lost one foxhole buddy to shrapnel in that barrage, and then his replacement. I don't know who was looking after me." Otts established a platoon CP, took off his equipment and both field jackets, and started to dig a hole. "Mortar shells started falling almost as thick as raindrops, and we all hit the ground fast," he remembered. "Instead of covering my head, I, like a fool, propped up on my right elbow with my chin resting on my hand, looking around to see what was going on. All of a sudden, something hit me on the left side of my jaw that felt like a blow from Jack Dempsey's right. I stuck my hand up to feel the wound, and it felt as though half my face was missing." One of his men crawled over to try to put a bandage in place. He looked at Otts and cried, "Oh, God, Lieutenant, this is all for me." He had to be evacuated. The company commander came limping over to Otts, but he took one look at Otts's face and cried, "My God, no, not you too," turned and limped back to his foxhole. Otts got up to start walking back to the aid station when a sniper got him in the shoulder, the bullet exiting from his back without hitting any bone. He was on his way home. For the others, the pounding continued. Lieutenant Jack Hargrove recalled, "All day, men were cracking mentally, and I kept dashing around to them, but it didn't help. I had to send approximately 15 back to the rear, crying. Then 2 squad leaders cracked, one of them badly." First Army was moving east, all along its front. Hodges had divisions making 15 kilometers per day, sometimes more. They were taking big bags of prisoners. They were looking forward to getting to the river, where they anticipated good billets in warm, dry cellars, and a few days to rest and refit. There was even a chance they could stay longer, as there were no plans for crossing in their sector, where all the bridges were down or soon would be. First Army was, in essence, Schaf's reserve. Eisenhower counted on it to give him the flexibility to send a number of divisions either north to reinforce Monty or south to reinforce Patton, depending on developments. To free up those divisions, First Army had to close to the river along its whole sector. There would then be no danger of a German counterattack, and large numbers of Americans could be pulled back and put in reserve. The Germans, meanwhile, were in near full retreat. Although their orders were that no unit could cross to the east bank of the river without authorization from Hitler, individuals were taking matters into their own hands. Major Rolf Pauls, who had lost an arm in Russia but continued to serve, he later became West Germany's first ambassador to both Israel and China, and ambassador to the United States, found himself fighting with the river immediately at his back. He ordered his 88s and the few remaining tanks over the last standing bridge in his sector. The High Command threatened to court-martial Pauls and called him a coward. He pointed out that he needed his artillery behind the front lines and that the tanks were almost out of fuel, and got away with it. 17-year-old Private Siegfried Kugler recalled hiding in a wood and watching the Americans marching toward the Rhine. "When we saw everything that was going past, all the artillery, tanks, and trucks, well, I've got to say I just flipped. I thought, how can you declare war on such a country?" On the morning of March 7th, General John Milliken, commanding 3 Corps on 1st Army's right flank, sent his 9th Armored Division to close to the west bank of the Rhine. The mission of Combat Command B, CCB, of the 9th, commanded by General William Hogue, was to occupy the west bank town of Remagen, where a great railroad bridge spanned the Rhine. It had been built in the midst of World War I to facilitate the movement of supplies to the Western Front, and named for General Erich Ludendorff. On the east bank there was an escarpment, the Erpler Lie. Virtually sheer, rising some 170 meters, it dominated the river valley. The train tracks followed a tunnel through the Erpler Lie. A touch of irony, in December 1918, 3 Corps, 1st Army had crossed the Rhine at Remagen as part of the Allied occupation forces. My grandfather, Colonel Harry M. Trippi, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, was one of the men to cross the Ludendorff Bridge. It was dank, cold, with clouds down almost to the treetops. That kept the American fighters and bombers on the ground, but not the little Piper Cubs. As CCB moved toward the Rhine, Lieutenant Harold Larson of the 9th Division Artillery flew ahead in a Piper Cub, looking for targets of opportunity. At around 10:30, he was approaching Remagen, when to his astonishment he saw the Ludendorff Bridge, its massive superstructure looming out in the fog and mists of the river valley. Larson radioed the news to General Hogue, who immediately sent orders to the units nearest Remagen to take the bridge. They were the 27th Armored Infantry Battalion and the 14th Tank Battalion. Hogue formed them into a task force under Lieutenant Colonel Leonard Engman, who put Lieutenant Emmett Jim Burroughs' infantry platoon of Company A in the lead. Brushing aside light opposition, Task Force Engman reached a wood just west of Remagen a little before noon. Burroughs emerged from the wood onto a cliff overlooking the Rhine. There was the Ludendorff Bridge, intact. German soldiers were retreating across it. Burroughs called back to Lieutenant Carl Timmerman, 22 years old, who had just assumed command of Company A the previous day. Another irony. Timmerman had been born in Frankfurt am Main, less than 160 kilometers from Remagen. His father had been in the American occupation forces in 1919, had married a German girl, and stayed in the country until 1923, when he returned to his native Nebraska with his wife and son. Timmerman had joined the Army in 1940 and earned his bars at OCS at Fort Benning. Timmerman took one look and got on the radio to Colonel Engman, who told him to get into the town with his infantry and tanks. As Timmerman set out, Engman called Hogue, who set off cross-country in a jeep to get to the scene, weighing as he did the prospects of losing a battalion when the bridge blew up against the possibility of capturing it. In addition, he had just received an order to proceed south on the west bank until he linked up with the left flank of 3rd Army. To go for the bridge, he would have to disobey direct orders, risking a court-martial and disgrace. At 1500, Hogue arrived, looked, and ordered Engman to seize the bridge. He figured he would lose only one platoon if the Germans blew it when it came under assault. Timmerman, meanwhile, had fought through scattered resistance, and by 1600 was approaching the bridge. The Germans on the east bank were firing machine guns and anti-aircraft guns at his company. His battalion commander, Major Murray Devers, joined Timmerman. "Do you think you can get your company across that bridge?" he asked. "Well, we can try it, sir," Timmerman replied. "Go ahead." "What if the bridge blows up in my face?" Timmerman asked. Devers turned and walked away without a word. Timmerman called to his squad leaders. "All right, we're going across." He could see German engineers working with plungers. There was a huge explosion. It shook Remagen and sent a volcano of stone and earth erupting from the west end of the bridge. The Germans had detonated a cratering charge that gouged a deep hole in the earthen causeway joining the main road and the bridge platform. The crater that resulted made it impossible for vehicles to get onto the bridge. but not infantry. Timmerman turned to a squad leader. "Now we're going to cross this bridge before—" At that instant, there was another deafening rumble and roar. The Germans had set off an emergency demolition 2/3 of the way across the bridge. Awestruck, the men of A Company watched as the huge structure lifted up and steel, timbers, dust, and thick black smoke mixed in the air. Many of the men threw themselves on the ground. Ken Heckler, in The Bridge at Remagen, one of the best of all accounts of the U.S. Army in action in World War II, and a model for all oral history, described what happened next. "Everybody waited for Timmerman's reaction. 'Thank God, now we won't have to cross that damn thing,' Sergeant Mike Chincher said fervently, trying to reassure himself. Private Johnny Ayres fingered the 2 grenades hooked onto the rings of his pack suspenders and nodded his head. We wouldn't have had a chance. But Timmerman, who had been trying to make out what was left of the bridge through the thick haze, yelled, "Look, she's still standing!" Most of the smoke and dust had cleared away, and the men followed their commander's gaze. The sight of the bridge still spanning the Rhine brought no cheers from the men. It was like an unwelcome specter. The suicide mission was on again. Timmerman could see German engineers at the east end of the bridge working frantically to try again to blow the bridge. He waved his arm overhead in the "follow me" gesture. Machine gun fire from one of the bridge towers made him duck. One of the A Company's tanks pulled up to the edge of the crater and blasted the tower. The German fire let up. "Get going," Timmerman yelled. Major Devers called out, "I'll see you on the other side, and we'll all have a chicken dinner." "Chicken dinner, my foot. I'm all chicken right now," one of the men of the 1st Platoon protested. Devers flushed. "Move on across," he ordered. "I tell you, I'm not going out there and get blown up," the GI answered. "No, sir, Major, you can court-martial me and shoot me, but I ain't going out there on that bridge." Timmerman was shouting, "Get going, you guys, get going!" He set the example, moving onto the bridge himself. That did it. The lead platoon followed, crouching, running, dodging, watching for holes in the bridge planking that covered the railroad tracks, put down by the Germans so their vehicles could retreat over the bridge, but always moving in the direction of the Germans on the far shore. Sergeant Joe Delizio led the 1st Squad. Sergeants Joe Petrenzik and Alex Drabick led the 2nd. In the face of more machine gun and 20mm anti-aircraft fire, they dashed forward. "Get going," Timmerman yelled. The men took up the cry. "Get going," they shouted at one another. "Get going!" Engineers were right behind them, searching for demolitions and tearing out electrical wires. The names were Chincher, Samili, Massey, Wagner, Jensen. They were Italian, Czech, Norwegian, German, Russian. They were children of European immigrants, come back to the old country to liberate and redeem it. On the far side, at the entrance to the tunnel, they could see a German engineer pushing on a plunger. There was nothing for it but to keep going. And nothing happened. Apparently a stray bullet or shell had cut the wire leading to the demolition charges. Halfway across the bridge, 3 men found 4 packages of TNT, weighing 30 pounds each, tied to I-beams under the decking. Using wire cutters, they worked on the demolitions until they splashed into the river. Delizio got to the towers, ran up the circular staircase of the one to his right, where the firing was coming from, and on the 4th level found 3 German machine gunners firing at the bridge. "Hand hoch!" Delizio commanded. They gave up. He picked up the gun they had been using and hurled it out the aperture. Men on the bridge saw it and were greatly encouraged. Drabick came running on at top speed. He passed the towers and got to the east bank. He was the first GI to cross the Rhine. Others were on his heels. They quickly made the German engineers in the tunnel prisoners. Timmerman sent Lieutenant Burrows and his platoon up the Erpler Lie, saying, "You know, Jim, the old Fort Benning stuff. Take the high ground and hold it." Burrows later said, "Taking Remagen and crossing the bridge were a breeze compared with climbing that hill." He took casualties, but he got to the top, where he saw far too many German men and vehicles spread out before him to even contemplate attacking them. He hung on at the edge of the summit, but he had the high ground, and the Americans were over the Rhine. 16-year-old Private Heinz Schwartz, who came from a village only a short distance upstream on the east bank of the Rhine from Remagen, was in the tunnel. "We were all still kids," he recalled. "The older soldiers in our unit stayed in the tunnel, but the rest of us were curious and went up to the bridge tower to get a better look." He heard the order ring out, "Everybody down, we're blowing the bridge." He heard the explosion and saw the bridge rise up. "We thought it had been destroyed and we were saved." But as the smoke cleared, he saw Timmerman and his men coming on. He ran down the circular stairs and got to the entrance to the tunnel just as Delizio got to the tower. "I knew I had to somehow get myself out through the rear entrance of the tunnel and run home to my mother as fast as I could." He did. 15 years later, he was a member of the Bundestag. At a ceremony on March 7, 1960, he met Delizio. They swapped stories. As the word of Timmerman's toehold spread up the chain of command to regiment, division, corps, and army, each general responded by ordering men on the scene to get over the bridge, for engineers to repair it, for units in the area to change direction and head for Remagen. Bradley was the most enthusiastic of all. He had been fearful of a secondary role in the final campaign, but with Hodges over the river, he decided immediately to get First Army so fully involved that Eisenhower would have to support the bridgehead. First, however, Bradley had to get by General Bull. The Schaeff G3 was with Bradley when the word arrived. When Bradley outlined his plan, he related, "Bull looked at me as though I were a heretic. He scoffed, 'You're not going anywhere down there at Remagen. You've got a bridge, but it's in the wrong place. It just doesn't fit the plan.' I demanded, 'What in the hell do you want us to do, pull back and blow it up?' Bradley got on the phone to Eisenhower. When he heard the news, Eisenhower was ecstatic. He said, 'Brad, that's wonderful.' Bradley said he wanted to push everything across he could. 'Sure,' Eisenhower responded. 'Get right on across with everything you've got. It's the best break we've had.' Bradley felt it necessary to point out that Bull disagreed. 'To hell with the planners,' Eisenhower snapped. 'Sure, go on, Brad, and I'll give you everything we've got to hold that bridgehead. We'll make good use of it even if the terrain isn't too good.' The Germans agreed with Eisenhower and Bradley that the Ludendorff Bridge was suddenly the most critical strategic spot in Europe. So, like the Americans, they began rushing troops and vehicles to the site to constrict and then eliminate the bridgehead, and made the last great commitment of the Luftwaffe to destroy it. Major Pauls, who had almost been court-martialed for sending his tanks and artillery over the bridge at Bonn on the morning of March 7th, in the afternoon heard praise from the High Command for having been alert enough to get across when you could. He was ordered to march south immediately to Remagen that night, March 7th through 8th. In the morning, the Luftwaffe attacked. Sergeant Waldemar Führing, one of Major Pauls's men, arrived in time to see the strike. "I lay half a mile from the bridge in some bushes. I could see how our Stukas tried to blow up the bridge. They were brave. They got close, but not a single bomb hit the bridge." Two great masses of men and weapons were on the move, heading toward Remagen. For the Germans, it was a hellish march through mud, traffic jams, abandoned vehicles, dead horses, dead men. Piper Cubs would spot them and bring down a tremendous shelling from American artillery on the West Bank. For the Americans, it was a hellish march over the bridge. Captain Rowland of the 99th Division recalled the sign on one of the West Bank towers, "Cross the Rhine with dry feet, courtesy of the 9th Armored Division." As he crossed, the night of March 7th through 8th, My mind flickered back to the historic episode in which Caesar crossed the same stream at almost the same location to fight the same enemy 2,000 years before. My reverie was cut short by the whistle and crash of hostile shells. How exposed and vulnerable I felt on that strip of metal high above the black, swirling waters. Walking forward became extremely difficult. I had the feeling that each projectile was headed directly at my chest. Actually, we who had gained the bridge were relatively safe. The shells were hitting in the approaches to the bridge, amid the marching troops who suffered many casualties. On the bridge, one shell hit on or near it every 5 minutes. Colonel William Westmoreland, U.S. Military Academy, 1936, Chief of Staff of the 9th Infantry, crossed that night lying on his belly on the hood of a jeep, spotting ahead for the driver for holes in the planking. In the morning, he set up an anti-aircraft battery on top of the Erpler Lie. He saw his first jet aircraft that day. Hitler ordered courts-martial for those responsible for failing to blow the bridge. The American crossing at Remagen cost Field Marshal von Rundstedt his job as commander in the West. On March 8th, Hitler relieved him and put Field Marshal Albert Kesselring in his place. Hitler dismissed 4 other generals and ordered an all-out assault to destroy the bridge, including those jets Westmoreland saw, plus V-2s, plus frogmen to place explosives in the pilings, plus constant artillery bombardment. The Americans hurried anti-aircraft into the area. One observer of a German airstrike recalled that when the planes appeared, there was so much firing from our guys that the ground shuddered. It was awesome. The entire valley around Remagen became cloaked in smoke and dust before the Germans left, only 3 minutes after they first appeared. The struggle for the bridgehead continued. The Americans poured in the artillery, depending on the Piper Cub FOs, to direct the shells to a prime target. Sergeant Oswald Fila, a panzer commander, recalled, "The impossible amount of artillery. Their artillery observers said the air was very good. Whenever we went anywhere around the bridgehead to see what could be done, we had at most a half hour before the first shells arrived." As the infantry and armor gradually forced the Germans back, hundreds of engineers worked to repair the bridge, even as it was getting pounded, while thousands of other engineers labored to get pontoon bridges across into the bridgehead. The 291st Engineer Combat Battalion, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel David Pergrin, worked with grim resolve despite air and artillery assaults. The engineers also built a series of log and net booms upstream to intercept German explosives carried to the bridge by the current. Captain John Barnes, U.S. Military Academy, 1942, of the 51st ECB, was involved in building a 25-ton heavy pontoon bridge. His description of how it was done illustrates how good the American engineers had become at this business. Construction began at 1600 hours, March 10th, with the building of approach ramps on both shores 2 kilometers upstream, south of the bridge. Smoke pots hid the engineers from German snipers, but unobserved enemy artillery fire harassed the bridge site. Several engineers were wounded, and 6 were killed. The Germans even fired several V-2 rockets from launchers in Holland, the only time they ever fired on German soil. Construction continued through the night. The bridge was built in parts, with 4 groups working simultaneously on 4 boat rafts, mostly by feel in the dark. By 0400 the next morning, 14 4-boat rafts had been completed and were ready to be assembled together as a bridge. When the rafts were in place, they were reinforced with pneumatic floats between the steel pontoons, so the bridge could take the weight of 36-ton Sherman tanks. The engineers used triple anchors to hold the rafts in place, but as the bridge extended out to midstream, the anchors couldn't hold, despite help from motorboats. At about this time, we discovered that the Navy had some LCVPs in the area, and we requested their assistance. 10 came to the rescue. They were able to hold the bridge against the current until we could install a 1-inch steel cable across the Rhine immediately upstream of the bridge, to which the anchors for each pontoon were attached. This solved the problem of holding the bridge against the current. The remaining 4 boat rafts were connected to the anchor cable, eased into position, and connected to the ever-extending bridge until the far shore was reached. Finally, at 1900, March 11th, 27 hours after starting construction, the 969-foot heavy pontoon bridge was completed. It was the longest floating bridge ever constructed by the Corps of Engineers under fire. Traffic started at 2300, with 1 vehicle crossing every 2 minutes. During the first 7 days, 2,500 vehicles, including tanks, crossed the bridge. On March 17th, the great structure of the Ludendorff, pounded unmercifully by first the Americans and then the Germans, finally sagged abruptly and then fell apart with a roar, killing 28 and injuring 93 of the engineers working on it. But by then, the Americans had 6 pontoon bridges across the river and 9 divisions on the far side. They were in a position to head east, then north to meet the Ninth Army, which would be crossing the Rhine north of Dusseldorf. When 1st and 9th Armies met, they would have the German 15th Army in the Ruhr Valley encircled. It took 1st Army 10 days of fighting through deep gullies and dense woods against fierce opposition to reach the Autobahn, only 11 kilometers east of Remagen. But once there, it had good roads leading north. Michael Debler rightly judges that everything came together at Remagen. All the General Marshal had worked for and hoped for and built for in creating this citizen army happened. It was one of the great victories in the Army's history. The credit goes to the men, Timmerman, Delizio, Drabeck, through to Hogue, Bradley, and Ike, and to the system the U.S. Army had developed in Europe, which bound these men together into a team that featured initiative at the bottom and a cold-blooded determination and competency at the top. Up north, Montgomery's preparations continued. Down south, Patton's Third Army cleared the Saarland and the Palatinate in a spectacular campaign. As his divisions approached the Rhine, Patton had 500 assault boats plus LCVPs and DUKWs brought forward, along with 7,500 engineers, but with no fanfare, no fuss, no publicity, in deliberate contrast to Montgomery, and so as to not alert the Germans. On the night of March 22nd through 23rd, the 5th Division began to cross the river at Oppenheim, south of Mainz. The Germans were unprepared. By midnight, the entire 11th Regiment had crossed by boat with only 20 casualties. Well before dawn, the whole of the 5th and a part of the 90th Divisions were across. The Germans launched a counterattack against the 5th Division, using students from an officer candidate school at nearby Wiesbaden. They were good soldiers and managed to infiltrate the American positions, but after a busy night and part of the next morning, they were dead or prisoners. At dawn, German artillery began to fire, and the Luftwaffe sent 12 planes to bomb and strafe. The Americans pushed east anyway. By the afternoon, the whole of the 90th Division was on the far side, along with the 4th Armored. Patton called Bradley. "Brad, don't tell anyone, but I'm across." "Well, I'll be damned. You mean across the Rhine?" "Sure am. I sneaked a division over last night." A little later, at the 12th Army Group morning briefing, the 3rd Army reported, "Without benefit of aerial bombing, ground smoke, artillery preparation, and airborne assistance, the 3rd Army at 2200 hours, March 22nd, crossed the Rhine River." The following day, Patton walked across a pontoon bridge built by his engineers. He stopped in the middle. While every GI in the immediate area who had a camera took his picture, he urinated into the Rhine, a long, high, steady stream. As he buttoned up, Patton said, "I've waited a long time to do that." I didn't even piss this morning when I got up, so I would have a really full load. Yes, sir, the pause that refreshes." When he reached the east bank, he faked a fall, rose with 2 hands of German soil, and remarked, "Thus William the Conqueror." That night, March 23rd through 24th, Montgomery put his operation in motion. Generals Eisenhower and Simpson climbed to a church tower to watch Ninth Army do its part. More than 2,000 American guns opened fire at 0100, March 24th. For an hour, more than 1,000 American shells a minute ranged across the Rhine, 65,261 rounds in all. Meanwhile, 1,406 B-17s unloaded on Luftwaffe bases just east of the river. At 0200, the assault boats, powered by 55 horsepower motors and carrying 7 men with a crew of 2, pushed off. Not until the first boats were almost touching the far shore did the American artillery lift its fire and begin plastering targets farther to the east. The enemy was so battered that only a few mortar shells landed among the first wave. Things went so well that before daylight, the 79th and 30th Divisions were fully across the river, at a cost of only 31 casualties. They set off, headed east. At airfields in Britain, France, and Belgium, meanwhile, the paratroopers and glider-borne troops from the British 6th and the American 17th Airborne Divisions began to load up in their C-47s, C-46s, or gliders. This was an airborne operation on a scale comparable with D-Day. On June 6, 1944, 21,000 British and American airborne troops had gone in, while on March 24, 1945, it was 21,680 British and American. Altogether, there were 1,696 transport planes and 1,348 gliders involved, British Horsa and Hamilcar gliders, and American Wacos, all of them made of canvas and wood. They would be guarded on the way to the drop zone and landing zone, DZ and LZ, by more than 900 fighter escorts, with another 900 fighters providing cover and patrol over the DZ. To the east, 1,250 additional P-47s would guard against German movement to the DZ, while 240 B-24s would drop supplies to the men in the DZ. Counting the B-17s that saturated the DZ with bombs, there were some 9,503 Allied planes involved. The airborne troopers' objectives were wooded high ground affording observation of the river crossing sites, exits from Wesel, and crossings of nearby streams. Churchill, Eisenhower, Brooke, and many other dignitaries, plus the press, were present to watch. A couple of B-17s were loaded with cameramen and assigned to fly around the DZ to take pictures. What concerned them was the flak. The Ruhr Valley and environs, Germany's industrial heartland, was the most heavily defended in the country. German artillery and anti-aircraft gunners had years of experience in fighting off the air raids over the Ruhr, and the transports and gliders would be coming in low and slow, 500 feet at 120 knots per hour, beginning just after 1000 hours. The tow planes had 2 gliders each, instead of 1, as on D-Day and in Market Garden, a hazardous undertaking even on an exercise. The DZ was just north and east of Wesel. It took the air armada 2.5 hours to cross the Rhine. Lieutenant Ellis Scripture was the navigator on the lead plane, a B-17. It was a new experience for him to fly in a B-17 at 500 feet and 120 knots. That was perilously close to stall-out speed. Still, he recalled, "It was a beautiful spring morning, and it was a tremendous thrill for us as we led the C-47s to the middle of the Rhine. Hundreds and hundreds of aircraft came flying over. The thrill was the climax of the entire war as we poured tens of thousands of troops across the final barrier to the fatherland." Reporter Richard C. Hodelet was on one of the B-17s carrying cameras to record the event. "The sky above was pale blue," he wrote. Below us, golden soil and bright green meadows were cut by long morning shadows. Flying at a few hundred feet, banking steeply to let the cameramen get their shots, we saw the solid phalanxes of olive-green troop carriers and tow planes and gliders nose to tail. It was a mighty olive-green river that surged steadily and inevitably over Germany. Once across the river, on the edge of the DZ, where the big bombers and fighters had just dropped their bombs, the scene changed. Here there was no sunlight. Here in the center of green and fertile land was a clearly marked area of death. The smoke seemed a shroud. The German anti-aircraft gun sprang to life. Hotelet's plane was hit. He had to bail out, but fortunately not until the plane had crossed back to the west bank of the river, where he landed safely among friends. Earlier that morning, before the flights took off, over the radio, Axis Sally had told the men of the 17th Airborne to leave their parachutes home, because they would be able to walk down on the flak. She had not lied. The flak and ground fire were the most intense of any airborne operation of the war. One American officer, a veteran from the Normandy drop, said there was no comparison, while an equally experienced British officer said that this drop made Arnhem look like a Sunday picnic. Sergeant Valentin Klopsch, in command of a platoon of German engineers in a cow stable about 10 kilometers north of Wesel, described the action from his point of view. First there was the air bombardment, then the artillery, all of which put the 15- and 16-year-olds in his platoon into panic. When the shooting stopped, they were amazed to find themselves still alive, even though badly shaken. They got up, began looking around, and started congratulating each other for surviving. Klopsch and a couple of other old hands told them to get down, because the enemy was coming. "And now listen," Klopsch said. Coming from across the Rhine, there was a roaring and booming in the air. In waves, aircraft were approaching at different heights. And then the paratroopers were jumping. The chutes were opening like mushrooms. It looked like lines of pearls loosening from the planes. The Luftwaffe flak gunners, who had thought their day was over when the bombers passed by, went back to work. The flak was heavy. But what a superiority of the enemy in weapons, in men, in equipment. The sky was full of paratroopers, and then new waves came in, and always the terrible roaring of the low-flying planes. All around us was turning like a whirl. The Americans formed into squads and platoons, set up their mortars, and went to work themselves. They attacked Klopsch's cowshed. His platoon fired until out of ammunition, when Klopsch put up a white flag. And then the Americans approached, chewing gum, hair dressed like Cherokees, but Colts at the belt. He and the surviving members of his platoon were marched to a POW cage on a farm and ordered to sit and not move. Decades later, he recalled, "What a wonderful rest after all the bombardments and the terrible barrage." The C-46s took a pounding from the flak. This was the first time they had been used to carry paratroopers. The plane had a door on each side of the fuselage, which permitted a faster exit for the troopers, a big advantage over the single door on the C-47s. But what was not known until too late was that the C-46's fuel system was highly vulnerable to enemy fire. 14 of the 72 C-46s burst into flames as soon as they were hit. 8 others went down. In each case, the paratroopers got out, but the crews did not. For the gliders, it was terrifying. The sky was full of airbursts and tracers. Machine gun bullets ripped through the canvas. The pilots, all lieutenants, most of them not yet eligible to vote, could not take evasive action. They fixed their eyes on the spot they had chosen to land and tried to block out everything else. Over half the gliders were badly hit, and nearly all made crash landings amid heavy small arms fire. Private Wallace Thompson, a medic in the paratroopers, was assigned a jeep, and rode in the driver's seat behind the pilots of Owako. He was very unhappy about this. Through the flight, he kept telling the pilots, Lieutenants John Hefner and Bruce Merriman, that he would much prefer to jump into combat. They ignored his complaints. As they crossed the river, the pilots told Thompson to start his engine so that as soon as they landed, they could release the nose latches and he could drive out. Over the target, just a few meters above the ground, an .88 shell burst just behind Thompson's Jeep. The concussion broke the latches of the nose section, which flipped up and locked, throwing the pilots out. The blast cut the ropes that held the Jeep, which leaped out ahead of the glider, engine running, flying through the air at high speed. Thompson gripping the steering wheel with all his might. He made a perfect four-wheel landing and beat the glider to the ground, thus becoming the first man in history to solo in a Jeep. The glider crashed and tipped, ending up in a vertical position, rear end up. Lieutenants Merriman and Hefner somehow survived their flying exit, but were immediately hit by machine gun bullets, Hefner by one in the hand and Merriman by two in the leg. They crawled into a ditch. Thompson drove over to them. "What the hell happened?" he demanded. But just then a bullet creased his helmet. He scrambled out of the Jeep and into the ditch, where he berated the pilots and the entire glider program. His last word, Merriman recalled, was that he had just taken his last glider ride. They could shoot him and put him in one, but that would be the only way. Then Thompson treated their wounds, and after treating other wounded in the area, drove Merriman and Hefner to an aid station. Varsity featured not only a flying Jeep, it also provided a unique event in U.S. Army Air Force history. The glider pilots bringing in the 194th Glider Infantry were told 2 weeks before the operation that one more infantry company was necessary to the 194th's mission, and that they would be it. There were nearly 200 of them. They had received a quick briefing in infantry tactics and weapons. They landed under heavy ground fire and took substantial casualties among the infantry and pilots, but despite continuing machine gun fire and exploding mortars, they got organized and did their job. Later that day, they were attacked by 200 German infantrymen, a tank, and 2 flak guns, but managed to drive them off. Lieutenant Elbert Jella damaged the tank with his bazooka. The retreating tank ran over one of the flak guns, the other was captured by the glider pilots. Overall, the Air Force officers fighting as an infantry company suffered 31 casualties. They got written up in stars and stripes. At the aid station, Lieutenants Merriman and Hefner met the crew of a B-24 that had been shot down and successfully crash-landed. The Air Force guys told their story. When they started to dash out of their burning plane, the first man was shot, so the rest came out with hands up. The Germans took them to a cellar of a farmhouse, gave them some cognac, and held them while the Germans decided who was winning. A little later, the Germans realized they were losing and surrendered their weapons and selves to the bomber crew. The Germans were turned over to the airborne, and the bomber crew went to the aid station. This was perhaps the only time a bomber crew took German infantry prisoners. The German gunners, all in the Luftwaffe, wanted no part of ground fighting. When the airborne troops began to form up and move to their objectives, the Germans tended to give up. It helped the men of the 17th Airborne considerably that they had just been issued the new 57mm recoilless rifle, which weighed only 45 pounds, was fired from the shoulder, and was more deadly than the bazooka. Before the end of the day, the airborne troops had all their objectives, and over the next couple of days, the link-up with the infantry was complete. 21st Army Group was over the Rhine and headed east. By the first week of spring 1945, Eisenhower's armies had done what he had been planning for since the beginning of the year: close to the Rhine along its length with a major crossing north of Dusseldorf, and what he had dared to hope for and was prepared to support, additional crossings by First Army in the center and Third Army to the south. The time for exploitation had arrived. Some of the Allied infantry and armored divisions faced stiff resistance, others only sporadic resistance, others none at all. Whatever was in front of them, rough terrain, enemy strong points, more rivers to cross, their generals were as one in taking up the phrase Lieutenant Timmerman had used at the Remagen Bridge: get going. The 90th Division on Patton's left flank headed east toward Hanau on the Main River. It crossed in assault boats on the night of March 28th. Major John Cochrane's battalion ran into a battalion of Hitler Youth officer candidates, teenage Germans who were eager to fight. They set up a roadblock in a village. As Cochrane's men advanced toward it, the German boys let go with their machine gun, killing one American. Cochrane put some artillery fire on the roadblock and destroyed it, killing 3. One youth, perhaps age 16, held up his hands, Cochrane recalled. I was very emotional over the loss of a good soldier, and I grabbed the kid and took off my cartridge belt. I asked him if there were more like him in the town. He gave me a stare and said, I'd rather die than tell you anything. And I told him to pray because he was going to die. I hit him across the face with my thick, heavy belt. I was about to strike him again when I was grabbed from behind by Chaplain Kearns. He said, don't! Then he took that crying child away. The chaplain had intervened not only to save a life, but to prevent me from committing a murder. Had it not been for the chaplain, I would have. From the crossing of the Rhine to the end of the war, every man who died needlessly. It was that feeling that almost turned Major Cochrane into a murderer. On the last day of March, Sergeant Schlemmer of the 82nd had a particularly gruesome experience that almost broke him. His squad was advancing, supported by a tank. 6 troopers were riding on the tank, while he and 5 others were following in its tracks, which freed them from worry about mines. A hidden 88 fired. The shell hit the gun turret, blowing off the troopers, killing 2 and wounding the other 4. The force of the blast blew them to the rear of the tank near me, Schlemmer recalled. They lay as they fell. A second round then came screaming in, this time to ricochet off the front of the tank. The tank reversed gears and backed up over 3 of our wounded, crushing them to death. I could only sit down and bawl, whether out of frustration of being unable to help them, whether from the futility of the whole damn war, or whether from hatred of the Germans for causing it all. I've never been able to understand. That same day, Corporal James Pemberton, a 1942 high school graduate who went into ASTP and then to the 103rd Division as a replacement, was also following a tank. My guys started wandering and drifting a bit, and I yelled at them to get in the tank tracks to avoid the mines. They did, and we followed. The tank was rolling over shoe mines like crazy. I could see them popping left and right like popcorn. Pemberton had an 18-year-old replacement in the squad. He told him to hop up and ride on the tank, thinking he would be out of the way up there. An 88 fired. The replacement fell off. The tank went into reverse and backed over him, crushing him from the waist down. There was one scream, and some mortars hit the Crowd 88, and our tank went forward again. To me, it was one of the worst things I went through. This poor bastard had graduated from high school in June, was drafted, took basic training, shipped overseas, had 30 seconds of combat, and was killed. Pemberton's unit kept advancing. The Krauts always shot up all their ammo and then surrendered, he remembered. Hoping to avoid such nonsense, in one village the CO sent a Jewish private who spoke German forward with a white flag, calling out to the German boys to surrender. They shot him up so bad that after it was over, the medics had to slide a blanket under his body to take him away. Then the Germans started waving their own white flag. Single file, 8 of them emerged from a building, hands up. They were very cocky. They were about 20 feet from me when I saw the leader suddenly realize he still had a pistol in his shoulder holster. He reached into his jacket with 2 fingers to pull it out and throw it away. One of our guys yelled, "Watch it! He's got a gun!" and came running up shooting, and there were 8 Krauts on the ground, shot up but not dead. They wanted water, but no one gave them any. I never felt bad about it, although I'm sure civilians would be horrified. But these guys asked for it. If we had not been so tired and frustrated and keyed up and mad about our boys they shot up, it never would have happened. But a lot of things happen in war, and both sides know the penalties. Hitler and the Nazis had poisoned the minds of the boys Germany was throwing into the battle. Captain F.W. Norris of the 90th Division ran into a roadblock. His company took some casualties, then blasted away, wounding many. The most seriously wounded was a young SS sergeant who looked just like one of Hitler's supermen. He had led the attack. He was bleeding copiously and badly needed some plasma. One of Norris's medics started giving him a transfusion. The wounded German, who spoke excellent English, demanded to know if there was any Jewish blood in the plasma. The medic said damned if he knew. In the United States, people didn't make such a distinction. The German said if he couldn't have a guarantee that there was no Jewish blood, he would refuse treatment. I had been listening and had heard enough, Norris remembered. I turned to this SS guy, and in very positive terms, I told him I really didn't care whether he lived or not, but if he did not take the plasma, he would certainly die. He looked at me calmly and said, "I would rather die than have any Jewish blood in me." So he died. By March 28th, 1st Army had broken out of the Remagen bridgehead. General Rose's 3rd Armored Division led the way, headed for Paderborn, and the link-up with 9th Army to complete the encirclement of the German army in the Ruhr. That day, Rose raced ahead, covering 150 kilometers, the longest gain on any single day of the war for any American unit. By March 31st, he was attacking a German tank training center outside Paderborn. Rose was at the head of a column in his jeep. Turning a corner, his driver ran smack into the rear of a Tiger tank. The German tank commander, about 18 years old, opened his turret hatch and leveled his burp gun at Rose, yelling at him to surrender. Rose, his driver, and his aide got out of the jeep and put their hands up. For some reason, the tank commander became extremely agitated. Later, it was rumored in the American Army that the German knew Rose was Jewish, but that almost certainly was not true, and kept pointing to Rose and hollering at him while gesturing toward Rose's pistol. Rose lowered his right arm to release his web belt and thus dropped the hip holster to the ground. Apparently, the German boy thought he was going to draw his pistol. In a screaming rage, he fired his machine pistol straight into Rose's head, killing him instantly. The driver and the aide managed to flee and lived to tell the story. Maurice Rose was the first and only division commander killed in ETO. The tank school at Paderborn had brand new Tigers. They could be deadly. 10 of them caught a column of Shermans in the open. The Tigers destroyed 17 Shermans and a dozen half-tracks, but they paid a price of their own. One advantage of the Sherman was that it could traverse its turret much faster than the Tiger. In the right circumstances, an American tank commander could get in the first shot. In this action, one 3rd Armored tanker used that advantage well. Knowing that the Sherman's 75mm cannon could not penetrate the Tiger's armor, he had his gunner load a white phosphorus round. As a Tiger turned on him, he fired. The shell struck the glossus plate of the Tiger right above the driver's compartment, with a blazing crescendo of flames and smoke. Captain Cooper, who saw the fight, reported that the whole faceplate in front of the turret was covered with burning particles of white phosphorus, which stuck to the sides of the Tiger. The smoke engulfed the tank, and the fan in the engine compartment sucked the smoke inside the fighting compartment. The German crew thought the tank was on fire and immediately abandoned it, even though the tank actually suffered very little damage. The American tanker turned his turret and fired another white phosphorus shell at a second Tiger, again hitting the front glossus plate with similar results. Cooper commented, "Thus the brave, ingenious tank commander knocked out 2 Tigers without ever getting a penetration." Such resistance was rare. In most cases, the retreating Germans did not stop to fight. Generally, they passed right through the villages rather than use them as roadblocks or strong points. This was fortunate for the villages, because the American practice was to demolish any buildings that were defended. But if white flags were waving from the windows and no German troops were in sight, they let it be. First and Third Armies were advancing in mostly rural areas untouched by the war. The GIs were spending their nights in houses. They would give the inhabitants 5 minutes or so to clear out. The German families were indignant. The GIs were insistent. As Lieutenant Max Lale put it in a March 30th letter home, "None of us have any sympathy for them, because we all have been taught to accept the consequences of our actions. These people apparently feel they are the victims of something they had no hand in planning, and they seem to feel they are being mistreated." The stock joke had it that every German had a cousin in Milwaukee. The rural German homes had creature comforts, electricity, hot water, flush toilets, soft white toilet paper, such as most people thought existed in 1945 only in America. On his first night in a house, Private Joe Burns spent 5 minutes in a hot shower. 51 years later, he declared it to be the most exquisite 5 minutes in my life. Never before or since have I had such pure pleasure. Private David Webster recalled washing his hands at the sink and deciding, "This was where we belonged, a small, sociable group, a clean, well-lighted house behind blackout curtains, a cup of coffee, paradise." Things were looking up, even though there was still a lot of Germany to overrun. Chapter 19. Victory. April 1st through May 7th, 1945. Easter came on April 1st in 1945. In many cases, the celebration of the resurrection brought the GIs and German civilians together. Sergeant Lindy Sawyers of the 99th Division and his squad had moved into a house that was big enough to allow the Frau and her 2 small girls to remain. He remembered that on the day before Easter, "I entered the house and heard a wail from the mom and kids." He asked what was wrong and was told that some of his men had found and stolen the family Easter cake. Sawyers investigated and caught 2 recruits who had done the deed. He returned the cake to its rightful owners. There was great rejoicing, and I felt virtuous, for a second at least. Easter Sunday morning, a lot of us went to services in the church in town. There we sat, with weapons for the service in the church of the conquered, whose goods we were systematically looting. Private Joe Bombach was a professional musician in the 99th. He liberated a violin and went to the service with a buddy who was a pianist. The church had an organ. They began playing. The church was full, and the Germans asked for more. They played for 3 hours. The Germans loved it. I thought it was one of the most memorable happenings we had. It brought us all together for a day. Sergeant Oakley Honey, in the same outfit, recalled that as his squad left the house they had slept in, the old lady was handing something to each guy as we left. As I got to the woman, I could see tears in her eyes, and she placed a decorated Easter egg in my hand. We had treated them well and not disturbed the main part of the house. For this they were thankful. There was an unwritten code. If you had to fight for a town, anything in it was yours. If we were allowed to walk in unopposed, we treated the population much better. For artilleryman Max Lale, "It was a bit like Easter at home," he wrote his wife on April 2nd. "The German children were out searching for brightly colored eggs, as our own youngsters do. Most of the families in town gave Easter eggs to our soldiers." On Easter Sunday, 1944, the U.S. Army had had no troops or vehicles of any kind on the European continent north of Rome. The American airmen had been a powerful presence in the skies over Germany, but on the ground the only Americans in Germany were POWs. 1 year later, there were over 1 million GIs in Germany, most of whom had been civilians in 1943, many of them in 1944. Tens of thousands of American vehicles, 2.5-ton trucks, jeeps, DUKWs, armored personnel carriers, self-propelled artillery, towed LCVPs, and more rolled down the autobahns and secondary roads, covered by thousands of airplanes ranging in size from Piper Cubs to B-17s and B-24s, most of them built in 1943 or 1944, some of them in 1945. Captain Lale described the scene. Day after day, we rolled down German roads, going ever deeper into the interior of the country. Now they are country trails, and now they are autobahns, but always they are alive with Army vehicles rolling forward. You get the feeling that the Army is an immense flood pouring over the countryside, tipped with violence at the crest and depositing flotsam in the backwaters. You move with the tide, and it carries you along in an almost effortless fashion. In the villages and small towns in central Germany, civilians stood on the sidewalks, awestruck by this display of mobility and firepower. Few of them had any illusions about how the war was going to end. Churchill once commented that the Hun is always either at your throat or at your feet. The GIs agreed. The older German civilians they met told the Americans they had never been Nazis, had never trusted Hitler, and had no desire other than to be done with the war so that they could get on with their lives. They were delighted that Americans, rather than Russians or French troops, had come to their towns, and could hardly do enough for them. The youngsters were different, and not just those teenagers in the Volkssturm units. In one town, Private Honey stood next to an elderly German man and a 10-year-old boy. As the Shermans and brand-new Pershings, America's first heavy tank, armed with a 90mm cannon, rumbled by, the boy said, "Deutsche Panzer sind besser." The old man told him to shush, but the boy said it again. Honey looked down at him and asked, "If German tanks are better, why aren't they here?" The German tanks, still operating and lucky enough to have fuel, were in full retreat on both the eastern and western fronts. The Red Army was approaching Berlin. The Nazis were shipping gold bars, 100 tons worth, made from the gold fillings and gold teeth taken from the mouths of murdered Jews at Auschwitz and a dozen other camps, and the contents of Berlin's art galleries as well as the art they had looted from the art galleries of Europe, to Merkers. There they were hidden in a deep salt mine. As the Americans approached Merkers, the Germans tried to move the treasures out of their path. But on April 1st, German railway workers insisted on their traditional Easter holiday and refused to work. Dr. Joseph Goebbels, Nazi propaganda minister, wrote in his diary, "One could tear one's hair when one thinks that the Reichsbahn is having an Easter holiday while the enemy is looting our stores of gold." When the Americans arrived in Merkers, they discovered the mine. A few days later, Eisenhower and Patton paid it a visit, descending a shaft almost a half-mile under the surface of the earth. "Hot dog, Ike!" Patton proclaimed. He proposed sealing up the shaft, leaving the treasures in place. Then, when Congress began cutting the Army's appropriation after the war, the Army could finance itself. Instead, Eisenhower placed MPs at the entrance and began arrangements to move the loot to Frankfurt, designated as the headquarters city for the American occupation zone, which was done 10 days later. The art went back to its rightful owners. The U.S. government kept the gold. Another discovery made on Easter Sunday by elements of the Third Army was a German toxic gas dump at Hunstadt, containing some 50,000 gas-filled shells ready to be fired. Other gas dumps were found later, including 5 barges on the Danube loaded with 2,500 gas-filled bombs. The Americans had their own stocks, just in case. The Germans had inaugurated gas warfare in the trenches of World War I, a criminally stupid mistake because the prevailing winds in Europe blow west to east. Consequently, German generals in World War II wanted no part of gas. But of course, they could not make a final decision. Only Hitler could. But even in early April 1945, when he was at his most desperate and most crazed, he never ordered gas warfare. Apparently, this was because he had been gassed in World War I. So, it was not true that Hitler would stop at nothing. He drew the line at gas warfare. The GIs were surprised to find how much they liked the Germans. Clean, hard-working, disciplined, cute kids, educated, middle-class in their tastes and lifestyles, the Germans seemed to many American soldiers to be just like us. Private Webster of the 101st hated the Nazis and wished more of the German villages would be destroyed, so that the Germans would suffer as the French and Belgians and Italians had suffered, and thus learn not to start wars. But despite himself, Webster was drawn to the people. The Germans I have seen so far have impressed me as clean, efficient, law-abiding people. He wrote his parents on April 14th. They were regular churchgoers. In Germany, everybody goes out and works. They are cleaner, more progressive, and more ambitious than either the English or the French. With a growing area of Western and Central Germany under American occupation, the High Command ordered a policy of non-fraternization. GIs were told they could not talk to any German, even small children, except on official business. This absurd order, which flew in the face of human nature in so obvious a way, was impossible to enforce. Some still tried. Webster recalled a replacement lieutenant who became such a fiend on the non-fraternization policy that he ordered all butts field-stripped, torn apart, and scattered so that the Germans might derive no pleasure from American tobacco. In some cases, the GIs mistreated the civilian population, and they engaged in widespread looting, especially of wine, jewelry, Nazi memorabilia, and other portable items. Combat veterans insist that the worst of this sort of thing was carried out by replacements who had arrived too late to see any action. These American teenagers could be especially brutal in their treatment of German POWs. There were some rapes, not many because the Army's policy was to identify, try, and, if found guilty, execute rapists. 49 GIs were shot for rape or murder. Overall, it is simple fact to state that the American and British occupying armies, in comparison to the other conquering armies in World War II, acted correctly and honorably. As a single example, a German woman in Königsmarck, when it was occupied by the Red Army, recalled how, after she and her friends had been repeatedly raped, "We often asked the soldiers to shoot us, but they always answered, 'Russian soldiers do not shoot women. Only German soldiers do that.'" So the Germans in areas occupied by the Americans were lucky, and they knew it. They did their best, most of them, to please the Americans, with considerable success. There was something approaching mutual admiration. That caused the GIs to wonder about what they had heard about the Germans. Glenn Gray spoke to the point. The enemy could not have changed so quickly from a beast to a likable human being. Thus the conclusion is nearly forced upon the GIs that they have been previously blinded by fear and hatred and the propaganda of their own government. The theme of German-American relations in the first week of April 1945 was harmony. Corporal Roger Farringer was an ASTP student who went into the 106th Division. He was captured along with 4 buddies. On Easter Sunday, their guards began marching them east to flee the oncoming American army. Farringer and his men dropped out of the line, hid in a wood, and thus escaped. They started moving west. Near the village of Fersbach, someone shot at them. They ran. Up on a hill, they saw 2 elderly gentlemen waving their arms, motioning for the GIs to come their way. They did. The Germans showed them a cave and indicated they should stay put. They spent the night. They could hear and see the German army heading east. In the morning, Farringer related, Two young boys came into the cave and brought with them black bread, lard, and ersatz coffee. Hot. We couldn't communicate with them, but they let us know we should stay put. This continued through April 5th. Late in the afternoon of the 6th, the boys came running up to the cave, yelling, "Die Amerikaners komme! Die Amerikaners komme!" So we and the boys raced down the hill toward Versbach. The whole little village was surrounding a jeep in the center of the square, and on top of the hood of the jeep was an American sergeant waving a .45 around in the air. It turned out the sergeant was a mechanic with a tank destroyer outfit from the rear, who had got to drinking and decided he was going to the front to see what it was like. So he stole a jeep and took off. He had no idea where he was, and hoped Feringer did. For his part, before risking an attempt to pass through the front line from the German side, Feringer wanted to thank those who had helped him. Every jeep in the world had a footlocker with all kinds of stuff, he remembered. Candy bars, rations, bandages, and medical supplies, so we opened the footlocker and threw everything to the people. Then all 5 GIs scrambled out of the jeep. There wasn't much to us, Feringer explained. I was down to 100 pounds, so were the others, so we were only about 500 pounds. The sergeant drove west toward Würzburg. Feringer saw burning German half-tracks, tanks, trucks, dead soldiers laying alongside the road, but no sign of troops, ours or theirs. Near Würzburg, they came into the lines of the 42nd Division, safe and sound. They were able to report that there was no German front line. 30 years later, Feringer, with his family, returned to Versbach. He had never gotten the names of the boys who helped him, but through inquiry he got the names of 2 brothers of about the right age. He went to one brother's home and was greeted by the Frau, who took one look and yelled back at her husband, "Mein Gott, it's the American!" He came running. The 2 men recognized each other immediately and embraced. The other brother was summoned. The families celebrated. Feringer hosted a grand dinner at the local restaurant. On Easter Sunday, 21st Army Group and 12th Army linked up near Paderborn, completing the encirclement of the Ruhr. Some 400,000 German soldiers were trapped, while the remainder of Nazi Germany was cut off from its weapons and ammunition supply. Eisenhower issued a proclamation to the German troops and people, in leaflet form and via radio, urging the soldiers to surrender and the people to begin planting crops. He described the hopelessness of their situation and warned them that future resistance would only add to their future miseries. Most Germans heartily agreed. Thousands of soldiers threw down their arms, took off their uniforms, put on civilian clothes, and headed home. Farmers began plowing, even if they had to use human rather than horsepower. But a core of fighting men remained, including SS, Hitler Youth, officer candidates. Many of them were fanatics. Nearly all of them were mere boys. They didn't know much about making war, but they were such daredevils and so well armed, they could cause considerable harm. 20-year-old Private Erich Wommelsdorf of the 11th Panzer Division, who had fought in Russia and France, described what he saw. 2 trucks from Berlin arrived, crowded with boys of 15 and 16. Each of them had a brand-new Panzerfaust. They went out hunting, climbing a switchback road up into the Harz Mountains, hiding, waiting for the next tank to come along. When it came, they hit it from the side, then ran away to play the game again. They could not be pinned down. It held the Americans up some, but it really did not accomplish much. My division commander refused to deploy them. He said, "I never want to carry that responsibility." Thousands of ordinary German soldiers also carried on the battle. Many were at the front involuntarily. Their fear of the Gestapo was greater than their fear of the GIs, but an impressive percentage were there because they felt it was their duty. Like most of those who continued the struggle, Major Hannibal von Lüttichau had conflicting motivations. I hoped the Americans would hurry up and get it over, because we expected nothing good from the Russians," he said in a 1995 interview. But still he continued to fight the Americans because we needed to hold out as long as possible in order to maintain a good conscience. We could not betray the fatherland. This is something every soldier knew. There was another motivation. Lieutenant Wenzel Andreas Borgert put it this way: "The Allies' insistence on unconditional surrender made us fight longer. If they had said, 'Get rid of the Nazis,' none of us would have objected to that. But none of the Allies said that." The German troops lived in a special hell. Borgert spent the last 8 weeks of the war without once getting out of his uniform. "Always on the front," he recalled in 1995. "Hunger, lice, exhaustion, cold. You can never understand. Day after day of anxiety and casualties. My friend was shot in the head. One of his eyes was gone, but I could feel no more. I saw hundreds of wounded, and I could do nothing. I still have fragments in my head. Every soldier curses war." Still, he continued to make war. Because Borgert and so many others continued to fight, the GIs continued to take casualties. One of them was Lieutenant Will Rogers, Jr. of the 7th Armored Division. He had been in the campaign since August at the front. He saw things from the bright side. "High times," he had called it when his jeep led the column into Chartres after giving the order on his own initiative to spare the cathedral tower. At Verdun, his outfit had run out of gas. He used the opportunity to take his platoon to the American cemetery at Saint-Mihiel. With fresh fuel the following day, he took his reconnaissance vehicles on patrol through the maze of World War I trenches. Rogers got on the radio and began explaining to his platoon the details of the Battle of Verdun. "1 million soldiers fell," he said. Suddenly, over the radio, came the sharp bark of his task force commander. "Lieutenant Rogers, let's fight one war at a time." Rogers won a Bronze Star in the Battle of the Bulge. He crossed the Rhine at Remagen. On Easter Sunday, 1945, he was, as usual, in the lead jeep. He rounded a corner, and a Panzerfaust got him. Shrapnel in the hip. "Wounded in the rear pocket," he explained. He didn't regard it as $1 million wound. "Evacuated to England," he complained. "Never did get to meet the Russians." Eisenhower was free to send his armies wherever he chose. Montgomery wanted him to give 1st Army to 21st Army Group and let it join 9th Army for a drive on to Berlin, under his command. Hodges wanted Berlin, as did Simpson, Patton, Brooke, and Churchill. But Bradley didn't, and neither did Eisenhower. Partly their reason was political. At the Yalta Conference, the Big Three had agreed to divide Germany into zones of occupation, and Berlin into sectors. In central Germany, the Elbe River was the boundary. If Simpson's 9th or Hodges's 1st Army fought its way across the Elbe and on to Berlin, they would be taking territory that would have to be turned over to the Soviet occupation forces. If they fought their way into Berlin, they would have to give up more than half the city to the Red Army. Eisenhower asked Bradley for an estimate on the cost of taking Berlin. "About 100,000 casualties," Bradley replied, and added that was a pretty stiff price to pay for a prestige objective, especially when we've got to fall back and let the other fellow take over. Further, Eisenhower believed that if the Americans tried to race the Russians to Berlin, they would lose. 9th and 1st Armies were 400 kilometers from Berlin. The Red Army was on the banks of the Oder River, less than 100 kilometers from the city, and the Red Army was there in great strength, more than 1,250,000 troops. Another consideration: Eisenhower's goal was to win the war and thus end the carnage as quickly as possible. Every day that the war went on meant more death for the concentration camp inmates, for the millions of slave laborers in Germany, for the Allied POWs. If he concentrated on Berlin, the Germans in Bavaria and Austria, where many of the POW and slave labor camps were located, would be able to hold out for who knew how long. There is a parallel here with the end of the American Civil War. Just before Appomattox, some of Robert E. Lee's staff suggested to him that he disband the Army of Northern Virginia and instruct the troops to scatter into the West Virginia mountains, where as small groups they could carry on guerrilla warfare. Lee was appalled by the suggestion. He said there could be nothing worse for the South than having armed bands roaming the countryside without discipline or direction. But Hitler was no Lee, and the SS and Hitler Youth were not only fanatics, but were armed with the most modern weapons, which gave small groups of them a firepower greater than that of the Army of Northern Virginia at its peak. Even after the surrender of the Ruhr, the Germans never ran out of guns or ammunition. These boys could get all the Panzerfausts, potato mashers, machine guns, burp guns, rifles, shoe mines they could carry. If they were lucky enough to have fuel, they could have Tiger tanks, 88s, and more heavy stuff. This combination of fanatic boys and plenty of weapons and ammunition created a nightmare situation. After the mid-April surrender of 325,000 troops, plus 30 generals, in the Ruhr pocket, the Wehrmacht packed it in. Lieutenant Gunther Materna was a German artilleryman caught in the pocket, where everything was a complete mess. Out of ammunition and fuel, he destroyed his self-propelled cannon. At the command post, the CO of our artillery regiment, holding back his tears, told us that we had lost the war. All the victims died in vain. The code word werewolf had been sent out by Hitler's command post. This meant that we were all supposed to divide up into small groups and head east. Not many did, Materna observed. The veterans sat down and awaited their American captors. There was no attempt by the regular army to maintain a front line. The Volkssturm, the Waffen-SS, and the Hitler Youth were another matter. They fought fiercely and inflicted great damage. The GIs never knew, when the lead jeep rounded a corner, what was ahead. If inexperienced boys were there, they would fire, most often a Panzerfaust shell, at the jeep. The Americans would proceed to smash the village. "I'm not going to be the last man killed in this war," was the feeling. So when some teenage boy fired on them, they brought down a tremendous amount of shells. It was chaos and catastrophe, brought on for no reason, except that Hitler had raised these boys for just this moment. The fanatics were forcing the Americans to do to the German civilians and cities what Hitler wanted to do to them, because they had shown themselves to be unworthy of him. The Allied fear was that Hitler would be able to encourage these armed bands to continue the struggle over the radio. His voice was his weapon. If he could get to the Austrian Alps, he might be able to surround himself with SS troops and use the radio to put that voice into action. Exactly that was happening, according to OSS agents in Switzerland. Schaeff G2 agreed. As early as March 11th, G2 had declared, "The main trend of German defense policy does seem directed primarily to the safeguarding of the Alpine zone. This area is practically impenetrable. Evidence indicates that considerable numbers of SS and specially chosen units are being systematically withdrawn to Austria. Here, defended by nature, the powers that have hitherto guided Germany will survive to reorganize her resurrection. Here, a specially selected corps of young men will be trained in guerrilla warfare, so that a whole underground army can be fitted and directed to liberate Germany." In September 1944, Schaeff intelligence had declared the German army dead. In mid-December 1944, Schaeff intelligence had missed altogether the gathering of the largest army the Germans ever put together on the Western Front. Having paid so heavily for its complacency in December, Schaeff intelligence went the other direction in March 1945 when it gave Eisenhower a report that was grossly exaggerated. Armaments will be manufactured in bomb-proof factories. Food and equipment will be stored in vast underground caverns with the most efficient secret weapons yet invented. And alarmist. Yet there was a core of truth to it. If the factories and underground storage facilities were imaginative, the threat of Hitler and a radio was not. He could ask his fanatics to hold on and hold out until the Western Allies and the Soviet Union went to war. There was a receptive audience to that line. Captain John Cobb of the 82nd Airborne remembered an incident on the day of the surrender of the Ruhr Pocket. He was in charge of a temporary prisoner compound. The German, who was the ranking officer, made a request to see me. I received him, expecting some complaint about living conditions or treatment. Instead, he requested that he be allowed to join us with German volunteers when we began our attack against the Russians. He was incredulous when I informed him that we had no intentions of fighting the Russians. Corporal Friedrich Bertenrath recalled how the war ended for him. There were still about 150 of us and 40 vehicles. The Americans came up. They searched us, but we did not hold up our hands. After a bit, a bottle of schnapps was passed around. Each took a sip. An American said, "You are all prisoners." Someone from our side said, "Forget about taking us prisoners. Let us join you to go fight the Russians." "Forget that," one of the Americans replied. They were decent men. We were allowed to get into our vehicles. They gave us some gas, and we drove with them through the area as if it were peacetime. There was an American jeep in front and one behind us, and in between 20 German tanks and APCs. It was a beautiful spring day. There were no more planes, no more Yabos above us. Sergeant Bruce Egger remembered a lieutenant who surrendered to him. The lieutenant spoke perfect English and was as blond, sharp, and arrogant as a Hollywood version of a Nazi officer. He gave us a lecture about why the Americans should not have waged war on Germany. We should have joined them fighting the true enemy, which was Russia, and that it was not too late. We laughed at him, but as the Cold War developed, I often thought of his words. Eisenhower's mission was to get a sharp, clean, quick end to the war. The Russians were going to take Berlin anyway. There were more German divisions in southern Germany than to the north. The best way to carry out the mission was to overrun Bavaria and Austria before the Germans could set up their Alpine redoubt. Eisenhower ordered Ninth Army to halt at the Elbe, First Army to push on to Dresden on the Elbe and then halt, and Third Army and Seventh Army, plus the French Army, to overrun Bavaria and Austria. Put another way, he refused to race the Russians to Berlin. He was much criticized for this. It remains his most controversial decision of the war. It has been much written about, including by me. I have nothing to add to the debate, except this. In 30 years of interviewing GIs, reading their books and unpublished memoirs, corresponding with them, I have not yet heard one of them say that he wanted to charge into Berlin. For the GIs, what stood out about Eisenhower's decision was that he put them first. If the Russians wanted to get into the ultimate street fight, that was their business. Grigory Arbatov was a rifle company commander in the Red Army in the Battle of Berlin. He took terrible casualties. Some of them were men he had led in the Battle of Moscow, and so many others. 50 years later, he still shook with fury at the thought of Stalin's insistence on taking the city. Arbatov said any sane man would have surrounded Berlin, pounded it with artillery, and waited for the inevitable capitulation. But not that son of a bitch Stalin. He sent us into the city with all those crazy Nazi kids, and we bled. The estimated casualty cost was 100,000. American POWs were a major concern. The Germans held 90,000 U.S. airmen and soldiers in stalags scattered across central and southern Germany. They were in a ghastly condition that would only get worse as the Third Reich disintegrated. Liberating them became a primary goal. For Patton, one POW camp was mesmerizing. It was in Hammelburg, on the road to Leipzig. He was obsessed with it because his son-in-law, Lieutenant Colonel John Waters, was a prisoner there. So, although Hammelburg was some 40 kilometers behind the front, at the end of March, Patton ordered a rescue mission. General Hogue, who had moved up to command the 4th Armored Division, got the assignment. He was dead set against it. Rescue missions had no military purpose, he told Patton, and were likely to produce nothing but dead Americans on both sides of the barbed wire. Patton told him to get moving. So Hogue reluctantly created Task Force Baum, Captain Abraham Baum commanding. But he kept it small because of his fears. Task Force Baum consisted of 307 officers and men in 16 tanks, 27 half-tracks, 7 jeeps, 3 self-propelled 105mm guns, and a cargo carrier. It shot its way through German resistance and got to the Stalag on the second day. Lieutenant Marvin Shelley of the 103rd Division was a POW in Hammelburg when Task Force Baum arrived. "The tanks knocked down our fences and shot the place up," he recalled. "We rushed out to greet them, and they were not all that enthused. The task force had information that there were 250 American officers in Hammelburg. Actually, it was more like 2,500. Lieutenant Colonel Waters was so happy to be liberated, he was running up and down the company street with this little American flag, and he got hit by American shells. It didn't kill him, but it ruined his leg. The task force couldn't believe it. They had no way to get all of us out of there. They told us we could do whatever we wanted to, go back to the prison, take off on our own, or stay with them. A lot of the prisoners went back inside. I decided to stay with the tanks. You'd be surprised how many men can get on a tank, 30 or 40. When the tanks would turn, guys would slide off, and then they'd run and you'd help them back on. The lead tank got hit by a Panzerfaust. Bodies went flying, and that stopped the convoy real quick. They had run into a Waffen-SS ambush. Outgunned, outnumbered, surrounded, Task Force Baum broke up. A number of the soldiers were killed, others wounded, the remainder taken prisoner. The original POWs returned to the Stalag. Lieutenant Shelley was one of them. There was this German general in charge of the camp. Real nice English-speaking general, and he's smiling as we get to the warehouse, standing there like he's greeting all of us. "Good seeing you, ha, we meet again," things like that. The camp was finally liberated in mid-April. For a few days after this debacle, Patton seemed subdued, not so much because he recognized what a fool he had been, as because he feared another newspaper furor. But the news didn't leak until April 12th, the day President Roosevelt died. When Bradley's aide, Major Chet Hansen, saw him the following morning, "He was robust again. What the hell," he said. "With the president's death, you could execute buggery in the streets and get no farther than the 4th page." When the camps were liberated during the regular course of operations, the GIs usually found the guards gone, the POWs awaiting them. The sight of an American or British soldier was a signal for an outburst of joy. Captain Pat Reed of the British Army was in Colditz prison. It was a castle in a rural area of central Germany. The prisoners were Allied officers, bad boys to the Germans because they had escaped from other stalags. Colditz was supposed to be escape-proof, but these incorrigibles kept escaping, one via what may have been the world's first hang glider, although few made it to Switzerland. When I visited Colditz in 1987 with Reed and 2 American officers, the place had been turned into an anti-Nazi museum. Reed and the Americans showed the East German guide hiding places and tunnels he had not discovered in a decade of working there. Reed described the moment on April 15th, a day after the guards took off, when a single American soldier stood at the gate. His belt and straps festooned with ammunition clips and grenades, submachine gun in hand. An Allied officer cautiously advanced toward him with an outstretched hand. The GI took it, grinned, and said cheerfully, "Any doughboys here?" Suddenly a mob was rushing toward him, shouting and cheering and struggling madly to reach him, to make sure that he was alive, to touch him, and from the touch to know again the miracle of living, to be men in their own right, freed from bondage, outcast no more, liberated, their faith in God's mercy justified, the nobility of mankind vindicated, justice at last accomplished, and tyranny once more overcome. Men wept, unable to restrain themselves. Men with tears streaming down their faces kissed the GI on both cheeks, the salute of brothers. At Moosburg, Allied POWs who had been marched away from the oncoming Russians under horrible conditions and at great risk were gathered, some 110,000 of them, including 10,000 Americans. There was no place their guards could take them by this time, so the guards took off. Major Elliot Viney of the British Army was among the POWs. He kept a diary. April 29, 1945. "Americans here. 3 jeeps in the camp and all national flags hoisted. The boys brought in cigars, matches, lettuce, and flour. The scenes have been almost indescribable. Wireless blaring everywhere, wire coming down, POWs wearing goon bayonets and caps. The SS put a Panzerfaust through the guard company's barracks when they refused to fight." To most German soldiers, the sight of a GI or Tommy standing in front of them was almost as welcome an event as it was for the Allied POWs. Those who surrendered safely thought themselves among the luckiest men alive. In mid-April, Sergeant Egger recalled, "I fired at a deer in the evening while hunting, but missed, and 5 German soldiers came out of the woods with their hands up. I bet they thought we had excellent vision." Egger went hunting for sport. Lieutenant Charles Stockel did it for food. On April 14th, he recorded in his diary, "We have taken so many prisoners we are on half rations. I have become the battalion hunter. Each day I go out with a jeep and a 3/4-ton truck and shoot it full of deer, pheasants, and hare to feed the men. They love it. We are taking 2,000 prisoners and 200 guns per day now." On the east-west autobahns, German troops marched west on the median, while Americans on tanks, trucks, and jeeps rolled east on the road. Sergeant Gordon Carson of the 101st, which was headed toward Salzburg, recalled that, "As far as you could see in the median were German prisoners, fully armed. No one would stop to take their surrender. We just waved." Private Webster couldn't get over the sight of the Germans, who only a short time ago had been so difficult to capture, coming in from the hills like sheep to surrender. He recalled, "The unbelievable spectacle of 2 GIs keeping watch on some 2,500 enemy." Occasionally the 101st ran into opposition, especially at river crossings, where SS troops would fire from the far side to hold the Americans back until the bridge could be blown. Every single bridge in the path of the 101st was destroyed by German engineers as the Allies approached. Major Winters was struck by the German fanaticism. They were destroying their own bridges when the uselessness of the destruction was clear to any idiot. The 101st was riding in DUKWs. Most GIs were riding on vehicles of every description, always heading east. A few infantry, however, were still slogging forward the same way they had crossed France and Belgium and the Rhineland, by foot. "We walked another 25 miles today," Sergeant Egger recorded on April 20th. "Training in the States, where a 25-mile hike had only been a monthly occurrence, had not been this tough. Naturally, the men were complaining, but I always preferred walking to fighting." Sometimes they had to fight. On April 27th, G Company came to Deggendorf, northeast of Munich. There were some Hitler Youth in the town of 15,000. They had no artillery or even mortar support, no tanks, no skills at making war. But they had machine guns and Panzerfausts, and they let go. The bullets sounded like angry bees overhead, Egger wrote. American artillery destroyed the hive. Later, in the by-then destroyed town, one of his buddies said to him, "Wouldn't it be a hell of a note to go through all this and then check out so close to the end? The thought of being killed by some fanatical 13-year-old scares the hell out of me. After coming this far, I don't want to die now." Lieutenant Linebaugh described a typical incident in the drive east from the Rhine. Company K was riding in deuce and a halves. As our miles-long convoy passed a line of hills, several rifle shots cracked overhead, and we saw puffs of smoke from positions near a hilltop. Our trucks braked to a quick stop, and 1,000 M1s returned the fire. In a minute, a white handkerchief waved vigorously from a foxhole, and 2 bedraggled Germans, hands in the air, came stumbling and running down the hill to appreciative cheers. We drove on, leaving the 2 standing forlornly in a ditch. As the Tommies and GIs moved deeper into Germany, they made discoveries that brought on a great change in attitude toward Germany and its people. On April 11th, the 3rd Armored Division got into Nordhausen, on the southern side of the Harz Mountains in central Germany. Captain Belton Cooper was near the van as the GIs worked their way into town. Suddenly, a strange apparition emerged from the side of one of the buildings. A tall, frail-looking creature with striped pants and naked from the waist up. It appeared to be a human skeleton with little signs of flesh, if any. The skin appeared to be like a translucent plastic stretched over the rib cage and sucked with a powerful vacuum until it impinged to the backbone in the rear. I could not tell whether it was male or female. There was no face, merely a gaunt human skull staring out. The teeth were exposed in a broad grin, and in place of eyes were merely dark sockets. I did not see how it was humanly possible for this pathetic creature to have enough strength to walk. As we proceeded down the road, we encountered more and more of these gaunt figures, standing or sitting, but most of them were sprawled on the road where they had collapsed. In their last struggle to survive, they had attempted to walk as far away from their tormentors as possible. Cooper came to a warehouse where German civilians, old men, women, and children were plundering. The crowd was ravenous. They were pushing and shoving. They paid absolutely no attention to the poor, pitiful wretches lying in the streets. Further on, we passed 3 large stacks of what appeared to be waste paper and garbage piled in rows, 6 feet high and 400 feet long. The stench was overwhelming. And as I looked, I noticed that parts of the stack were moving. To my absolute horror, it dawned on me that these stacks contained the bodies of naked human beings. A few were still alive, and they were writhing in the excrement and human waste. General Collins ordered that every civilian in Nordhausen had to work around the clock until the bodies were buried. Bulldozers came forward to dig a mass grave. Later, Cooper discovered the V-2 underground rocket factory where the slave laborers worked, until they starved. East of Nordhausen the following day, he came across a schoolhouse with some trees around it. On closer examination, it turned out to be a rocket assembly plant. The trees were aluminum fuel tanks piled on each other and covered with camouflage nets. Lieutenant Hugh Carey, who became governor of New York in the 1980s, was at Nordhausen on April 11th. 30 years later, he wrote, "I stood with other American soldiers before Nordhausen. I inhaled the stench of death and the barbaric, calculated cruelty. I made a vow as I stood there that as long as I live, I will fight for peace, for the rights of mankind, and against any form of hate, bias, and prejudice." Eisenhower saw his first slave labor camp on April 13th. It was Ohrdruf Nord, near the town of Gotha. He later called what he saw the shock of his life. He had never seen such degradation, had never imagined the bestiality man was capable of committing. Up to that time, I had known about Nazi crimes only generally or through secondary sources, he wrote. Like so many men of his age, he was deeply suspicious of wartime propaganda as a result of having learned after World War I that his government had grossly exaggerated its descriptions of supposed German atrocities. So he had discounted the stories he had heard about the camps. The reality was far worse than the stories, and all but overwhelmed him. I visited every nook and cranny of the camp, because I felt it my duty to be in a position from then on to testify at first hand about these things in case there ever grew up at home the belief or assumption that the stories of Nazi brutality were just propaganda. That night, he sent communications to both Washington and London, urging the two governments to send newspaper editors, photographers, congressmen, and members of Parliament to visit the camp and make a record. That was done. Day after day, over the next couple of weeks, more camps were discovered. On April 15th, the British got into Belsen. That day, Edward R. Murrow went to Buchenwald, just north of Weimar. Like Eisenhower and every GI who saw one of the camps, Murrow feared that no one could believe what he saw. He gave a description on his CBS radio program. In his conclusion, he said, "I pray you to believe what I have said about Buchenwald. I have reported what I saw, but only part of it. For most of it, I have no words. If I've offended you by this rather mild account of Buchenwald, I'm not in the least sorry. I was there." Martha Gellhorn of the New York Times visited the main camp at Dachau. Then she flew out on a C-47, carrying liberated POWs to France. She talked to them about Dachau, which they had just seen. "No one will believe us," one soldier said. They all agreed. "We've got to talk about it, see? We've got to talk about it if anyone believes us or not." Marguerite Higgins of the rival New York Herald-Tribune was also there. She reported, "The liberation was a frenzied scene. Inmates of the camp hugged and embraced the American troops, kissed the ground before them, and carried them shoulder high around the place." On April 27th, the 12th Armored Division approached Landsberg am Lech, west of Munich. There was a Wehrmacht unit and a Waffen-SS unit in the town. The Wehrmacht commander decided to withdraw across the Lech River. The SS commander wanted to fight. The regular officer told him to do as he wished, but the Wehrmacht troops were getting out of there. When the civilians saw the soldiers leaving, they hung out white sheets. The sight infuriated the SS. In their rage, Lieutenant Julius Bernstein related, "They went from house to house and dragged outside whomever they found and hanged them from the nearest tree or lamppost. As we rode into Landsberg, we found German civilians hanging from trees like ripe fruit." Later that day, an awful black, acrid smoke appeared. It came from one of the outlying camps of the Dachau system. When the Americans approached, the SS officer in charge had ordered the remaining 4,000 slave laborers destroyed. The guards had nailed shut the doors and windows of the wooden barracks, hosed down the buildings with gasoline, and set them on fire. The prisoners had been cremated alive. Later, Bernstein helped load civilians from Landsberg into trucks to take them to see the atrocity. "Would you believe that no one admitted any knowledge of the camp?" he later wrote. "They told us they thought it was a secret war factory, so they didn't ask questions. They all defended Hitler, saying, 'The Führer knew nothing of this.' They blamed Goering, Goebbels, and Himmler, but not their dear Führer." Major Winters was one of the first to arrive at Landsberg. "The memory of starved, dazed men," he related, "who dropped their eyes and heads when we looked at them through the chain-link fence, in the same manner that a beaten, mistreated dog would cringe, and leaves feelings that cannot be described and will never be forgotten. The impact of seeing those people behind that fence left me saying only to myself, 'Now I know why I am here.'" On April 25th, at Torgau on the Elbe River, Lieutenant William Robertson, 69th Division, 1st Army, met a Red Army soldier. Germany was divided. A spontaneous celebration ensued. Hundreds of Red Army soldiers found rowboats and rafts and came over to the American side. The factory in Torgau produced harmonicas and accordions, so there was music and dancing. Private Andy Rooney was there for Stars and Stripes. So was combat historian Sergeant Forrest Pogue, who as usual was at the front interviewing the GIs. They danced with female soldiers, reportedly the best snipers in the Red Army. To the south, 3rd Army was penetrating Czechoslovakia, already assigned to the Russians for occupation, while 7th Army raced eastward past Munich and down into Austria, where no boundary lines had yet been set. Eisenhower urged the GIs to get as far into Austria as possible. There wasn't much resistance. 18-year-old Herbert Mittelstadt, a member of a German anti-aircraft unit, was in the province of Vorarlberg in western Austria. He recalled his last day as a soldier. On May 1st, our lieutenant approached the 25 of us and gravely announced, "I no longer believe that there is any way possible for us to win this war. I am going to discharge you, and whoever wants to can continue to fight with me as a werewolf." Only one guy raised his hand. His family was in East Prussia, and the possibility of his ever returning was extremely slim anyway. Since the lieutenant had only a single ally, he said, "The whole thing is not worth it. I am going to discharge myself as well." Eisenhower had stayed away from Berlin in part because the political division of Germany into zones of occupation had already been agreed to by the Big Three. Denmark, overrun by the Germans in 1940, was another matter. The Danes expected to be liberated and freed, not occupied. The British and Americans had that as their policy. The Soviets, however, had a different goal. In early April, Schaeff learned via Ultra that the Red Army was advancing toward Denmark even as Stalin denied any intention of doing so. The Japanese ambassador in Sweden reported to Tokyo. The message was intercepted and decoded by the Allies, that if the Red Army got into Denmark, Stalin intended to bring the country into the Soviet sphere of influence and thus secure an outlet from the Baltic into the North Sea. To prevent that from happening, Eisenhower ordered Montgomery to get to Lübeck and Wismar as soon as possible. Monty thought that was attacking in the wrong direction. He wanted to go south for Berlin, not north toward the Baltic Sea. Eisenhower insisted. The U.S. 9th Army led the way, with the 82nd Airborne in the van. The operation involved crossing the Elbe River. It began on April 29th. Dutch Schultz was there. The boats were wood and canvas, no life jackets. "This was to be our first river crossing," he complained. "We knew nothing about crossing rivers in the middle of the night. The river was 400 meters wide and swift. We knew the war was winding down. This raised our anxiety level. The longer we were exposed to combat, the more we felt like fugitives from the law of averages. In addition to all of the other combat risks, we now faced the possibility of drowning. 12 men to a boat, not unlike putting sardines in a can. Our leader was urging us to paddle faster. He sounded like a coxswain counting cadence for one of the Ivy League rowing teams. At mid-river it started snowing, and at the same time we collided with another boat, which led to a shouting match about who had the right-of-way. It was unbelievable, but nothing happened. Once across, Schultz headed east. He got caught in a barrage of 20mm shells. He jumped into a ditch where he saw a German soldier who wasn't much more than 15 years of age. We were about 10 feet apart, with both of our weapons aimed at each other. He dropped his rifle and raised his hands over his head. That afternoon, a German machine gun opened up from a nearby wood. For the sake of glory, I decided to go after it with hand grenades. After running into the woods and crawling about 50 feet in the general direction of the machine gun, I suddenly thought, why in hell am I doing this? Without so much as a second thought, I retraced my steps and rejoined my platoon. This abortive attempt to be a hero ended my combat career in the European theater of operations. The 82nd got to Wismar, and the Red Army never got to Denmark. As individuals, squads, companies, regiments, divisions, corps, as entire armies, the Germans were surrendering. The crazies were still fighting, like chickens with their heads cut off, even though Hitler had shot himself on April 30th. But most of the shooting was over. The dominant thought in every GI's head was home. On May 6th, Don Williams of Stars and Stripes wrote an article that gave them the bad news. Williams wrote, "No man or woman, no matter how long he or she has been in service, overseas or in combat, will be released from the Army if his or her services are required in the war against Japan. There would be a point system for demobilization, so many points for length of service, time already spent overseas, combat decorations, which suddenly became very valuable. Earlier they had been ignored, and the number of dependent children in the States. Soldiers under 18 years old got extra points. Soldiers deemed essential for war duties, and those with insufficient points, the majority, would either stay on as occupation troops or ship out for the invasion of Japan. In the meantime," Williams wrote, "don't write home and tell your mother or sweetheart that you'll be home next week or next month. For most of you, it just ain't so." On May 7th, the campaign of the U.S. Army in Northwest Europe came to an end. That morning at SHAEF headquarters in Reims, German delegates signed the unconditional surrender. The Russians insisted that there be a second signing in Berlin, which took place on May 8th. Men reacted differently. Sergeant Ewald Becker of Panzer Grenadier Regiment 111 was near his home in Kassel. "We went out into the streets to surrender. The first vehicle to come was an American jeep, and as I raised my hands he waved and grinned at me and continued to drive. Then another jeep with 4 men. They stopped and gave me chocolate. They said something I didn't understand and drove on. Then a German vehicle came with the white flag. I asked him what was going on, and he said the war has been over for 2 hours. I went back to the village, and we tapped the first available keg. Within 2 hours, I can say with confidence, the entire village was drunk." Sergeant Pogue was in Pilsen, Czechoslovakia. What he remembered most vividly was, the lights went on. He realized he had not seen a light shining anywhere in Europe, except Switzerland, since he went ashore at Omaha Beach on June 7, 1944. Corporal James Pemberton had been in ASTP at Oklahoma State in 1943. He ended up in the 103rd Division, and by the end of the war he had been in combat for 147 days. The night of May 8, 1945, I was looking down from our cabin on the mountain at the Inn River Valley in Austria. It was black, and then the lights in Innsbruck went on. If you have not lived in darkness for months, shielding even a match light deep in a foxhole, you can't imagine the feeling. Lieutenant Stockel was with Forrest Pogue in Pilsen. In his diary entry for May 8th, he wrote, "Germans pouring into Pilsen by the thousands to get away from the Russians in Prague. Later at the receptions, I get to meet Edvard Beneš, President of Czechoslovakia, and Jan Masaryk, Foreign Minister. A friend sneaked me into the first banquet between the Russians and the Americans. Soviet General Vasily Chuikov proposed a toast with a full glass of vodka. Bottoms up. General Clarence Hubner said if he drank like that, he'd be under the table. Chuikov first got angry, but when Hubner's remark was translated, he turned to Hubner and said in English, while pointing under the table, 'Meet your friends.' Chuikov was the hero of Stalingrad and had commanded the assault on Berlin. Many units had a ceremony of some sort. In the 357th Combat Team, 90th Division, the CO had all the officers assemble on the grassy slopes of a hill, under a flagpole flying the stars and stripes. The regimental CO spoke, as did the division commander. "I can't remember their words," Lieutenant Colonel Ken Reimers said, but he remembered counting the costs. "We had taken some terrible losses. Our infantry suffered over 250% casualties. There was not a single company commander present who left England with us, and there were only a half dozen officers in the whole regiment who landed on Utah Beach." The 90th Division had been in combat for 308 days, the record in ETO. But other divisions had taken almost as many casualties. The junior officers and NCOs suffered most. Some of America's best young men went down leading their troops in battle. Dutch Schultz paid his officers and NCOs a fine tribute. Men like Captains Anthony Stefanich, Jack Tallarday, Lieutenants Gus Sanders, Gerald Johnson, and Sergeants Herman R. Zeitner, Sylvester Miggs, and Elmo Bell, to name only a few, were largely responsible for my transformation to a combat infantryman able to do his job. They taught me to overcome my fears and self-doubts. Not only were these men superb leaders, both in and out of combat, but more importantly, they took seriously the responsibility of first placing the welfare of their men above their own needs. There is no typical GI among the millions who served in Northwest Europe, but Bruce Egger surely was representative. He was a mountain man from central Idaho. At the end of 1943, he was an ASTP at Kansas State. When the ASTP program was cut, he got assigned to Fort Leonard Wood for training. In October 1944, he arrived in France and went into a Reppel-Deppel. On November 6th, he went on the line with G Company, 328th Regiment, 26th Division. He served out the war in almost continuous front-line action. He never missed a day of duty. He had his close calls, most notably a piece of shrapnel stopped by the New Testament in the breast pocket of his field jacket, but was never wounded. In this he was unusually lucky. G Company had arrived on Utah Beach on September 8, 1944, with a full complement of 187 enlisted men and 6 officers. By May 8, 1945, a total of 625 men had served in its ranks. 57 men of G Company were killed in action, 183 were wounded, 116 got trench foot, and 51 frostbite. Egger rose from private to staff sergeant. After the war, he got a degree in forestry in 1951 and served in the U.S. Forest Service for 29 years. In his memoir of the war, Egger spoke for all GIs. "More than 4 decades have passed since those terrible months when we endured the mud of Lorraine, the bitter cold of the Ardennes, the dank cellars of Saarlarten. We were miserable and cold and exhausted most of the time. We were all scared to death. But we were young and strong then, possessed of the marvelous resilience of youth, and for all the misery and fear and the hating every moment of it, the war was a great, if always terrifying, adventure. Not a man among us would want to go through it again, but we are all proud of having been so severely tested and found adequate. The only regret is for those of our friends who never returned." They don't hunt that way in northern Wisconsin today. Hunters go out as individuals, most often building a platform and a tree for their stand. Deer never look up for danger. A couple of weeks before opening day, they set out bait, apples or cabbages, around the tree. They, too, usually get their deer, but that kind of hunting has no appeal for me, and I no longer participate. By the time I went to Madison for my own college education, the ex-GIs had graduated and were off making their livings. Over the next 4 years, I developed my fair share of academic snobbery, encouraged by my professors. They put me to reading such books as Sloan Wilson's The Man in the Gray Flannel Suit, 1955, David Riesman's The Lonely Crowd, 1951, and William White's The Organization Man, 1956. These books, like the professors, deplored the conformity of the 1950s. They charged that the young executives and corporate men of the 1950s marched in step, dressed alike, seldom questioned authority, did as they were told, worked always, were frighteningly materialistic, devoid of culture and individualism. By the time I became a graduate student, I was full of scorn for them, and I must confess, for their leader, President Eisenhower, the bland leading the bland. But in fact, these were the men who built modern America. They had learned to work together in the armed services in World War II. They had seen enough destruction. They wanted to construct. They built the interstate highway system, the St. Lawrence Seaway, the suburbs, so scorned by the sociologists, so successful with the people, and more. They had seen enough killing. They wanted to save lives. They licked polio and made other revolutionary advances in medicine. They had learned in the Army the virtues of a solid organization and teamwork, and the value of individual initiative, inventiveness, and responsibility. They developed the modern corporation while inaugurating revolutionary advances in science and technology, education, and public policy. The XGIs had seen enough war. They wanted peace. But they had also seen the evil of dictatorship. They wanted freedom. They had learned in their youth that the way to prevent war was to deter through military strength and to reject isolationism for full involvement in the world. So they supported NATO and the United Nations and the Department of Defense. They had stopped Hitler and Tojo. In the 1950s, they stopped Stalin and Khrushchev. In his inaugural address, President John F. Kennedy described the men and women of his generation. The torch has been passed to a new generation of Americans, born in this century, tempered by war, disciplined by a hard and bitter peace, proud of our ancient heritage, and unwilling to witness or permit the slow undoing of those human rights to which this nation has always been committed. The we generation of World War II, as in we are all in this together, was a special breed of men and women who did great things for America and the world. When the GIs sailed for Europe, they were coming to the continent not as conquerors, but liberators. In his order of the day on June 6, 1944, Eisenhower had told them their mission was the destruction of the German war machine, the elimination of Nazi tyranny over the oppressed peoples of Europe, and security for ourselves in a free world. They accomplished that mission. In the process, they liberated the Germans, or at least the Germans living west of the Elbe River. In Normandy, in July 1944, Wehrmacht Private Walter Zitetz was guarding some American prisoners. One of them spoke German. Zitetz asked him, "Why are you making war against us?" I'll always remember his exact words. "We are fighting to free you from the fantastic idea that you are a master race." In June 1945, Eisenhower told his staff, "The success of this occupation can only be judged 50 years from now. If the Germans at that time have a stable, prosperous democracy, then we shall have succeeded." That mission, too, was accomplished. In the fall semester of 1996, I was a visiting professor at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. I taught a course on World War II to some 350 students. They were dumbstruck by descriptions of what it was like to be on the front lines. They were even more amazed by the responsibilities carried by junior officers and NCOs who were as young as they. Like all of us who have never been in combat, they wondered if they could have done it. And even more, they wondered how anyone could have done it. There was a vast literature on the latter question. In general, in assessing the motivation of the GIs, there is agreement that patriotism, or any other form of idealism, had little, if anything, to do with it. The GIs fought because they had to. What held them together was not country and flag, but unit cohesion. It has been my experience through 4 decades of interviewing ex-GIs that such generalizations are true enough. And yet, there is something more. Although the GIs were and are embarrassed to talk or write about the cause they fought for, in marked contrast to their great-grandfathers who fought in the Civil War, they were the children of democracy, and they did more to help spread democracy around the world than any other generation in history. At the core, the American citizen soldiers knew the difference between right and wrong, and they didn't want to live in a world in which wrong prevailed. So they fought and won. And we, all of us, living and yet to be born, must be forever profoundly grateful. Afterword. One of the best things that comes from having a bestseller is the incoming mail. On this book, it has been staggering and rewarding, far beyond anything my previous books have generated, by a factor of at least 10. Flattering reviews in prestigious publications are obviously welcome, but they can't compare to letters from men who were there. One of my favorites, dated March 15, 1998, handwritten, follows. Dear Sir, I had to write and compliment you on the book Citizen Soldiers. It was well written and very factual. I should know. I was there from the first day on Utah Beach. It brought back so many special memories, so long ago. I was in the 90th Division, 357th Infantry. John Colby was my company commander, and I was a platoon sergeant. I put John on a Jeep stretcher the first time he got hit in the hip. The first company commander you wrote about as running away with shell shock, I went and got him, carried him out of a minefield, and took him to Doc McConaughey in the aid station. I was one of the ones mentioned that walked into Doc McConaughey's for help. I was 18 at the time, with my bottom jaw shot off. Here's what happened. I was in a prison compound. The advancing U.S. Army was going to overrun the prison camp, so the Krauts, they lined us up and shot the 60 of us, machine gun, and then through the back of the head with a pistol. You wrote that Private Gus Schroeder came in with about 100 German prisoners. He did. I was with him. He had about 4 rounds in his Tommy gun. I had used all I had and had a German Walther 9mm pistol with 3 shots in it. The reason we had no trouble was that most of those German POWs were actually Russians that had been captured by the Krauts and put in the German army, against their will, or get executed. They wanted to give up. They would be better off than we were in that miserable rain, snow, and mud. My wife and I went back after the 50th anniversary of D-Day. I got an original battle map from John Colby and used it, starting with my feet in the water at Utah, climbed the sand dune, and then followed the map across France in the biggest Mercedes I could rent. Best trip I ever took. Enough of the memories your book stirred up. It gave me a much broader view of what was going on. My part was very small, not knowing anything but what was going on in our company. Thanks for the memories. Sergeant Donald L. Foy, 314-23833, Company E, 357th Infantry, 90th Division. Another heart-warmer came from Wallace Berger, who was a scared, lonely 19-year-old replacement brought to the lines during the winter of 1944 with the 26th Division. I felt again the cold, the fear of tree bursts, the closeness with my foxhole buddy, Pat Healy. We slept in each other's arms for warmth, and at times the sense that we would never get out of there alive. So thank you for writing a book about my war. I think that in a way it gave me a feeling of a certain kind of peacefulness, as if something had been put to rest by the telling. Private Edward Schiff of San Diego wrote that reading the book brought old memories flooding back, some surprisingly vivid and some I wish I could forget. A few pleasant ones, such as the day my company was chosen to lead an attack, and we started out riding on the backs of tanks. As we roared past our front lines, all the men in foxholes stood up and cheered. I returned home on a hospital ship after being wounded on Christmas Day, attacking toward Bastogne. As we sailed into Charleston Harbor, there was a huge sign on the dock with just 2 words, "Well done." Other memories are much darker. The misery of the cold and wet and mud, the terror of going into an attack, The shock when almost everyone I knew was killed or wounded, some right next to me. The worst was the time I fired my machine gun into a German patrol that was so close I could see their faces. I never found out what happened to them, which lets me think there are some old men in Germany today sitting around telling their grandchildren of the American machine gunner who scared them to death. At other times, I realize the chances are good that I killed at least some of the men in that patrol. They were probably teenagers, as I was, with their whole lives ahead of them, until I squeezed that trigger. All had relatives and sweethearts whose lives were shattered, and who may be grieving even now. In a handwritten letter, Private James Hawley recalled, "I am one of the soldiers you wrote about." He was drafted in 1943, trained in Texas, shipped over to Scotland in the spring of 1944, across the English Channel on D-Day +10, and assigned to the 9th Infantry Division. "I was trained as a wireman and sent over as a rifleman, with no infantry training, then put on an anti-tank gun that I never had seen until then. My job became digging holes. We crossed the Rhine at night before the bridge collapsed and got a half-track full of schnapps, about 8 or 10 cases. For a few days we didn't care whether it rained or snowed. One of the guys we called Mole, because he could always find a hole to jump into at the slightest sound. After we got that schnapps, he went out on a .50 caliber machine gun when a Jerry plane came over and fired up at it. The plane turned on him, and in its strafing run killed him and a radio man." The letters contain a fair amount of complaints, a principal one being that I left out this or that division, which is fair enough, but I can't do anything about it now. And anyway, the book was not intended to be a comprehensive history. One veteran's criticism was that my only mention of the National Guard was in the story about the Sicilian-born colonel. Guilty. My only excuse is that I just figured everyone knows that the 29th Division, 242 days in combat, 204% turnover, which plays a major role in my account, was a National Guard division, the blue and gray from Virginia, Maryland, and Delaware, and one of the best outfits in the Army. Another unhappy veteran complained about my remarking that the colonel was from Sicily. He accused me of succumbing to and feeding prejudices against Sicilians, and pointed to the impressive combat record of Italian Americans in the war. He told me I ought to be ashamed. I can only reply that my source for the story stressed the colonel's Sicilian origin, and it is his story, not mine. So, too, with the 3 complaints about my keeping in the word Jewish in the quote from Lieutenant George Wilson. Nearly every letter points out a typo or two. We get them corrected in the next printing. Many point to errors of fact, and thus are extremely embarrassing to me. 3 facts that I'll never, ever get wrong again are: the German Panther tank carried a .75mm cannon, not an .88. In Michigan, at its Willow Run plant, the Ford Motor Company made B-24s, not B-17s. During training, medics were called canker mechanics, not shank mechanics. On a more positive note, a goodly number of veterans have written that the book caused them to reflect on what they had learned in the Army, especially responsibility. Private Berger concluded his letter, "I have known for a long time that my life was changed by that experience, and maybe I understand it a little better now." Many veterans have written about the way the Army made it possible for them to know far more about their fellow citizens. Corporal William Schaufele described his experience. He turned 18 years of age on December 7, 1941. He was a student at Yale and managed to finish the year, then went into the 10th Armored Division and was in Bastogne for the Battle of the Bulge. He wrote, "One impression I took away from combat was that, in many, if not all cases, enlisted men knew better what to do in actual combat than their officers. Heterogeneity didn't seem to play a role. I served with people who had no high school education, worked at menial jobs, came from small rural villages or working-class neighborhoods, and many were better soldiers than I. Some were promoted to sergeant and busted 2 or 3 times in training, but by the time we entered combat, they were back as tank commanders, and rightly so. Some of the stories are funny. Jim Betts, who went on to serve in Korea, was an 18-year-old freshman at the University of Georgia in the fall of 1946. Some 3,000 of his fellow freshmen were GIs, 3, 4, or 5 years older than he, attending the university on the GI Bill. On the first day, the student body president, a small, obviously 4F kid with a high voice, told us that all freshmen would wear the school beanie all year. From way up in the balcony came a voice that was so powerful you could feel the vibration. "I'll be goddamned." This brought a roar from the veterans. I learned that the man had been a Marine sergeant in the Pacific. No one wore a beanie. I get a lot of specific stories or anecdotes that are riveting but frustrating, because if I had known them, they certainly would have been in the book. Sometimes they confirm another guy's story. For example, the one about the forward observer who saw a moving haystack and called in artillery fire on it, prompted one of the gunners on the 105s that did the shooting to write. He said the gun crew thought it was all a joke, and for the remainder of the war and at post-war reunions, they would get a laugh from remembering the time they shot at a moving haystack. Not until 53 years later did they discover there really was a target, and that they had knocked out a German tank. Private Jack Crawford provided another confirmation when he wrote about the story on page 341. Crawford went ashore at Utah Beach on D-Day +12 with the 4th Division. He fought in the hedgerows at Mortain and in the Hurtgen Forest, was wounded 3 times, and awarded a battlefield commission. He went AWOL from a hospital to rejoin his outfit in the Hurtgen. When he arrived at Bradley's headquarters in Spa, he went into a bar, and sitting there was Ernest Hemingway and Colonel Buck Lanham, CO of the 22nd Infantry, 4th Division. Lanham asked me to come over, and I was very pleased to talk to Hemingway, as I had read some of his books. As we drank and talked, I felt he was full of it, and this really wasn't his war. He was telling tales of hijinks in Paris. I finally got pissed off and said he should come up to my battalion with me in the Hurtgen to see what the war was really like, instead of sitting back 30 miles from the front lines. The colonel jumped on me and said I was out of line. So I stood up, saluted the colonel, said, "Fuck you, Hemingway," and walked out. I've had dozens of letters from frontline veterans who say they never saw a colonel, much less a general, where they were. But I've had a couple of GIs write to say that this colonel or that general made it to the front lines in their sector. Wyatt Barnes sat down to write me a 2 or 3 page letter at most, but it ended up a 12-page single-spaced memoir, one of the best I've ever read. Some highlights. Barnes started off as an ASTP student at Brooklyn College in mid-1943. Then it was off to Fort Polk, Louisiana, where we were all miserable. Especially we detested our new comrades, who were mostly from Appalachia and the Deep South, with a few from Idaho and Montana. They were rural and spoke in funny accents. We despised their ignorant ways. In turn, they disparaged our elitism and urban mores. I flaunted my subscription to the New York Times, thus inviting their special loathing. In time, we adjusted to them and they to us. Barnes shipped over to England in August 1944, then on to France in mid-October, and into the line with the 80th Division as a replacement. 5 of us were admitted to the 1st Squad, 1st Platoon. We 5 knew each other slightly from our replacement trek. Bonding among us came later. In late November, Barnes was in an offensive against the Maginot Line in Lorraine. He got caught in a shelling. An 88 came down right next to him, but it was a dud. In mid-December, the 80th packed up and headed north toward the southern shoulder of the Bulge, part of the 3rd Army counterattack. We were in 2.5-ton trucks for the trek north. This was a new torment in the bitter cold and interminable night. No rations, There were frequent stops because of the clogged roads, occasions we used for piss calls. This task was an ordeal. Cramped and frozen, we eased ourselves off the back end into the furious wind and performed the needed function. The weather was utterly appalling. On Christmas Day, the 80th joined the 4th Armored for the final push to break through to Bastogne. We formed a skirmish line. Not a word was spoken. Then we began to move, 8 or 10 feet separating the men. Soon the rounds started coming, their tiny sonic booms causing distinct snaps as they passed close by. A tracer round struck the frozen ground in front of me and described an arc over my head. Then, after about 100 yards, I felt the slug strike just below my right collarbone. After the impact, and this still seems incredible, I could actually feel the bullet piercing the tissues and organs within, clipping through each in sequence. Time, almost literally, must have stood still as my whole being concentrated on this devastating physical assault. The bullet exited down just to the left of my right shoulder blade. I fell forward, and the instant I hit the ground, I intoned 2 months to myself. This was the $1 million wound. 2 months would give me relief from the line and get me through the worst of the winter. Actually, the wound was worse than Barnes thought. His right lung had been pierced, and there was serious internal bleeding. For him, the war was over. Barnes recounted in some detail his evacuation from the snow-covered field back to a jeep, then to an aid station, then the 39th Evacuation Hospital. Next, Paris by train, and finally a flight to England to the 160th General Hospital near Cheltenham. He concluded, "Your tribute to the medical people in the ETO was richly deserved." American Heritage printed the chapter on medics, nurses, and docs, my own favorite chapter, as lives are being saved, not destroyed, and got a big mail in response. The letters telling this or that story about being saved by a medic and how wonderful the medics and nurses and doctors were. It almost breaks your heart to read some of them. We now have the letters in the archives of the Eisenhower Center, available to scholars and visitors, and I hope someday someone does a book on U.S. Army medicine in World War II. The American Heritage article produced another story that has to be told. It comes from A. Bruce Campbell of the 11th Regiment, 5th Division, who wrote it up at the time and who described it as probably the most remarkable piece of battlefield surgery in World War II. November 10th, 1944. The 5th Division was attacking at Metz. Private Henry Roon of B Company, 2nd Regiment, caught a mortar shell fragment in his throat. He fell prostrate in the mud with a perforating wound of the neck, with the wound exit over the tracheal area and a fracture of the trachea. Private Dwayne Kinman, a 19-year-old medic with 2 years of high school education, finished binding up a chest wound and rushed over to help. He saw Roon turning blue in the face, gasping and suffocating to death. Kinman whipped out his jackknife. Roon made protesting motions which Kinman overruled, saying, "I don't like to do this, but it's the only way you're going to live." Then, without wasting any more time in deliberation, and with perfect presence of mind and recollection of 2 lectures given him a year previous in basic training, Kinman prepared to perform an operation which is delicate in the best of surgical conditions. He knew he had to open up the windpipe, and he knew he had to have a tube or edge to insert to keep it open. He saw a fountain pen in Roon's pocket and seized that. With machine guns chattering all around, with mortar shells still landing, with a muddy field for an operating table, a gray sky for light, and his jackknife for a scalpel, and without benefit of any anesthetic or drug, Kinman cut into Roon's throat, carefully avoiding the jugular, made a longitudinal 1.5-inch incision in Roon's windpipe, cleanly and safely. Then he slipped the rounded end of Roon's fountain pen into the incision to keep the cut open, and told Roon, "Now keep that pen in your windpipe and you'll be okay." Kinman helped Roon get to the rear and walk to an aid station. The battalion surgeon found nothing to improve upon. 2 other tracheotomies performed by surgeons there the same day were unsuccessful. Private Eldon McDermott was an ASTP student who went to the front line with the 70th Infantry Division. On our third night on the line, 2 of our guys were bayoneted in their foxholes. They had obviously been asleep. The next day, all of the 70th Division Infantry had to exchange our sleeping bags for 2 blankets. It was much harder to stay warm with blankets, so we stayed awake. We seldom got hot meals on the front line. We ate K rations almost exclusively. Our first hot meal was after 6 weeks on the line. Our next hot meal was 5 weeks later. I learn a lot from the veterans. Lieutenant Sidney Lowry was a field artillery liaison pilot. He said he and his friends flew the Piper Cubs without wearing a parachute, which would have been useless at the altitudes they flew anyway. Besides, it was safer to stay in the Piper Cub when hit because of its aeronautical characteristics, which often enabled the pilot to make an emergency landing. Lowry added that our greatest danger was friendly fire. Each of us was flying missions to direct fire by our own division artillery, but at the same time, and further back, Corps artillery were conducting their own missions with larger caliber weapons, totally unaware of what we were doing. So as we were directing our own unit's fire while flying over the front line, we frequently felt a sort of whoosh and a bump as the Corps artillery shell passed by. I had more than one chum who was shot down by our own artillery. The trench foot mail has been heavy. The theme is summed up by one letter. For 5 decades, I've carried around a sense of shame at being evacuated for trench foot. The Army, but not the nurses and doctors, made me feel I had let down the side. Your account has helped me get over those bad feelings. Private Norman Redlick of the 100th Division remembered that in late November 1944, after spending another night in a cold, wet foxhole, and after following as best I could the instructions to remove our boots at night and dry our socks, I awoke and found that I could no longer fit into my boots because my feet had swollen like balloons. Barely able to walk, I was removed to a field hospital and told that I would be back on the line in a matter of days. But the pain intensified, and my feet started to turn white and then purple. The pain became so excruciating that I was given a shot of morphine. It was so bad that I could not place a sheet over my toes and had to sleep with the blankets and sheets turned back. Redlick was shipped back to the States on the Queen Elizabeth I, which had been converted into a hospital ship. He recalled, virtually the entire contingent of passengers had trench foot, many of them with toes and legs amputated. I felt both lucky and guilty. In many respects, I still do. Redlick's blunt honesty is typical of the GIs I've interviewed or corresponded with over the years. Shakespeare wrote that old men remember, with advantages, the deeds they did as warriors. With a few exceptions, I've always found the opposite. Many times in group interviews, I've heard something like this exchange. I'm no hero. He's the hero. No, not me. You want to hear about a real hero? Let me tell you about so-and-so. One letter came from a man who identified himself as a Jewish slave laborer in a German factory making Panzerfaust shells. He said he and his fellow slaves had discovered that if they mixed sand in with the sulfur, they could render the explosive inoperable, and that they could do it when the German inspectors' heads were turned. He said only German soldiers put on the final touch, the trigger mechanism. But those German soldiers liked to take a break. When they did, the slaves speeded up their output, but in the process screwed up the mechanism. The German soldiers were glad to have a higher output and never inspected the shells that had been produced while they were on break. That, he said proudly, was his contribution, and he was glad to see from the story about German duds in this book that the GIs had noticed and lives had been saved. Lieutenant Bryce Stevens was a combat engineer with the 87th Division. He said the book brought back memories of events, sights, and even smells of that time and place that I hadn't thought of in a long time. One of those memories was of his first shower after 3 months of continuous combat. The procedure was to strip off, put your dirty clothes, except for boots, in a pile, run buck naked across duckboards to the next tent, where the showers were. There they turned on the water long enough to get wet, then turned it off while you soaped up. The water then came on again to rinse off. Back to the dressing tent where clean clothes were issued. All this in freezing weather. I don't remember how we managed to get clothes that fit. Richard Meyer wrote that his uncle, Gordon Meyer, was in the Lostheimer-Graben railroad station fight, and Private Herbert Meyer, a German soldier quoted in the book, who was also in that fight, was a cousin of his uncle. It makes the bulge almost like Gettysburg, cousins across the lines from each other. Gordon Meyer wrote, I remember that railroad station very well. We came under artillery shelling. We got onto the freight tracks, 4 inches of concrete. The Germans came marching right down the railroad tracks. You could hear their steel-heeled boots. We killed lots of them. The shelling started again, and we pulled back 500 yards. I remember the Germans had long overcoats, and they would tuck them up around the waist so they could run easier. We got one young German officer for interrogation, but he was dying. He had 2 pieces of bread with jelly on them. Robert Kettler's father was in the 80th Division, wounded and captured near Nancy on September 22, 1944. He died in Stalag 4G on October 1st. Kettler was 4 years old when the telegram came. I still remember the emotional storm that swirled through our house that day. Standing by a blue chair where Mother sat weeping while family and friends gathered to console her in a ritual that was by then all too familiar, even in our small Indiana town, I knew that something monumental had happened to us. In 1995, Kettler, his daughter, and his mother paid their first visit to his father's grave in the American Cemetery and Memorial near Liège, Belgium. At the graveside, Kettler wrote, I touched my mother's arm. It's a beautiful place, I said. Yes, it is, she replied. And I'm so grateful I could be here with you. But it's a long way from Shelbyville, Indiana. As they drove away from the cemetery, Kettler continued, We talked quietly in the car, our voices filled with relief and release. We had stood at my father's grave. Now we could go home. Kettler described his experience in the summer 1996 edition of Traces, published by the Indiana Historical Society. I've received dozens of other articles, privately printed books, memoirs, and documents of all types, including company or battalion-level oral histories gathered and printed by someone from the unit. This is wonderful. I'm delighted to be able to put them into the archives at the Eisenhower Center at the University of New Orleans, where they will be available to future scholars and descendants. The Eisenhower Center's address is 923 Magazine Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70130. Director Douglas Brinkley continues actively to seek memoirs, documents, oral histories, and other material from veterans of ETO. Although I'm retired, this is the project closest to my heart, and I urge all veterans to deposit copies of their material in the archives. I only wish they had been available when I wrote this book. I'm learning all the time. Here's one that I didn't know. In January 1945, Private Richard Lockhart of the ill-fated 106th Division was a POW in Stalag 9B, Bad Orb, Germany. It was a smallish, primitive camp housing several thousand Russian, Serbian, and French soldiers, all privates. There were no medical facilities, no sanitary services, no heat, and not much grass soup. When Lockhart and his fellow American POWs arrived, the guards held a roll call. They ordered all Jews to step forward. A dozen did. The guards separated them and sent them off to a slave labor camp over the vehement protests of Lockhart and others. Many of the Jewish POWs died. What prompted them to step forward? Lockhart wondered. He conjectured that it may have been an affirmation of their culture and religion, or it could have been out of naivete, a sense that the U.S. Army uniform they were wearing would protect them. I know one Jewish soldier who rightly feared capture, so when it was imminent, he switched dog tags with a dead buddy. It worked for him, but not for his folks, who got a telegram from the War Department telling them he had been killed in action. My mentor, Dr. T. Harry Williams, taught me to let my characters speak for themselves. "They always say it better than you ever could," he insisted. The paragraph that follows proves his point. It was written by Lieutenant Charles Jordan, 9th Division. "I have read of fearless people. I even had a runner for a short time who I think was pretty close to fearless. He got killed, but I was not fearless. My worst fear was of screwing up or showing my fear to those around me. A distant second was fear of death. In my earliest days, this included the fear of being wounded, but this rapidly transformed into a desire. The absolute worst period of fear came as we were organizing for an attack. We never knew what to expect or when to expect it, and the longer the wait, the greater the fear. The fear of death came openly when I was lying in a ditch or a hole or on the ground, and artillery or mortar shells were exploding around me. There was absolutely nothing positive to do about these situations except lay there and pray. Since the days when I lived with fear constantly, I have found that fear for yourself cannot hold a candle to the fear engendered by the serious illness of your wife or children. I'd rather be shot at every day of the week and all day Sunday than face that situation." Sergeant Milt Lamb was a student at Indiana University in the fall of 1942 who went on active duty in February 1943. Then it was off to ASTP, and when that folded, into the infantry. He was a replacement in the 84th Division from the end of November 1944 until the following April. He won a Silver Star and a Bronze Star. He provides some vivid images. 2 examples. "I began my combat life all by myself in a foxhole half full of water in front of a German pillbox at Lindern, Germany. For the next several days, all I did was cringe at the bottom of the foxhole while the 88s pounded us. I had no idea what was going on. The German entrenching tool was vastly superior to our pick and shovel. In the American Army, you had to have a pick and your buddy a shovel. The German pick and shovel were one and the same. You simply converted the pick into a shovel and vice versa by changing the handle angle. So we all carried a German entrenching tool." One of the best comments came in a beer-drinking bull session with some veterans. We were talking about what it all meant. I never caught the name of the man who gave us the following image, but I'll never forget what he said. "Imagine this. In the spring of 1945, around the world, the sight of a 12-man squad of teenage boys, armed and in uniform, brought terror to people's hearts. Whether it was a Red Army squad in Berlin, Leipzig, or Warsaw, or a German squad in Holland, or a Japanese squad in Manila, Seoul, or Beijing, that squad meant rape, pillage, looting, wanton destruction, senseless killing. But there was an exception, a squad of GIs, a sight that brought the biggest smiles you ever saw to people's lips and joy to their hearts. Around the world this was true, even in Germany, even after September 1945 in Japan. This was because GIs meant candy, cigarettes, sea rations, and freedom. America had sent the best of her young men around the world, not to conquer, but to liberate, not to terrorize, but to help. This was a great moment in our history." Another bright image came from a veteran who said that he felt he had done his part in helping to change the 20th century from one of darkness into one of light. I think that was the great achievement of the generation who fought World War II on the Allied side. As of 1945, the year in which more people were killed violently, more buildings destroyed, more homes burned than any other year in history, it was impossible to believe in human progress. World Wars I and II had made a mockery of the 19th century idea of progress, the notion that things were getting better and would continue to do so. In 1945, one had to believe that the final outcome of the scientific and technological revolution that had inspired the idea of progress would be a world destroyed. But slowly, surely, the spirit of those GIs handing out candy and helping bring democracy to their former enemies spread, and today it is the democracies, not the totalitarians, who are on the march. Today, one can again believe in progress, as things really are getting better. This is thanks to the GIs, along with the millions of others who helped liberate Germany and Japan from their evil rulers, then stood up to Stalin and his successors. That generation has done more to spread freedom and prosperity around the globe than any previous generation. John Lydon, a 34-year-old attorney in Chicago, wrote me in 1998 that his father had served in SHAEF. Most of my young life, Lydon confessed, I never really understood my father. I blamed him and his generation for everything from McCarthyism to the Vietnam War to Watergate. I never gave them credit for the interstate highway system, IBM, NASA, the Civil Rights Act of 1965, the fall of communism, or any of it. Then I read your book. You have helped me understand my father. When my son is old enough, I will give him your book so he can get to know his grandfather. Sergeant Henry Halstead, who won a Bronze Star, participated after the war in some experimental programs that brought together college-age German and American veterans in England, and a similar one in France. The idea was to teach through contact and example. In 1997, Halstead got a Christmas card from a German participant living in Munich. I think often of our meetings and mutual ideals. Indeed, the 1948 program and everything connected with it was the most important decisive event for me, influenced my life deeply. And a French participant wrote, in 1950, France was in ruins. I saw only a world marked by war, by destruction, by the shadow of war, and by fear. I believed that it was not finished, that there would be a next war. I did not think it would be possible to build a life, to have a family. Then came the group of young Americans, attractive, idealistic, optimistic, protected, believing and acting as though anything was possible. It was a transforming experience for me. That spirit. We can do it. We can rebuild Europe and hold back the Red Army and avoid World War III, was the great gift of the New World to the Old World in the 20th century. America paid for that gift with the lives of some of its best young men. When I read the letters from the veterans, I'm almost always impressed by their brief accounts of what they did with their lives after the war. They had successful careers, they were good citizens and family men, and many of them made great contributions to their society, their country, and the world. Then I think about those who didn't make it, especially all those junior officers and NCOs who got killed in such appalling numbers. These men were natural leaders. They died one by one. Of each of them I wonder, what life was cut off here? A genius? It is impossible to imagine what he might have invented. We do know that his loss was our loss. A budding politician. Where might he have led us? A builder? A teacher? A scholar? A novelist? A musician? I sometimes think the biggest price we pay for war is what might have been. Lieutenant Waverly Ray comes to mind. So do Captain Anthony Stefanich and Lieutenant Colonel Robert Cole, and so many others, gone long before their time, their deaths depriving us of the gift of their lives. When they tolled the bell for Ray, Stefanich, Cole, and the hundreds of their buddies who went down, that bell tolled for all of us. My son, Hugh Ambrose, conducted, translated, and edited all of the German interviews, and here he describes some of the veterans' impressions of the American GI. Dedicated to the memory of our honored friend, Colonel Hans von Luck. The German veterans who agreed to be interviewed for this book offered some important insights into the character of the American GI and the war on the Western Front. All of the German oral histories quoted here come from the Ambrose collection at the Eisenhower Center in New Orleans. The Germans themselves, while not a representative sampling of their entire army, were of varying service grades, and almost all of them had seen action on 2 or more fronts. The terms they used to describe the U.S. Army would, if misunderstood, anger many American veterans. Voicing the verdict of the Wehrmacht, Major Gerhard Lemke of the 12th Panzer Division said that when one went to the Western Front, one learned the way a rich man fights a war. But if American veterans listen carefully to what these German veterans said, they will not feel themselves slighted. The German veterans were actually praising the GIs, who, having won their war in Europe without hate, left none in their wake. As described by Major Helmut Ritgen, the rich Americans kept a businesslike schedule. Normally, the Americans were very aggressive in the morning, but at night they were tired and they stopped fighting. From 7 p.m. at night till morning, there was absolute peace. Once begun, the day's campaign featured the U.S. Air Force and artillery. As far as the Germans were concerned, Allied air superiority won the war in the West. Unchallenged in the air, Allied planes made pass after pass over their enemy's columns and fortified positions, bombing and strafing. Like many of the troops sent to repel the Normandy invasion, Walter Jungmichael never made it to the battlefield. A Yabo came screaming down upon him and put so many holes in my car that I could see through it. Air supremacy also meant that the American artillery observer circled slowly over the battlefield in a small plane, banking his wings to and fro as he maneuvered for a good look at the action. The German army lived in fear of him. It was suicide, remembered Captain Walter Schaefer-Kennert, to fire at anything if you were in sight of an artillery observation plane. Once spotted, the Germans figured, we had at most a half an hour before the first shells arrived. Worse, the Americans had so many shells that they seemed to fire at individual soldiers. The combination of Yabos, carpet bombings, and artillery, in the opinion of Captain Schaefer-Kennert, left the German army more or less paralyzed. In short, the Germans asserted that the GIs let the high explosives do the hard work. The American infantry did not attack, said Major Rolf Pauls of the Wehrmacht's 363rd Infantry Division, until it could be sure that the positions it was attacking were more than half destroyed, which makes sense if you can afford to do it. Nor did the American troops press the attack with reckless abandon. According to their adversary, the GIs fought bravely, but if things weren't going well, they'd back off, bomb, and try again the next day. For contrast, one German artillery captain recalled that, when the Russian infantry got fire from our artillery, they did not go down like the Americans. No, the Russians were running under the artillery. You sat there with your pistol and your gun because they were coming. The Russians had a lot in the way of visceral motivation and little in the way of weaponry. With the Americans, the situation was reversed. Given the GI's dramatic strategic advantage, the Germans concluded it was simply not necessary for the Americans to throw themselves at solid resistance. Nor did the Americans find it necessary to wage a ruthless campaign. As has been mentioned previously, both sides respected the Red Cross. The Americans and the Germans trusted one another to stop shooting while the dead and wounded were hauled away. They trusted the other's medical corps to treat all of the wounded. That trust, which led to many strange episodes out on the battlefield, meant everything to the soldiers. No German veteran ever discussed the Western Front without talking about the Red Cross at length. The Eastern Front, once again, provided the contrast. In Russia, said the Germans, our wounded were either taken with us or they were shot. With both the Eastern and Western fronts disintegrating in the early months of 1945, the difference between them loomed ever larger in the minds of German soldiers. From the West came their opponents, the Americans, who, while irrevocably set upon the destruction of the Nazi regime, saw themselves as liberators. Although an implacable foe, the GI was, in the end, on someone else's soil, liberating someone else's family. From the east came Germany's enemy, the Russian army, imbued with ancient and ethnic hatreds, and armed with a passion for revenge. Shuddering at the thought of the Russians exacting retribution from their homeland, German soldiers in the West found that fighting against the Americans did not sit well with us. Explaining their anxiety, Walter Young-Michael remembered how he and his comrades had to fight the GIs earnestly and put up resistance when all the time we were hoping that the Americans would push far into Germany. They were so concerned, in fact, that many Germans tried to persuade the American troops to join them in a war against the Red Army. The suggestion, however fantastic, underscored their faith in the U.S. Army, which had always balanced the goal of unconditional surrender with a respect for human life. Although the Germans had come to respect their opponent's manner of waging war, the GI's attitude took some getting used to. Lieutenant Walter Rahn recalled the day that he was captured while attacking an American position. The GIs threw him in their scout car and proceeded to press their counterattack. The interpreter asked me from time to time, while they attacked my men, if I would call for their surrender. I was so shocked. I had never experienced anything like this during my long years of war, that I could think of nothing to say. Other German soldiers were struck not so much by the Americans' cavalier attitude as their magnanimity. After years of grueling combat, Sergeant Ewald Becker remembered the day that he and his comrades decided they had to give up. We went out into the streets to surrender. The first vehicle to come was an American jeep. I raised my hands, he waved at me and continued to drive. The second was a slightly larger American vehicle with 4 men. They stopped and gave me chocolate. They said something I didn't understand and drove on. Eventually, other GIs arrived to take away the weapons of Becker and his men, place them under a nominal guard, and walk them to the nearest POW camp. As for the condition of the Allied camps, few veterans had any complaints. When Gustav Spreckels, a sergeant with the Panzer Lehr Division, became a POW, the guards told him, "To throw everything away. America is rich and you will get everything new." More important than food and clothing, however, was the soldiers' desire to be recognized as such. The German veterans interviewed for this book believed that they had been neither Nazis nor criminals. They had been soldiers, and they all praised the Americans for drawing this distinction between the two. When I went into prison camp, I said I was with the 116th Panzer Division, and the U.S. Army said, "Okay, good division." We were well known, and there was no ill will toward us. In the POW camp in which Lieutenant Walter Padberg found himself, the authority to release prisoners rested in the hands of a young American doctor. One day the doctor asked me, recalled Padberg, "Do you know of any young ladies in the area? Because, damn it, I'm probably going to be here for months." "Yes," Padberg said. "I'll look around." Nearby there was a release camp for the women who had helped out in the news media. They had worn a uniform and were therefore now interned. Padberg got to know some of the women there. After a time, he found a beautiful young woman from Königsberg. She had already heard that her parents were dead. She was alone and did not know where to go. When Padberg asked her if she'd like to meet his friend, she exclaimed, "Yes, an American doctor, excellent." She went back to the States with him, Padberg happily concluded. They got married and wrote me several nice letters to the effect that I had made a good match. In the years since the war, the relationship between the German and American veterans has flourished. On several occasions, the American and German Veterans Associations have held joint ceremonies to honor their fallen comrades. But more often, individuals have met by chance on some former battlefield. During the ensuing conversation, which usually begins with, "What outfit were you with?" They find that they have a lot in common. Both the American veterans and the former soldiers of the Wehrmacht enjoy celebrating their post-war accomplishments. Like all grandparents, both take great pride in having created a prosperous and safe country for their children and grandchildren. They also enjoy talking to others who were there. Only somebody who was there understands that a frontline soldier's war amounted to looking out after your friends while trying to get out of this dirty business alive. Their mutual understanding has led to some startling conversations. Corporal Hans Herbst had obviously had one such conversation about his entry into Belgium in late October 1944. "I was in my armored personnel carrier about 17 or 18 vehicles behind the lead tank on a small dirt track through the forest. The convoy came to a bridge. There were 2 American anti-tank positions built there. We saw them. The first of our tanks opened fire. My friend Murray Shapiro, one of the Americans in the position across from us, told me later that first shot killed all but one of his men in the first 2 positions. The survivors returned fire upon us, blowing up 4 of the Panther tanks headed down the narrow track. We pulled back." When I think about how much a soldier's comrades meant to him, I wonder how the veterans can ever put the past behind them. But Herbst's story reveals more than just 2 men swapping tales. It is the conversation of 2 men who have learned to forgive. The American soldier can take a great deal of credit for making that conversation possible. He fought hard to win the war, but every step of the way he strove to create peace. Such a tribute is perhaps as fine as any old soldier could wish, especially when it comes from his former opponent. "I only want to add," said Herbst with a chuckle, "that today, when I am with Americans, we are friends. They tell me I am lucky to be alive. I tell them I'm lucky that they are such poor shots."
The end.